Chapter 1633. Dong Fangxue was very engrossed in his stories. These were stories about Lin Xian in the past few years. She was very concerned about them, and she also felt that these stories were all very interesting, especially the people in the stories. They were all very adorable, but how did you come back? Dong Fangxue asked. Dong Fangxue was the only person on Earth that Lin Xian had told about these things. Lin Xian was a little worried that these things would reveal the secrets of the heavens. However, it appeared that the two continents were connected, so this shouldn't be considered as revealing the secrets of the heavens. The only thing that could be considered as revealing the secrets of the heavens was his reincarnation. However, Lin Xian had said that he had transmigrated, not that he had reincarnated. These were two completely different concepts. I'm also very confused. At the time, I participated in a martial art competition, and I won first place in the competition. Dong Fangxue's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xian. The top 10 can enter a place called the God's Awakening Door. It's a very powerful place, but it's said that those who come back from there will forget everything that happened in the God's Awakening Door. Therefore, those who came out from there before don't know what's inside the God's Awakening Door. But when I went in, I found that I had returned to Earth. Dong Fangxue looked at Lin Xian. You're saying that it's a passageway between Earth and the heavenly blue planet. That's what it looks like for now, Lin Xian replied. Then can I go in? Lin Xian shook his head. No, I only know that the passageway to this place is the divine enlightenment door, but to go back, the passageway is opened by a mysterious power. From what I've seen so far, it most likely doesn't have that kind of power. So you want to go back? Dong Fangxue asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. He looked at Dong Fangxue and said, This is why I can't marry you, and it's also why I have to tell you this. Lin Xian then lit a cigarette and said, I need to go back, and I have to go back, not only because I have a lot of things to do there, but also because I only have 3 months on Earth. If I can't get there in 3 months, I will be annihilated by an invisible force. So in order to survive, I have to leave. Dong Fangxue nodded. All right, I understand. Don't tell anyone about this. Dong Fangxue nodded. Then she thought of something and said, You said if those people go back from here, they will lose their memories of this place. So will you? Lin Xian nodded. Normally, I would think so, but it doesn't matter. Lin Xian hugged her and said, I have memories of you. I won't forget those memories. At most, I'll forget the memories of the 3 months here. This actually did matter, because Lin Xian wasn't afraid of forgetting Dong Fangxue, but he was afraid of forgetting Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei, Lu Qingzhu, and Qin Yijuan. Hence, Lin Xian felt like he had to do something when the time came. How powerful were you there? Lin Xian smiled. You can say that. I was about to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. Dong Fangxue's mouth gaped open. You were that powerful. Lin Xian, it's not that I was powerful, it's just that the average person in that world is more powerful. On Earth, the most powerful cultivators are probably at the Great Void stage at most, right? But there are as many Great Void stage cultivators as there are dogs, and many prodigies have also reached that stage. It must be very dangerous there. Lin Xian nodded. It is very dangerous, but I think it's okay. It's actually dangerous everywhere. After all, it's the same everywhere. On Earth, the average person isn't powerful, but that also means that everyone isn't powerful. Although there are powerful cultivators there, you can also be powerful. Then you have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Who would have thought that the poor kid from the past would suddenly become such a powerful figure? Dong Fangxue said with a smile. Then didn't that poor kid from the past also eat swan meat? Lin Xian smiled. Dong Fangxue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. By the way, have you heard? Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Something has happened on Earth. I just came out of Emperor Xian's tomb. Emperor Xian's tomb? Isn't that the tomb of King Zhou of Shang? Dong Fangxue asked. Lin Xian nodded. Then Lin Xian told Dong Fangxue about the current situation on Earth. So that's how it is. Dong Fangxue was secretly shocked. That's right. I'm afraid that Earth won't be peaceful in the future. Even though I've destroyed King Zhou of Shang, there are still so many emperors and ambitious people in history. When all these people are born, no one knows what Earth will become. Lin Xian said, I'm not worried about anything else. I just feel like I won't be here when the time comes. I don't know what kind of beings you'll be facing, so I'm more worried. Don't worry, there's so many powerful beings on Earth. There won't be any problems. Then you have to promise me one thing. Lin Xian looked at her and said, if we really do encounter any danger, I hope that if you can, you won't appear. At most, you can act as a backup character. Don't take the brunt of the attack. Lin Xian knew this little girl all too well. She appeared to be very gentle and virtuous, but deep down, she was a righteous person. She would do this. What was Lin Xian worried about? Dongfang Shui was too beautiful. Most of those powerful beings were men, and this kind of beauty was very alluring to men. If Dongfang Shui showed too much of her face, Lin Xian would be very worried. I promise you. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. Really? Really, I promise. Lin Xian smiled. All right. Then it's time to get down to business. Clack. Lin Xian turned off the lights. Oi! Dongfang Shui pushed Lin Xian with all her might, and the two of them began to wrestle with one another. Shameless, the two of them were sweating profusely from their tussle, and Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I haven't even gotten down to business yet. How am I shameless? You weren't like this in the past. Dongfang Shui pinched Lin Xian. People change all the time. You're becoming more and more shameless. I've discovered that women love bad men. Is that why you're picking up so many girls? Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. No. That's enough. It's time to get down to business. Pervert. Chapter 1634. The night passed by just like that. He had done everything he could. What Dongfang Shui couldn't accept was that Lin Xian had become so bad. The next morning, Dongfang Shui opened her eyes and looked at the sleeping Lin Xian. He wasn't all that handsome, but she liked him. Am I handsome? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Dongfang Shui, baddie. She punched Lin Xian. Ha. Lin Xian then wrapped his arms around her. Dongfang Shui snuggled into Lin Xian's arms. Tell me, how many girls have you bullied? You're no longer the newbie you used to be. You're a seasoned veteran now. Dongfang Shui pinched Lin Xian's waist as she threatened him. She had only had sex with Lin Xian twice, and this time, it was only the third time. Lin Xian had been a little boy before, but now he was so skilled that he could not be more skilled. All kinds of skilled positions made her blush and her heart beat faster. Baddie. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Tell me. No, I really didn't. I don't believe you. Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. But the one I love the most is you. Go to hell. You've gone bad with your sweet talk. Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes again. Lin Xian smacked his lips against her cheek. What if you're pregnant? Dongfang Shui asked. If you're pregnant, give birth to the baby. Lin Xian chuckled. She bit Lin Xian. It would have been fine if Dongfang Shui hadn't mentioned Lin Xian, but now that she did, Lin Xian missed little Tianny and little Shir to death. Actually, I have one more thing to tell you. Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian. Actually, I already have a baby. Dongfang Shui. To be honest, she really didn't expect this. Where is it? Can I have a look? But she didn't blame him. On the contrary, she was pleasantly surprised. She must be very happy to have a baby with him. On another continent. What a pity. Dongfang Shui asked. But if you want to, I can show it to you. Lin Xian said. Really? What do you think? Is it a boy or girl? Dongfang Shui hurriedly asked. Girls always had a kind of motherly radiance, especially when it came to cute little babies. They absolutely had no resistance. A boy and a girl, Lin Xian said. Twins? Are you really that lucky? Lin Xian shook his head. No, Dongfang Shui. In just 3 years, you made a girl give birth to 2 children for you? Do you have a conscience? Dongfang Shui criticized. No, it's 2 girls. Dongfang Shui, scumbag. Lin Xian. To be honest, he had already told Dongfang Shui so many secrets, so Lin Xian felt like he shouldn't hide anything from her. All right, I don't mean anything by that. Dongfang Shui then said, I want to see pictures. All right, all right. Lin Xian didn't have pictures, but he had the laws of creation. Lin Xian only had to rely on the laws of creation in his memory to create pictures. Look, the pictures of little Tianny and little Shi appeared in the air. Wow. Dongfang Shui couldn't help but let loose a cry of surprise. So beautiful, so adorable, Dongfang Shui exclaimed. To be honest, little Tianny and little Shi's looks were unparalleled. They really are so adorable and so beautiful. Dongfang Shui was full of praise. Of course, they're my babies, Lin Xian said proudly. Come on, it must be because of the girl's looks. With your looks, there's no way you can give birth to such beautiful babies. You've been led astray. When did you learn to insult me? Lin Xian pinched her. Dongfang Shui stared at little Tianny and little Shi. Wow, she really wanted to hug them and rub their cheeks. What are their names? Dongfang Shui asked. The girl's name is Lin Shi, and the boy's name is Lin Tianny. Their names are nice as well. Of course, they're my babies, Lin Xian said proudly. I want to see what the girl looks like, Dongfang Shui said. Cough, cough, don't bother. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Hurry up. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. All right, all right. Lin Xian then used his memory to create Linglong Shui and Yi Renbing's appearances. Dongfang Shui looked at them. So beautiful, she couldn't help but exclaim. Of course. Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui looked on. They really were beautiful. She had really never seen such a beautiful woman. Could a woman be so beautiful to this extent? She was also a beautiful woman, and she had seen many beautiful women, but compared to these two, there was really a huge gap. They really are beautiful, Dongfang Shui said. Lin Xian saw that she seemed to be a little dazed, and he seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. Could it be that she felt that they were so beautiful that she didn't seem as beautiful as she was? Lin Xian then said, Actually, even though they're beautiful, they're a little special. What? Lin Xian then said, They're both from the monster tribe. Monster tribe women? Lin Xian nodded. That's right, they're both from the monster tribe. Monster tribe women are generally very beautiful, and she's from the fox tribe. Fox tribe women are all very beautiful, but in my eyes, you're not inferior to them. You'll definitely be just as beautiful in a couple of years. So, you just think that I'm not as beautiful as them. Lin Xian. Holy fuck. Women. Ahem, Shui-er. You've been led astray. You were never like this in the past. That's because you've become bad. Dongfang Shui mumbled before looking at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Why are you looking at me? I'm just wondering what's so special about you that they're so attracted to you. Lin Xian. She then reached out and pinched Lin Xian. He was still the same. How could a girl like her like him? Most importantly, she even gave birth to his baby. Those who didn't know would think that he was bragging. Handsome. Shameless. Dongfang Shui then took another look. They really were beautiful. Furthermore, apart from their stunning looks, what made her feel that they were very powerful was their auras. They really were very powerful. Their auras are so good. When can I have such auras? Dongfang Shui muttered to herself. Big sister, you have your good points. Don't compare yourself to others. Besides, they're all at the heavenly Tao realm, so it's normal for them to have such auras. Dongfang Shui, they're all at the heavenly Tao realm. How did you manage to woo them? She found it unbelievable. Wasn't he too powerful? Wasn't this Lin Xian a straight man? Chapter 1635. Lin Xian felt like he shouldn't have told her this. Damn women. Lin Xian then said, Let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Lin Xian then erased the image. Then tell me about your story with them. You haven't told me about them before. Wait a minute. Dongfang Shui thought for a moment. Lin Xian had told her about 2 girls before, and now there were 2 more. This meant that he had at least 4 girlfriends in that world. There was definitely more. Wow, why was he so perverted now? Huh, just how many girlfriends do you have? Big sister, let's not talk about this anymore. I really can't talk about it anymore. Dongfang Shui pouted. You already have a baby, but I haven't said anything yet. Just tell me. I won't say anything. Then tell me, is it a single digit or a 10-digit number? Lin Xian didn't say anything. Dongfang Shui, if it was a single-digit number, he would definitely say a single-digit number. Now that he was silent, it meant that it was a 10-digit number. Gasp. This guy? Wow. Then tell me about them. I just want to know how you managed to get them. Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions, and I won't blame you. Dongfang Shui said in a faint voice. All right. Lin Xian then put his arm around her. Then I'll satisfy your curiosity. Lin Xian then told her some of the stories between them. I really like your world. Dongfang Shui then said. That world might seem more powerful, but it's not necessarily better. In terms of so-called stability, that world isn't a stable place at all. Earth completely crushes that world, but now, Earth might not be as stable as it used to be. The overall standard of that world is very high, and they all have their pros and cons. I don't think that world is better or worse. On the contrary, I actually prefer stability. Even if I could live a slightly more ordinary life, I would still choose to live a more ordinary life. Lin Xian said, That's right. I also like an ordinary life. With a little money, I can do the things I like and buy the things I like. Dongfang Shui was telling the truth. He couldn't possibly live a hard life, right? Of course, it didn't matter if she lived a hard life with the person she loved. It was just that she wouldn't have the chance to live a hard life. After all, her family had already agreed to be with Lin Xian. You like that world because you like adventure. There may be more opportunities and a bigger worldview in that world. Don't think that I don't know. You usually look gentle and virtuous, but there's a restless heart in your heart. Lin Xian glared at Dongfang Shui. Otherwise, why would Lin Xian remind Dongfang Shui that if a battle were to break out on Earth one day, he hoped that she wouldn't be the first to take part in the battle? This was because Dongfang Shui actually had a ball of fire in her heart. I know. I'll listen to you. Dongfang Shui said in a gentle voice. That's good. Get up. After that, Lin Xian stayed at the Dongfang family for 3 days. During these 3 days, some people in the outside world looked for Lin Xian in a frenzy. Of course, they were Xianyuan Qingtian and Duan Lingxiao. Although the two of them seemed to be working together to kill Lin Xian on the surface, they definitely had their own ulterior motives. For example, they didn't tell each other some special plans. However, they discovered that they couldn't find him. Why did this Lin Xian suddenly seem to have disappeared? Why did he disappear after coming out of Di Xian's tomb? They definitely couldn't imagine that Lin Xian was in the Dongfang family right now. Nor could they imagine that Dongfang Shui had already woken up and that Lin Xian and Dongfang Shui were here lovey-dovey. Duan Lingxiao wasn't in too much of a hurry. After all, he still had a little more than 2 months. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lin Xian in 2 months. No matter how powerful this Lin Xian was, his current cultivation base was only so high. Moreover, according to the same system, they could only raise their cultivation base to the domain realm. He could only rely on himself to slowly raise his cultivation base. He couldn't forcefully raise his cultivation base using system points. Therefore, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, this was his limit. If one heavenly Tao couldn't kill you, then 10 or 100 heavenly Tao should be enough, right? Even if it wasn't stable, he could find some special items and use some special spirit weapons. Then he would have a chance to kill you, right? And now, Duan Lingxiao had prepared such a thing. To be more precise, he met someone. When did he meet this person? He met him in Di Xian's tomb. After leaving Di Xian's tomb, he was poisoned, and that person came out with him. To be precise, he didn't know when this person appeared. He seemed to have some special ability. This ability was a very powerful disguise. How powerful was it? She did not know when this person had appeared, nor did she know when he had killed one of the 2,000 people and disguised himself as her. After that, he had come out with everyone else. Duan Lingxiao didn't know why this person was looking for him. Was it because he was special? In fact, Duan Lingxiao had always thought that he was extraordinary. He did feel that there was something special about him. Most importantly, he came from heavenly blue planet. So, in his eyes, the people on Earth were actually inferior. He had always looked down on them. If he could come over with the cultivation base he had on heavenly blue planet, he even felt that he would have dominated this place. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao arrived at a cave on a cliff. In this cave, the woman was sitting there cultivating. She was still using the appearance of the person who had disguised herself, so Duan Lingxiao didn't know what she looked like. However, Duan Lingxiao knew that this was a woman. Why did he have to have some contact with this woman? Actually, it was very simple. This woman was very smart and very powerful. Perhaps Duan Lingxiao felt that he needed this woman to kill Lin Xian. Because her disguise was very powerful, Duan Lingxiao had even thought of a way. That was, if this woman helped him, perhaps she could disguise herself as one of the women around Lin Xian and then take the opportunity to kill Lin Xian. This was because, according to Duan Lingxiao's understanding of Lin Xian, this person was indeed lustful. However, he was lustful and would not touch just any woman. However, he still felt that using a woman to deal with Lin Xian was definitely a very good way, and it might be very easy. "Did you bring the thing?" the woman asked. Chapter 1636. Duan Lingxiao did not like the feeling of someone being superior to him. Although it was just a simple sentence, why did he feel that this woman was superior to him? Most importantly, he could not disrespect her because not only did he need her help, but he was also worried that she would suddenly attack him. He was very confident, but after all, his realm was still there. "Yes, I brought it." Duan Lingxiao then took out a jade bottle. What was this? This was a type of elixir. It was a very high-grade elixir on Earth. He had spent a lot of effort in the past few days to get this elixir from Xianyuan Qingtian. Even the entire Xianyuan family didn't have it. Xianyuan Qingtian had asked someone to exchange for it from Kunlun Mountain. After all, Xianyuan Qingtian owed him a debt of gratitude for saving his life, but Xianyuan Qingtian had never repaid him. Xianyuan Qingtian would feel better after repaying this debt of gratitude. He was not a gentleman. So why should he repay the debt? Because in his opinion, Duan Lingxiao would become his important right-hand man in the future. The effect of this pill was actually to consolidate one's realm. However, there was another effect. For example, if one's realm was originally the Great Void Realm, but was now the Heavenly Venerable Realm, it could help one recover to the peak in the shortest time possible. "Give it to me," the woman said, "but I hope you can fulfill your promise to me." The woman nodded. "Don't worry, it's just a small matter." Duan Lingxiao was not sure if she would go back on her word, but he really felt that it was quite difficult to kill Lin Xian. Even if Xianyuan Qingtian was preparing for this, he would not be at ease if he did not do it himself. Moreover, it was related to whether he could survive or not. It was very important. Duan Lingxiao then threw the jade bottle to her. The woman reached out and caught it. "Okay, you could go back first," the woman said indifferently. "Senior, how long do you need?" 3 to 7 days. "Okay." Duan Lingxiao nodded, then cupped his fists and walked away. He did not care what this realm would become in the future. Even if he knew where this woman came from, he did not care. After Duan Lingxiao left, the woman opened the jade bottle and took out the pill inside. "Huh?" She frowned slightly. "Just a small recovery pill?" If it was just a small revitalizing pill, it wouldn't be of much help to her situation. It had to be a large revitalizing pill. So, at this stage, it's already impossible to refine the great recovery pill. She pondered for a moment. After she came out, she also felt that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this period of time was terrifyingly weak. It should be a relatively declining era. Therefore, she felt that it was reasonable that the great recovery pill could not be taken out. Then, she swallowed the pill. A surge of energy began to gather around her body. Shwa, the shadow of a foxtail, suddenly appeared behind her. A fox demon. After a long time, she exhaled a mouthful of foul air. "Little sister, big sister is here to look for you." Her eyes narrowed and flashed with killing intent. Then, she disappeared on the spot. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it was enough. Right now, she had something very important to do. A few days later, Lin Xian was ready to leave the Dongfang family. What he had to do next was actually quite simple, and that was to deal with the Xianyuan family, or rather, Xianyuan Qingtian. But no matter what, Lin Xian had to go and see Mu Qingya first. It had been a long time since he went back, and Lin Xian felt that he had no conscience. Well, I'll go back to Jiangnan City first. I'll come and see you in a few days. Go on with your business. Dongfang Shui said softly. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Give me a kiss. Kiss my ass. Lin Xian smiled and smacked his lips at her. I'm leaving. After that, Lin Xian returned to Jiangnan City. All the major sects and forces knew about some of the things that had happened in Emperor Xian's tomb. Lin Xian had brought them very important news. Now, there was still the biggest mystery, and that was, why did those people choose to awaken at this time? This was really something that they couldn't figure out at the moment. Sister, brother-in-law is coming back today. In the Mu family's villa, Mu Qingyao was sitting in the room and cultivating. Mu Hao and Zhang Ting, who were their parents, were now in charge of the company. Mu Hao's body was fine, and he had returned to the business world. Mu Qingyao, on the other hand, had retired. She had been tired for too long, and now she wanted to focus more on cultivation. She was a strong person. She cultivated not only because she wanted to become stronger, but also because she felt that with some strength, she could help Lin Xian and protect herself and her family. Mu Feifei, just as Lin Xian had expected. When she couldn't cultivate, she couldn't wait to cultivate. She was simply too excited. Indeed, when she first started cultivating, she was very diligent, but now she couldn't take it anymore. It was so boring. Mu Qingyao opened her eyes. Did he say that? Yes, brother-in-law said that he couldn't get through to you. Mu Qingyao glanced at her phone and found that it had automatically turned off. Well, do you have food at home? Mu Qingyao stood up. I think I need to buy some. I'll go buy some food and cook. Mu Qingyao hurriedly changed her clothes. Lin Xian's return was very important to her. In the evening, Zhang Ting and Mu Hao hadn't come back yet. They would come back late anyway, and they would have dinner at the company, so they could just eat their own food. Good evening. Qin Yijuan knocked on the door and came here. Qin Yijuan was invited by Mu Qingyao, but Mu Qingyao originally planned to have dinner and chat with Qin Yijuan tonight, and Lin Xian happened to come back today, so it was really good. Coming, it's almost ready. Mu Qingyao came out in an apron with a plate of food. Wow, it's really rare to be able to taste the food made by President Mu. Qin Yijuan teased with a smile. She hadn't changed her clothes and was still wearing her police uniform. She came directly after work. Yes, I rarely get to eat it. Mu Feifei sat on the sofa and played with her phone. Mu Qingyao was too busy with work before. Her cooking skills were very good, but she really didn't have much chance to cook. Now she had a lot of time. I didn't have much time before. Mu Qingyao said, now I have time, but I don't see you asking me to go shopping. Qin Yijuan sat down casually and took an apple to eat. Cultivate. I say, Miss Mu, can't you just have some fun while you can? Chapter 1637. Qin Yijuan really admired Mu Qingyao. This person wasn't interesting, didn't like to play, didn't like to eat, and didn't like to dress up. Well, which girl didn't like to dress up? The main reason was that she wouldn't put a lot of energy into it, let alone study certain cosmetics brands. She might really only use those few brands in a decade or two. She finally didn't have to work so hard, and now she was cultivating here. Who could stand it? Mu Qingyao said, you have to make yourself better to live a better life, right? I'll go. Qin Yijuan gave her a thumbs up. It's mainly because you have the capital to live a better life now. Don't blame me. Mu Qingyao poured her a glass of water and said, you, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, also don't enjoy life. Don't you have to go to work every day? To be honest, they were quite similar. They had the capital to live a good life, but they just didn't enjoy it. The only one who enjoyed it, Mu Feifei, sat on the sofa obediently for no reason. I'm enjoying life. Going to work, solving problems for the people, and so on. Isn't that enjoying life? Then I'm also enjoying life when I go to work, right? Mu Qingyao said. Okay, I won't argue with you. Have you made braised prawns? I like your braised prawns. Qin Yijuan said. Yes. Nice. Mu Qingyao said. Aren't you going to cultivate? Qin Yijuan said. I've already started cultivating, but I won't say that I'll spend all my time on it. It seems a little silly when I think about it before. If I cultivate, I'll become more powerful and have more strength and capital to be a police officer. Now I see it clearly. Even if I can improve a little bit, it's still an improvement, right? Mu Qingya nodded. That's true. Huh? Where's Lin Xian? I haven't seen him for a long time. He went out to work. He'll be back soon. Qin Yijuan nodded. Well, by the way, how far have you two progressed? We've had sex, Mu Feifei hurriedly said. Mu Qingya glared at her, then stuck out her tongue and smiled. To be honest, I never thought that you, Miss Mu, would be defeated by such a shameless person. Qin Yijuan really felt that the world was unpredictable. That's why you said that he's shameless. It's possible that elder sister would lose to a shameless person. Mu Feifei said. Why are you so talkative recently? Mu Qingya glanced at Mu Feifei. She hadn't been so talkative before, but now that Lin Xian was coming back, it was as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Huh, I've always been talkative, Mu Feifei muttered. Dong, 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 Lin Xian knocked on the door. Coming, coming, coming. Mu Feifei jumped up and rushed to open the door. Hello, my little baby, I missed you so much. Lin Xian was about to open his arms and hug Mu Feifei when he suddenly saw Mu Qingya from the corner of his eye. Fuck, someone was here. Lin Xian heard from Mu Feifei that her parents were not here, so Lin Xian became bold, but Mu Feifei was shocked, and then Lin Xian reacted quickly. He put his arm over her head and walked to Mu Qingya with open arms. It seemed that it was nothing. Mu Feifei patted her chest. Fuck, she was scared to death. Lin Xian hugged Mu Qingya's delicate body. Mu Qingya blushed. If it was only Mu Feifei, it would be fine, but there was Qin Yijuan next to her. Anyway, she couldn't stand to show affection in front of others. This was because of her personality. You smell like smoke. Mu Qingya pushed Lin Xian away. This is called masculinity. Isn't masculinity the smell of sweat? Qin Yijuan took a bite of the apple and said, Then what is femininity? Is it also the smell of sweat? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Go away. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Mu Qingya poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Sit down and have a rest. I still have a dish to cook. Okay. Lin Xian then sat down beside Qin Yijuan casually. Violent girl, did you miss me? Lin Xian laughed. What's wrong with you? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Yijuan quickly glanced at Mu Qingya in the kitchen and breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, what's wrong with Lin Xian? He must be crazy. His girlfriend was right next to him. What was he talking about? And even if Mu Qingya couldn't hear it, Mu Feifei did. So, Qin Yijuan had a ghost in her heart. Why would she have a ghost in her heart? Because Lin Xian was brought to the interrogation room by Qin Yijuan, and something happened between the two of them, and it was very, very ambiguous. This made her feel a little guilty, especially when she heard Lin Xian's words. Wow, she felt so bad. Fuck, what's wrong with me? Lin Xian scratched his head. One look, and I can tell that you are an old pervert. Feifei, you have to pay attention to him. Although you're Qingya's younger sister, for a pervert like him, he might have some thoughts about his sister-in-law. Qin Yijuan reminded Mu Feifei. Okay. Mu Feifei nodded. In fact, she had already been. What have you been busy with recently? Lin Xian looked at Qin Yijuan and said, Nothing. I'm just working normally. I'm not as busy as you. Qin Yijuan shrugged and said, I'm not busy. Although I'm not at home all day, I'm out traveling and flirting with girls. Oh, do you dare to say this in front of Qingya? Qin Yijuan raised her eyebrows. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed and then said, Let me tell you, in this family, I'm the boss. Mu Qingya has to do my laundry and cook for me. If I tell her to go east, she won't dare to go west. What's there that I don't dare to say in front of her? I'm the boss. Sister, you're here. Mu Feifei suddenly shouted. Huh? Lin Xian immediately turned his head. There was no one. Ha! Mu Feifei laughed out loud. Humph! Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes. That's it. Ahem. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. I'm starving. Let's go sit at the table first. At this moment, a figure was slowly approaching from the outside. That's right. The person who came here was the woman that Duan Lingxiao found. However, She didn't come here to help Duan Lingxiao kill someone. She didn't even know who Duan Lingxiao wanted to kill. She came here for her own business. Here it is. The woman sniffed, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. She came here to find someone. Chapter 1638. In the villa, Lin Xian and the others were sitting there and eating dinner. It was so cozy. Initially, Lin Xian wanted to invite Zhang Yang over for a drink. After all, it was such a rare opportunity. Everyone should just treat it as a gathering. However, Zhang Yang was a very ambitious person. He was still working in the middle of the night. The main reason was that he had taken off. His net worth was in the millions. It was estimated that it would not be long before his net worth reached tens of millions. He really cherished this opportunity. He meant to make an appointment tomorrow. There was still a lot of unfinished work in the company today. He had to finish it, or he would feel sorry for them. Lin Xian smiled. It was a good thing. I say, one of you usually practices, and the other usually runs around and has nothing to do. Are you planning to do this? You two are in a relationship. Don't make the relationship between husband and wife unharmonious. Qin Yijuan said, while peeling the shrimp. Mu Qingya ignored Qin Yijuan's husband and wife. But ignoring it did not mean that she was not moved. What husband and wife? They were obviously just boyfriend and girlfriend. Whether they were married or not was still unknown. After Qin Yijuan finished speaking, she dipped the shrimp meat in the soup and was about to eat it. Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the shrimp meat in his hand, then swallowed it in one bite. Qin Yijuan, hey! Qin Yijuan was furious. I say, you women, you have to peel the shrimp to eat. It's so troublesome. Lin Xian said happily. Humph. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Ask your girlfriend to peel it for you. I don't want it. Little Qingya can eat it herself. It's so delicious. I feel sorry for her. You don't have to peel it for me. Lin Xian said. Humph. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You peel it for me. Qin Yijuan? What are you thinking? Qin Yijuan glared at Lin Xian. Hey. We are friends, and I helped you. It's reasonable for you to peel it for me, right? Qin Yijuan glared at Lin Xian. I give up. Qingya, aren't you going to say anything? Mu Qingya glanced at them and said, I'm used to it. Hey, sister-in-law, don't just eat by yourself. Show your filial piety to your brother-in-law. Peel some for me. Bah, peel it yourself. Don't you have hands? That's how it has to be. We can't let him be so arrogant. Otherwise, he'll probably have a mistress outside. Qin Yijuan said. Cough, cough. Lin Xian and the other two instantly reacted a little too strongly. It can't be. Why are you guys reacting so strongly? Qin Yijuan opened her mouth. Mu Qingyao was a little embarrassed. Fuck, don't tell me you already have a mistress? Yes, it was inevitable for a man to be so rich. The flowers at home were not as fragrant as the wildflowers. Even Qingya, who was so beautiful, was not enough. Bah, die. No, I don't have a mistress. Lin Xian said hurriedly. That's true, Mu Feifei murmured. Did he have a mistress or another girlfriend? Qingya, you have to control him. Mu Qingya nodded. Yes, I know. Damn, men are all the same. If you find out in the future, come to me. I'll help you beat the mistress. I can lead a team. Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly felt something and frowned. Something was wrong. Hey, say something. Qin Yijuan looked at him. Sure, I'm going out. You guys eat. Don't go out. With that, Lin Xian walked out. They looked at each other. What's going on? They felt something was wrong. Because Mu Qingya and the others knew about the martial arts world, and Lin Xian was a very strong martial artist. If it was before, they would be suspicious. But now they were suspicious. Could it be that a martial artist was approaching here? Lin Xian walked out and walked into the group of villas that didn't seem out of the ordinary. When Lin Xian reached a certain spot, he stopped in his tracks. It was getting late, and there weren't many people in the villa. These rich people rarely came out for a walk. There's no need to hide, right? Come out. Lin Xian said lightly. Didn't they say that there aren't many martial artists in this era? Why is there someone here with a high cultivation level? A woman's voice sounded. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the tree in front of him. A woman was standing on the tree. This era? You just woke up? Lin Xian frowned. Oh, I remember you. She stood there and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. You remember me? Well, you're a very good man. You destroyed D. Xian's tomb by yourself. Lin Xian said, You're from D. Xian's tomb. Lin Xian wasn't too surprised, but where was she? Why didn't he notice? In fact, it was normal that Lin Xian didn't notice because Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight didn't look at the crowd. Or rather, he didn't look carefully. It was normal that Lin Xian didn't notice her sneaking into the crowd. It just so happens that killing you can be considered as revenge for the king. But why don't I want to kill you? The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she licked her lips. King, to be honest, this title made Lin Xian quite sensitive. Why? Because normal people called King Zhou of Shang Emperor. If they called her king, she might be King Zhou of Shang's woman. Normally, women who might be King Zhou of Shang would be called king. You're King Zhou of Shang's woman. Well, you can say that. Whoosh! Then she landed in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian released his eye of spiritual insight. Beautiful. However, Lin Xian suddenly frowned. Why was Lin Xian surprised? Because of her appearance. No wonder I didn't notice you. You've changed your appearance. Oh, you can see through my disguise? She looked at Lin Xian with interest. Why did she talk so much to Lin Xian? First, Lin Xian was a little special. She had seen most of Lin Xian's powerful moves in D. Xian's tomb. She felt that this person was not simple and might be of great help to her. Second, he wasn't very strong. In her eyes, he could control life and death at will, so she wasn't very worried. However, on second thought, even Grand Preceptor Wen had died at his hands, so she was still a little wary. Although she hadn't been there at the time, she'd left a trace of her consciousness there, so she knew what had happened. However, the more important reason was that she wanted this person to be on her side and not her enemy. To put it simply, in her eyes, Lin Xian was valuable, and he was very valuable. I know why you're here. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1639. This woman gave Lin Xian a very dangerous feeling. But that was not important. The most important thing was this woman's true appearance. Her appearance was exactly the same as Qin Yijuan's. That's right. They were exactly the same. That was very strange. Why would she have the same appearance as Qin Yijuan? But Lin Xian knew that her purpose for coming here was not for him, Lin Xian, but for Qin Yijuan. No matter what, Lin Xian would not let her get close to Qin Yijuan so easily. Lin Xian was not sure if it was a good or bad thing. Oh, tell me about it. The woman's lips curled up as she looked at Lin Xian. There's a woman in the villa who looks exactly like you. You're here to look for her, right? It seems that you can really see through me. Interesting. Follow me. In the future, you'll be above everyone else. How about that? Ha ha. Lin Xian laughed out loud. I say, you people are really interesting. Oh, why do you say that? Each of you is really ambitious. Below one person and above everyone else. If all of you say that, then who is really above everyone else? You? Can you? Lin Xian looked at her. They can't, but I can. Really? I wonder where you get your confidence from. She smiled. Once the entire Deshang was mine. King Zhou of Shang was below me. What do you think? Lin Xian frowned. Deshang was hers? King Zhou of Shang was below her? But King Zhou of Shang was the emperor of Deshang. How could it be? Could it be that King Zhou of Shang was her puppet? Or could it be that she controlled King Zhou of Shang? Could it be that she was the true master of Deshang? Wait, Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Su Daji, where did this femme fatale come from? It was this Su Daji. She had bewitched King Zhou of Shang. The reason why King Zhou of Shang was a tyrant was because a woman named Su Daji had bewitched him. This was a rumor that could not be verified. However, according to this rumor, if Su Daji had bewitched King Zhou of Shang, then Su Daji's control of King Zhou of Shang and the Shang dynasty seemed reasonable. And she was indeed beautiful. Qin Yijuan was truly very beautiful. if she continued to cultivate and improve her seductive temperament. To be honest, she definitely had the capital to bring disaster to all living beings. Then Qin Yijuan, oh, quite a lot. But you might be wrong about one thing. I'm not Sudaji. Lin Xian frowned. Then, she raised her hand to look at Lin Xian and pointed in another direction. In that direction, 3 heads poked out from a room on the 2nd floor. They were Qin Yijuan, Mu Qingya, and Mu Feifei. They didn't know what was going on. Anyway, they didn't leave the room, so they wondered if they could see something from the window. Then they came to the window on the 2nd floor and really saw Lin Xian standing there with a woman. At first, they felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Lin Xian was deliberately pretending and was actually secretly dating with the girls here? But thinking about it, this person didn't have to do this, right? Especially Mu Qingya. She felt that since she knew that Lin Xian had more than one girlfriend, he didn't have to do this, right? Moreover, the 2 of them didn't seem to be acting intimately. Seeing the woman pointing at them, the 3 girls quickly retracted their heads. Look, this woman is pointing at us. Maybe she's another woman Lin Xian found outside, but she didn't know that Lin Xian was your girlfriend and was fooled by him. Now, she's pointing at you and confronting Lin Xian. I think that's possible. Qin Yijuan said. I don't think so. Mu Qingya shook her head. Damn. Qin Yijuan didn't say anything. Lin Xian frowned and looked over. Obviously, this woman was definitely not pointing at Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei, but at Qin Yijuan, because Qin Yijuan looked exactly like her. You mean, the woman who looks exactly like you is Sudaji? Lin Xian looked at her and said, Yes, and I'm here to kill her. She licked her lips. She's your older sister or younger sister. You want to kill her? Is there a problem? So, are you going to help me or stop me? If you help me, I'll give you glory and wealth. If you stop me, I'll make you go down together. The woman was full of confidence. Back then, when Sudaji entered the world, she met King Zhou of Shang and fell in love with Sudaji. After that, Sudaji's older sister, Sudalin, was the woman in front of Lin Xian now, and they were biological sisters. But for the demon clan, sometimes family was not that important. Not to mention the demon clan, sometimes even family was not that important to some people of the human clan. Back then, Sudalin was very ambitious. Her ambition made her realize that King Zhou of Shang actually liked her younger sister. This was a great opportunity for her because it was King Zhou of Shang. With King Zhou of Shang's help, she might have the capital to fulfill her ambitions. Then, she killed her younger sister. Why did she kill her? Because only by killing her could she be done once and for all. Otherwise, even if she explained it to her clearly, if she appeared somewhere, the fact that she was pretending to be Sudaji might be exposed. Moreover, she had said it at that time, but Sudaji had tried her best to oppose her ambition. They were on completely different sides. Therefore, she killed Sudaji and became Sudaji, King Zhou of Shang's most beloved concubine. Now that she had awakened, why did she have to kill Sudaji? The current Sudaji was only a reincarnation and did not have the cultivation she once had. After all, she had done this before. If she allowed such a great threat to continue living in this world, it would be a disaster. In for a penny, in for a pound. Moreover, she needed to devour Sudaji's demonic power. Even if she did not have any demonic power now, it was still a great supplement to her. After devouring it, her cultivation could at least return to its peak. As for King Zhou of Shang, she definitely did not like him. Now, if King Zhou of Shang died, then so be it. Perhaps this is not important for now. I want to know, why are you in hibernation? Why are you awakening at this time? To Lin Xian, this was already an enemy. But so what if she was an enemy? She had not made a move yet. It was obvious that this woman was very conceited. If he could get this information from her, it would be very important for Lin Xian. Chapter 1640. Sudalin's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. You brat, are you trying to stall for time or what? Do you think stalling for time is useful? Either you follow me or you die. You choose. Lin Xian smiled and said, Looks like you don't know. Trying to goad me? Sudalin sneered. Childish brat, if that's the case, I won't waste my breath with you. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of energy erupted from her body. The energy that she released caused both her and Lin Xian to disappear from where they stood. Back then, she had devoured that woman. After devouring her, she had obtained an ability. That ability was to obtain that woman's memories. Therefore, although she was once a person, she was now completely familiar with some things in modern society. She also knew about things like surveillance cameras, so she definitely didn't want to be discovered at the moment. Therefore, she released a burst of power and brought Lin Xian into her domain. Well, although she could easily control Lin Xian's life and death, to be honest, she was still afraid of the power Lin Xian had displayed before. She felt that it was better to be careful and get rid of him first. In the darkness, Lin Xian and her stood there facing each other. Lin Xian sensed for a moment. He didn't know the specific effects of this domain, but Lin Xian could sense this woman's realm. Great Void Stage, 7 stars. She was indeed very strong. Furthermore, it was definitely not her full cultivation. It was just that she had not fully recovered. However, it was still alright. After all, Lin Xian had killed a 5 stars absolute Void Stage martial artist. Hence, it was still acceptable that she was now a 7 stars absolute Void Stage martial artist. Ha ha, Lin Xian chuckled. Since you've said it, you should know that I've killed your grand tutor, one who was at the 5 stars of the virtuous Void Stage. Do you think that you, who is only at the 7 stars of the virtuous Void Stage, can take advantage of me? Ha ha, you're quite confident. Otherwise, why would I dare to come out and look for you? Lin Xian twisted his neck and said, Oh, is that so? Then let me test your strength. But you have to understand that you are now in my domain. Then, her pupils glowed pink. Of course, Lin Xian knew that this was her domain, so he had been wary of this domain from the very beginning. Only when the power of the domain erupted did Lin Xian understand that the effect of this domain was to make Lin Xian lose his consciousness. Simply put, he would be charmed by this woman. Once charmed, it was equivalent to losing all ability to move and fight. He was quite strong, but no matter what, her powers belonged to the bewitching category. Even though Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight seemed to be the ability of his eyes, as long as Lin Xian activated it, he wasn't afraid of these fancy effects at all. Therefore, Lin Xian stood there without any clues. He opened his hands and held the Xianyuan sword and the holy sword in his hands at the same time. Lin Xian could guarantee that he would be fine, but Lin Xian didn't dare to say that he could kill her. Previously, Lin Xian relied purely on poison to kill Grand Preceptor One. Now, Lin Xian didn't have this poison, so he didn't have the capital to kill this woman. But now, no matter what, Lin Xian must solve this matter. If he couldn't, then whether it was himself, Qin Yijuan, or anyone else, they might be in danger. Xianyuan's sword. Suda Lin's eyes looked at the sword in Lin Xian's hand. At that time, she also saw it with her divine sense, but she wasn't sure. But now she was sure. This must be the Xianyuan sword. She felt that it was a little ridiculous. Why would such a divine weapon fall into the hands of a brat? She felt that it was a little unbelievable, but she wanted it. This was definitely the top power in this world. It didn't seem strong, but that was because he might not even have released 1/10,000th of the Xianyuan sword's power. To be honest, after confirming that it was the Xianyuan sword in his hand, she didn't dare to make a move at that moment. Because if the Xianyuan sword erupted with a powerful force, she wouldn't even know how she died. But according to the previous situation, although he held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, he shouldn't have the capital to release the true power of the Xianyuan sword, right? It should be that the seal on the Xianyuan sword hadn't been completely removed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the capital to hold the Xianyuan sword as a domain realm cultivator. And now, the most important thing was that he was actually fine. He was in her domain, so why was he fine? As expected of a magical brat, to be able to live peacefully in my domain. Suda Lin's beautiful eyes narrowed. So, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian said indifferently. Do you think that with the Xianyuan sword in your hand, you're a match for me? Do you think that Grand Preceptor One is on the same level as me? Then, The shadow of a fox's tail appeared behind her. To be honest, I don't really want to make a move on you. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He couldn't really control the Xianyuan sword, and the specific reason might be that his cultivation level wasn't high enough. He really couldn't do anything to this woman, but Lin Xian still had the system. There were still things in the system that could be exchanged. For example, this Lin Xian definitely wouldn't force a fight with her, because Lin Xian wouldn't gain anything from it. If he could avoid a fight, naturally he would do so. If he couldn't, then he could only use other methods. Lin Xian originally wanted to scare her, but he didn't manage to do so. So he could only use this. Oh, she sneered, and at the same time, her voice sounded, "Do you mean that even if you make a move, it'll still be useful?" To be honest, she didn't really want to kill the person in front of her, because he was indeed very special. But now, the Xianyuan sword in Lin Xian's hand was very tempting to her. So, if Lin Xian didn't surrender, then she could only kill him. Well, you could try. Pretentious. Then, Su Dalin's strength erupted as she charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out something in his hand. Su Dalin saw it, but she didn't know what it was. She was careful that it was the poison that killed Grand Preceptor One. However, Lin Xian didn't have that poison, so he couldn't exchange it. He could only exchange it once. And this time, Lin Xian exchanged for her. Power Seal. That's right. To put it simply, after Lin Xian exchanged for this item, as long as her cultivation level was below the Heavenly Dao realm, then Lin Xian could seal her cultivation level, turning her into an ordinary person. As for the time, it could take 3 days or even longer. It was still very useful, and it was worth using now. Chapter 1641. Plop. Su Dalin's body fell to the ground in midair. She rolled twice on the ground, then quickly stood up. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xian, dumbfounded. At the same time, they had already come out of Su Dalin's domain and stood on the passage in the villa complex. Su Dalin tried again. Where was her spiritual power? Why couldn't she use her own spiritual power? Her cultivation was still there, but she had no spiritual power. What? What did you do? Her face had completely changed. She couldn't imagine why. Her worldview had collapsed. This was completely beyond her understanding. Say, even if you have some ability to seal her power, you should at least make her fall for it, right? For example, a poisonous needle, or something she ate, or the power of a spiritual weapon. But you didn't. She saw Lin Xian take out something she didn't know, but he didn't release any power. She suddenly lost her power. Lin Xian slowly walked over. Can we talk now? With that, Lin Xian dragged her to a place where there was no one. Then, he released his spatial power and brought her to an absolutely desolate place. Su Dalin was doubting her life. She sat on the ground, dumbfounded. Had her, Lin Xian sat on a rock in front of her, then crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. In the middle of the night, the flame of the cigarette shone on Lin Xian's face. Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. Don't think about why. Lin Xian took a puff, then said, You should think about what you can do to survive. If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of using my hands. You should know that. So if you could be obedient, maybe I won't kill you. I believe you cherish your life more than anyone else. Su Dalin sat there and looked at Lin Xian. She lost. She definitely didn't expect this. She didn't underestimate this person anymore, but why? She was really doubting her life now. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to compromise. Damn it. She was convinced. What's going on? Was this person too special, or were there a lot of such people in this era? I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a little brat. Su Dalin laughed self-mockingly. But as for whether she was mocking herself or putting on an act to show her weakness to Lin Xian, only she knew. And Lin Xian definitely wouldn't let his guard down just because of her. For such a person, even if her spiritual power was sealed, she might still have the power to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian still maintained a certain distance from her. Give that to me. Lin Xian pointed at the spatial ring on her finger. Su Dalin was a smart woman. She took it off and threw it to Lin Xian. Shwa! Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure disappeared from the spot. because behind the spatial ring, Su Lin threw out a silver needle. Lin Xian was already mentally prepared and easily dodged it. Su Dalin failed. She was completely out of options now. Lin Xian stood not far from her. He reached out, and the spatial ring fell into his hand. I advise you to stop doing this kind of thing. Do you think that I won't kill you because you're valuable to me? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Then he flashed in front of her and reached out to grab her neck, lifting her up. Awesome. Previously, this woman had the upper hand, but now it was his turn. But Lin Xian felt terrible. She looked exactly the same as Qin Yijuan. How was Lin Xian supposed to defend her? Lin Xian was soft-hearted, so he felt that it was best not to kill Lin Xian. But he had no choice. Lin Xian could only kill him. Then, Lin Xian threw her aside and took a puff of his cigarette. Su Lin had accepted her fate. How can I survive? Su Lin asked. Lin Xian laughed. Survive? I said, it depends on whether you're obedient or not. Originally, you had a 50% chance of surviving, but because you attacked me, it's probably only 10% now. Then there's still hope, right? Then can you return my cultivation base to me? I promise you that I won't touch you. That won't do. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Su Lin stood up and looked at Lin Xian. This woman was very dangerous. Lin Xian didn't dare to face her lightly. Now you can answer my question. Tell me about your relationship with Su Daiji. Su Lin stood there and told Lin Xian many stories. You're really ruthless. You even killed your own sister. If the first time isn't enough, you're going to kill her a second time. Su Lin laughed and said, what can I do? For the demon race, there's not much demand in this aspect. Moreover, if I don't kill her, what will I do when my sister grows up and awakens? Is that the only reason? That's really the only reason. My sister's talent and strength are much stronger than mine. For the demon race, her lifespan is so long. If I don't kill her, the wildfire won't burn her out. She'll be reborn when the spring breeze blows. Then, the one who dies will be me, right? Lin Xian tapped his chin lightly. So, why didn't you think of this when you attacked and killed your sister? With your meticulousness, you should have thought of this, but you still let her reincarnate. Lin Xian looked at her. Su Lin paused, then smiled and said, it's nothing. I just forgot. After all, it's the first time I did such a thing. I killed my own sister. Isn't it normal that I didn't think about it so thoroughly? For example, this time, I had to destroy her spirit. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. That's quite ruthless. Then, there's a question that I'm very concerned about. Other than the people of the Shang dynasty, many other dynasties, and even some people who are thousands of years away from you, chose to awaken at this time. So, what exactly made you wake up at this time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is weak? You can tell me this, right? Of course, you can choose not to tell me. Then, you'll definitely die. If you tell me, maybe you can still live. Of course, I'm just saying maybe, Lin Xian said as he smoked. About this, Su Lin furrowed her brows. Why? You can't tell me? It's not that I can't tell you. I'm just thinking about how to make you believe me, Su Lin said. Chapter 1642. Lin Xian looked at Su Dalin. You don't have to think about what to say. You just have to speak the truth. Su Dalin pondered for a moment before saying, actually, this all originated from a legend. Legend? Heh, don't talk nonsense with me. So many of you will seal yourselves for a legend? What a joke. Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Xian snorted. Su Dalin pondered for a moment before continuing. Perhaps it's a legend, but it's a legend that has been completely verified. Therefore, rather than a legend, you can also call it the truth. What legend? Lin Xian asked. Legend has it that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this era will reach an unimaginable low. In other words, this era will be the most barren era for warriors. Oh, then why did you all come out in this era? Su Dalin said, I'm not done yet. Although that's the case, after this era, the continent will experience an unprecedented era of prosperity. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this era will far surpass that of the era of the gods. The era of the gods gave birth to descendants such as Niwa, Pangu, and other powerful beings. After that, it was our era. The strongest aura was Jiangxia, Neza, and the others. They were also considered powerful beings, but compared to Nuwa and Pangu, they were still lacking. Therefore, you say, she looked at Lin Xian and said, back in our era, the strongest was nothing more than this. However, this era will reach a level of prosperity that was never seen in the eras of Pangu and Nuwa. In this era, we have the opportunity to become almighty beings. We have already reached the heavenly path realm. After awakening and recovering our cultivation, we will be able to seize this opportunity when the time comes. Lin Xian frowned. Holy shit, there is such a thing? Although the special method of hibernation is dangerous, because you may even die during the hibernation and you won't even know who killed you. However, there is no passage of time during this period. For the heavenly Tao, one's lifespan is only a few thousand years. Even if I'm from the demon clan, so many years have already passed. Even if I can live until the arrival of this era, I don't have that much time to reach that realm. Therefore, I can only hibernate together. Those people you mentioned in the last 1,000 years must have heard about this matter. So those with the ability naturally chose to seal themselves and hibernate, waiting for the arrival of this era. The truth? Su Dalan laughed and said, even if it's false, what's the point of saying it to you? What's in it for me? Lin Xian lit another cigarette. How much longer? According to legend, half a year. Lin Xian. So, in half a year, all the demons and experts will appear. That's right. When that time comes, this world will no longer be like this. It will be a world where humans, demons, and even all sorts of evil will coexist. Peace will no longer exist. Therefore, I'm reminding you that before this era arrives, if you have the ability, unify this place. When the era arrives, you will be the person in charge here. You will also be in charge of the most treasures and heaven-earth spiritual items. You are also the most likely to have the qualifications to reach that realm. Therefore, follow me, and I'll promise you a future. Lin Xian laughed and said, I say you are really interesting. I can easily control your life and death, but you still want me to follow you. Su Dalan laughed and said, you can't possibly ask me to follow you, right? Wouldn't that be a joke? Yeah, Lin Xian stroked his chin and said, I think it's feasible. Su Dalan frowned. Your words have earned you a chance to live. Follow me and be my underling, and I will spare your life. If you are obedient, I won't forget about you if there are any benefits in the future. Su Dalan's beautiful eyes narrowed. You are not qualified. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning struck her. In terms of strength, I may not be as good as you, but that's not important. What's important is, which one will you choose? Su Dalan stood up and patted the dust off her body. Then, it seems that I can only choose the latter. Lin Xian laughed and said, no one will go against their own life, unless they don't want to live. However, you have a ticking time bomb by your side. Aren't you worried? Therefore, I suggest that you release the seal, and I won't be calculative with you. Lin Xian laughed. I say you are really interesting. However, you don't have to worry about whether I am afraid or not. You are a ticking time bomb by my side. Bang! An alchemy cauldron landed in front of them. What are you doing? Lin Xian then released a spatial seal to seal her in place. Refining pills. Half an hour later, a bolt of lightning struck, and Lin Xian finished refining the pill. Su Dalan watched him refine the pill. She also knew that the pill he refined was definitely not simple. After all, it attracted a bolt of lightning, so it must be a relatively powerful pill. The lid of the alchemy cauldron opened, and a burst of poisonous energy burst out. Lin Xian took out a pill from inside and walked towards Su Dalan. Eat it. Lin Xian handed it over. What is this? Something that will make you obedient. You want me to be your puppet? Then I would rather die. Lin Xian laughed and said, no, 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 you won't be a puppet. Don't worry, it will only make you obedient. After speaking, Lin Xian pinched her mouth and fed her the poisonous pill. Cough, cough. Su Dalan coughed a few times. She was convinced. She never expected that she, who is so good at strategizing, will be defeated by a brat. Once the entire Great Shang was hers, but now you can forget about finding a way to detoxify this poisonous pill. I'm sure you've seen how my poison can seal your power. The effect of the poisonous pill is very simple. You'll be fine normally, but as long as you have crooked thoughts about me and plot against me, then you'll suffer. Is that so? Sudalin did not believe it. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and then her entire body was in unbearable pain. It was true. It was over. Lin Xian laughed and said, "What? You still want to try? Then you could try again." Sudalin laughed bitterly. "What do you want me to do? I never wanted you to do anything. I just wanted to make you less threatening." "Oh, right, this poisonous pill has another effect. It could be considered a mother and child pill. If I die, you'll die too." Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Sudalin's pupils shrank. Chapter 1643. Sudalin really had no other choice. She was really cured. "Then can you return my cultivation to me now?" Sudalin asked. I don't really want it right now. It depends on your performance." "All right, you have a mission from now on." "Sudalin, I'm sure you know the 3 girls in the villa, including your sister." Sudalin frowned. "Protect them well. You want me to protect a few people? Who do you think I am? The entire Dashang used to belong to me. You want me to protect a few useless people? You haven't gotten used to your current identity yet. You're now a prisoner." Lin Xian. Sudalin was speechless for a moment. Actually, Lin Xian was quite assured of her. Why? To a very ambitious person, life was even more precious. She definitely wouldn't fight to the death with him. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't intend to treat her badly unless she was disobedient. "All right," Sudalin said. "As for your sister, what are your plans?" Lin Xian asked. "Didn't you say so? Protect her well. You're worth teaching." Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Don't worry. There are too many ways to deal with your sister. It's normal for her to awaken her memories. Just pretend that you're very close to her. You don't need me to teach you this, right? Then when can you return my cultivation to me?" "In a few days." "All right. Now, I'll show you why I'm confident that you can follow me," Lin Xian said. Then Lin Xian took out a pill. "What's this? How long will it take for your cultivation to recover to the heavenly Tao? I need a recover pill. If you don't have one, you can just devour my sister." Lin Xian threw the pill to her. "When the time comes, I'll help you refine the great recovery pill. When you consume it at the heavenly Tao realm, you'll be able to raise your cultivation by 2 realms. As for whether it's real or fake, you should be able to sense the spiritual energies in the pill. Besides, there's no need for me to lie to you. You have already consumed the poison, so there's no need for me to do anything else." Sudalin looked at Lin Xian. "Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? If I was afraid of that, do you think I would give you this?" Sudalin pondered for a moment. To be honest, although this person's realm was ordinary, the things he took out really surprised her. Moreover, the Xian Yuan sword was also in his hand. This person really didn't seem to be so simple. "Then when are you going to refine it for me?" "We'll talk about it when you become obedient." Sudalin nodded. "Okay, no problem." Now that she thought about it, she didn't seem to have lost anything. Instead, she could use him to break through. If she didn't have this pill, even if she recovered to her peak, to the demon race, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for her to reach the 2-star realm. However, because of this pill, she was still very excited. Of course, the prerequisite was that this pill was real. However, what Lin Xian said also made a lot of sense. Moreover, she could feel the terrifying spiritual energy and medicinal power from this pill. She felt that it was real. No matter what, this pill was definitely not an ordinary pill. Moreover, it was definitely not a poisonous pill. It was very easy to distinguish between a poisonous pill and an ordinary pill. She would first find an opportunity to see if she could cure herself of the poison. Once her poison was cured, she would have nothing to worry about. It wasn't that she couldn't accept living under someone else's roof. After all, although she used to control the Great Shang dynasty, she had always relied on King Zhou. In fact, she was already used to it. She only needed this real power. No, but this time, she didn't only want real power. She wanted everything. "Let's go back and meet them." "Are you sure? You'll be living there in the future." What's there to not be sure about? Lin Xian said. Lin Xian didn't plan to let her live in a secret place. They would live together. He believed that with the kindness of those girls, she would slowly be infected. Moreover, Lin Xian was confident that she wouldn't betray him. In fact, your own pill, just now, had subdued her. Moreover, although this woman was ruthless and unscrupulous, Lin Xian could still see that she had a normal human nature. She wouldn't go so far as to say that she had lost her humanity. Why? Yes, although she killed her sister, she didn't destroy her soul. The so-called forgetting should be an excuse. She did it on purpose. Although her sister died in that life, her sister could reincarnate and start a new life. Perhaps from a human's point of view, this matter was still cruel. However, from the point of view of a top cultivator, as long as her soul wasn't destroyed, she wasn't really dead. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. All right. Then Lin Xian released the power of space and left with Su Dalin. Sister, what do you think Lin Xian is doing? Don't tell me he wouldn't have sex? Mu Feifei sat there and rested her chin on her hand. Qin Yijuan, Mu Qingya. This Mu Feifei was really something. Every time she spoke, she could kill them. I don't know. I hope he's fine. She hadn't come back for so long. To be honest, she was really worried. Click! Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Hey! The three girls hurried over. What happened? What happened? They asked hurriedly. There's something more important. Lin Xian. What? It's about you. Lin Xian looked at Qin Yijuan. Me? Qin Yijuan frowned. Do you believe in reincarnation? Because they were already martial artists, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Moreover, according to Su Dalin, in half a year, the earth would have a different appearance, and even the spiritual power of heaven and earth would reach an unimaginable level. The entire earth would know a lot of things, and their worldview would change. They just knew in advance. Reincarnation is rebirth. Is it true? This can't be true, right? Lin Xian nodded. It's true. And then? Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian. You have a sister. Qin Yijuan. She was your sister many years ago. Of course, she can be said to be your sister now. She didn't reincarnate, but you did. Now she's here to look for you. I'm afraid you can't accept it, so I'm telling you in advance. Don't ask too much about your previous life, and you don't need to know. You just need to know that she was your sister in your previous life. The three girls, their heads were buzzing. What? What was this? Were they shooting a movie? Chapter 1644. Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian dumbfoundedly. Hey, if you're possessed or controlled by someone, blink 3 times. Qin Yijuan touched Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian, sister, I'm serious. But isn't what you said a little too fantastical? You've already come into contact with cultivation and know about the existence of many things. Why, you don't believe this? It's not that I don't believe it. I just feel that it's unimaginable. Qin Yijuan shook her head and said, yes, for a normal person, when you know that there are people in this world who cultivate, your worldview will collapse. But fortunately, this is at least something you can imagine. But reincarnation, although it has been shown in many TV shows, when it really appears in front of you, it's really hard to accept. Especially when someone tells you that you've died before and now you're reincarnated. You have an older sister from your previous life, and now she's coming to find you. Fuck, who can withstand this? So I'm telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. Qin Yijuan nodded. The 2 girls beside her were also stunned when they heard this. Then where is she? Qin Yijuan asked. Come in, Lin Xian said, and then Su Dalin swayed her body and walked in. What the fuck? Mu Feifei's mouth was wide open. What? Who can withstand this? It's exactly the same. It's really exactly the same, only the hairstyle is different. But this sister's hairstyle doesn't cover her face, so you can tell at a glance that it's exactly the same. Aren't they fucking twins? Because they were very familiar with Qin Yijuan when they saw Su Dalin, it was really too familiar. Qin Yijuan was also dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the ground. What the fuck? She was dumbfounded. Okay. It's okay that she had an older sister in her previous life, and it's okay that this older sister came to find her, but Why does she look exactly the same as her? If her parents knew about this, wouldn't they go crazy? What? Mu Feifei moved closer to Su Dalin, then reached out and poked Su Dalin's face. So tender, it's a real person. Aren't you a fool? If this isn't a real person, then what is? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Su Dalin was very unhappy, but she still had to smile. Bastard! How dare a lowly human poke him in the face? Bastard! Let me see if you're in disguise. What if you're lying? Big sister, what good does it do for me to lie? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. That's true. Qin Yijuan was dumbfounded. What the hell? She, why does she look like me? She knew her own appearance all too well. Now that a woman who looked like her had appeared out of nowhere, she was completely dumbfounded. But this woman's age, she just looked like she was a few years older than her. She might be in her mid-20s, but she looked exactly the same. Because you were twins at that time, and the reincarnation of a person will not change their appearance, so you are the same. Lin Xian said, so that's how it is. Qin Yijuan looked at Su Dalin. Hello, my name is Su Dalin. Su Dalin? Wow, what a beautiful name. Do you know Su Daji? Mu Feifei asked casually as a joke. I know her. Su Dalin's lips curled up slightly. Big sister, you're lying. What do you want to drink? Wine, Su Dalin said. Then I'll get it for you. Big sister, take a seat. We're just having dinner. Let's eat together. Mu Qingya also nodded. Big sister. Senior, please take a seat. Lin Xian held back his laughter. This Mu Qingya was really interesting. Su Dalin sat down and looked at the food on the table, frowning slightly. Is this the food you have now? Then she picked up her chopsticks. She was very outgoing and directly treated this place as her home. Because there were a lot of seasonings now, the food they made must be 100 times more delicious than at that time. Then she casually took a bite, and her beautiful eyes lit up. To be honest, this surprised her. Well, yes. Mu Feifei then took a bottle of red wine and walked over. Qin Yijuan sat there and kept looking at Su Dalin. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. Su Dalin nodded in satisfaction and then continued to eat the food. Hey, big sister, did you come here just to eat? Don't you have anything to say? Lin Xian said. Su Dalin paused and then looked at Qin Yijuan. Qin Yijuan hurriedly sat down. She really didn't know what to say. I'll teach you cultivation in the future, Su Dalin said to Qin Yijuan. Ah, okay. Qin Yijuan nodded. Big sister Su, which era are you from? Mu Feifei asked. Shang. Wow, Mu Feifei exclaimed. That's a long time. Then you must be super powerful. They couldn't help being surprised. Well, I'm just average. Hearing this, Su Dalin was a little embarrassed. Originally, she wanted to say that she was quite powerful, but with Lin Xian sitting next to her, she felt that she still couldn't say that. Sorry. Damn. She was cured by a little kid in her 20s. What confidence did she have to say that she was powerful? Then what Big Sister said might be true. Su Daji is also from the Shang dynasty. Since Big Sister is a powerhouse from the Shang dynasty, then you really know each other. By the way, why do you have the same name? Because Su Daji is my... Lin Xian quickly interrupted and said, because at that time, there were many people with this name, and many were also called Su Daji. Then Lin Xian secretly glared at her. Su Dalin shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything. Well, okay. If Su Dalin said it out loud, wouldn't she know that Qin Yijuan was Su Daji? So that's how it is. Then sister, is Su Daji very beautiful? Just like the legend, she could charm King Zhou of Shang alone. She's the kind of femme fatale. Mu Feifei was very outgoing and talkative. Well, of course. Wow. Mu Qingya looked at Su Dalin and asked, Senior, did you wake up from a deep sleep? Just like those people? Well, yes. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian. It was just as he said. If that was the case, all the experts of the Shang dynasty would wake up from their deep slumber. Maybe Qin Shi Huang or something. Oh my God, what would Earth be like then? Wasn't it too scary? But inexplicably, she was looking forward to the appearance of those people to change some things on Earth. Maybe it was too peaceful now, but she was afraid that it would be very dangerous. Chapter 1645. The few of them chatted and chatted, but Qin Yijuan was the one who spoke the least. Now she was doubting her life. She was still in a daze. Your sister is here. Why don't you say more to her? Lin Xian asked. Well, let her calm down a little. Su Dalin glanced at her dear sister and said with a smile. She appeared to be very kind. No one would have thought that she had killed Qin Yijuan with her own hands. Now she paid more attention to the various delicacies on the table that she had never eaten before. They were really delicious. This was the most meaningful thing since she woke up. Sister, is it enough? If it's not enough, I'll make more for you. Mu Feifei looked at Su Dalin and said. Su Dalin paused and then wiped her mouth. Well, it's enough. Qin Yijuan then said. Then, how did I die in the past? You, Lin Xian said, didn't we agree that you're not allowed to ask about the past? No matter what, it was in the past or even thousands of years ago. Even if you know, what's the point? Qin Yijuan thought for a moment and then nodded. I know. Lin Xian's words were very reasonable. By the way, where will Sister Su live in the future? Mu Feifei asked. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Yes, where will she live? At first, Lin Xian thought too simply. Because think about it, the Mu family and the Qin family had a good relationship. They also knew Qin Yijuan, so they couldn't let Su Dalin live in this villa, right? They couldn't let Su Dalin live in the Qin family either. If the Qin family found out that there was a girl who looked exactly like their daughter, wouldn't they be scared to death? Then how would Su Dalin live? Would she have to disguise herself all the time? It would be inconvenient. Will she live in Sister Qin's house? Mu Feifei said. No, she'll die. Qin Yijuan quickly shook her head and said, Damn, this was absolutely not okay. Whatever. Su Dalin glanced at Lin Xian. See, you're in trouble now, aren't you? Therefore, you should just let me leave. This was the meaning behind Su Dalin's gaze. Lin Xian expressed that this was a small matter. If it doesn't work, we can get a villa next door and let her live there. But why do you have to stay here? Shouldn't she live closer to Sister Qin? Mu Feifei said. Are you stupid? She looks the same as Qin Yijuan. If Qin Yijuan's parents find out, it'll be another troublesome matter. So, it's okay to live here. Your parents are usually at the company. If they have nothing to do, they can often come here. If they can't, they can just disguise themselves a little. Lin Xian. Su Dalin shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian and Su Dalin strangely. What do you mean by Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted? Why do I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye? That's it then. Xiao Qingya, get a house next door. Do you have one next door? There's one next door. Then get one and let her live there. If you have nothing to do, you can gather there and cultivate. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded. Okay, that's all for now. I have to go do something. You guys chat. With that, Lin Xian walked away. The girls then started chatting. Lin Xian wanted them to get along well. In this way, Lin Xian felt that with their character, they should be able to slowly influence Su Dalin. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was crying. Fuck, where's that woman? Why is she gone? Didn't she say that she would be in this cave? Why is she gone? Fuck. These experts were all shameless. They had already agreed, yet they ran away. How shameless. They even lied to a junior. However, she said that she would take about a week, so she might come back in a week? What does she need to do now? It's possible. Duan Lingxiao pondered. No, I have to do something during this time. Then, Duan Lingxiao quickly left and went to find Xianyuan Qingtian. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingtian was thinking about something when Duan Lingxiao walked over. Lingxiao, you're just in time. Xianyuan Qingtian stood up. Brother Xianyuan, do you have a plan? Well, Lin Xian has returned to Jiangnan City. He's currently in the villa of the Mu Group's CEO. This is his base, so it's time to act. Originally, Xianyuan Qingtian would not tell Duan Lingxiao about this. And Duan Lingxiao did not want to tell Xianyuan Qingtian that he had a grudge against Lin Xian. However, Xianyuan Qingtian overheard Duan Lingxiao's call to the assassin last time, so he knew that Duan Lingxiao had lied to him before. They were not friends, and they were even enemies. Duan Lingxiao's explanation was that what he said before was true, but he had some friction with Lin Xian, so they were also enemies. However, they might be aware of their relationship, but on the surface, they could still get along as if they knew each other. Previously, he had secretly sent an assassin to kill Lin Xian. Xinyuan Qingtian felt that the relationship between Duan Lingxiao and Lin Xian was very similar to his relationship with Lin Xian. However, this did not cause him to distrust Duan Lingxiao. Instead, he trusted Duan Lingxiao even more. He even felt that the two of them were fated to be together. "Do you want to act now?" Duan Lingxiao asked. Xinyuan Qingtian nodded. "That's right. I've already sent people. This time, it's 5 heavenly venerables, and there's even a 9-star heavenly venerables. I don't believe that experts of this level can't kill a person." His eyes flashed with killing intent. He did not know about the news of Dongfang Shui waking up. To be precise, other than Dongfang Bai and the others, no one in the Dongfang family knew. Heavenly venerables. Duan Lingxiao pondered for a moment and said, "The heavenly venerables might not be enough." "What? The heavenly venerables are not enough? Are you kidding?" Lin Xian is in the domain realm and only has a 2-star cultivation base. It's ridiculous that even a 9-star heavenly venerables is not enough. The difference between the domain realm and the heavenly venerables is not like the difference between the law realm and the domain realm. Xinyuan Qingtian said. This was the strongest that he could invite. Any stronger than that, the great virtual realm cultivator. To be honest, he only knew that the Xinyuan family had a great void realm expert, but it was impossible for them to act for him. He thought about it for a while, but it seemed that he really could not find any other great void realm experts. Duan Lingxiao felt that it was really not enough. As for the reason, he could not give it. It might be the system. He had the system. Only the system could deal with the system. "Big brother Xinyuan, give this to them." Duan Lingxiao took out something. Chapter 1646. Only the system could defeat the system. Although Duan Lingxiao knew that the things they exchanged in the system might be different, he also knew that because of the system, Lin Xian definitely had something that could save his life. That woman might not be reliable. Now, Xinyuan Qingtian had used such a large number of experts to assassinate Lin Xian. If it was combined with the things in his system, there would be a chance of success. Without the things in his system, Duan Lingxiao felt that Lin Xian would definitely be fine. "What is this?" Xinyuan Qingtian asked. Duan Lingxiao said, "This is a very powerful thing. Its effect is very simple. As long as you use it on a target in your line of sight, you only need to think about the target in your mind. Then your spiritual power will be sealed, and you won't be able to use any spiritual power for a few days." "What? There's such a thing?" Xinyuan Qingtian looked at the thing in his hand, dumbfounded. He could understand sealing a person's spiritual power. This was a very normal power. However, what shocked him was not this, but the method of using it. As long as it was a target in his line of sight, he only needed to think about the target in his mind, and it would be directly used on him. What was the principle behind this? This went against all the theoretical principles. Yes, it did go against all the principles. However, because this was something in the system, there is no need to explain it. However, Duan Lingxiao would definitely not tell Xinyuan Qingtian that he had the system. "What the hell is this?" Duan Lingxiao said. "I got this from D. Xian's tomb. I don't know what it is exactly, but the effect is indeed like this." At that time, I was also very surprised by the existence of this thing, but I am sure that this thing is definitely real. That Lin Xian is definitely not simple. If you really want to kill him, it's best to use this. Xinyuan Qingtian pondered for a moment. "Well, okay, I'll believe you this time." The main reason was that he had the same goal as Duan Lingxiao. He believed that if Duan Lingxiao really wanted to kill Lin Xian, he would definitely do his best. Okay, as for Lin Xian, he was already prepared for this. Why did he say that? This was because Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian would definitely want to seize the opportunity to kill him here on Earth. Moreover, he had the system, so he would definitely seize the opportunity. Moreover, there was also Xinyuan Qingtian. Lin Xian was already prepared. He had even prepared a special item to fight against the system. This was also why Lin Xian didn't really want to kill Su De Lin. Fuck, Lin Xian still needed a top-notch fighter in the virtuous realm. Tonight, Su Delin and Qin Yijuan went out to stay in a hotel. Lin Xian was still quite at ease. For an ambitious woman, she wouldn't go against her own life. Moreover, Lin Xian was actually very kind to her. He believed that she should be clear about it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Su Delin really didn't want to do anything. Now, the person she was most unhappy with was Lin Xian. It had nothing to do with other women. As for the past, she did kill her sister. However, she did deliberately not destroy her sister's soul and even helped her reincarnate. If there was no help, there was a 99% chance that she would not be able to reincarnate. She had to bring her sister to a place. She brought her sister to that place and helped her reincarnate. If you said that she was cruel, then she was indeed very cruel. However, she deliberately did not destroy her sister's soul. Anyway, it was not easy to say, "Who is that person?" In the room, Lin Xian took a shower and then got into bed. Mu Qingya asked curiously, didn't I say it? It's Qin Yijuan's sister. She's a twin. I mean, she said that she was from the Shang dynasty. Then what is her identity? What is Yijuan's identity? I'm quite curious. Mu Qingya said, Okay. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I'm not telling you. Then I won't tell you. Mu Qingya then got into bed and turned her back to Lin Xian. Hey, you can't do this. If I don't tell you, you'll turn your back to me. What? Are you going to threaten me and not have sex with me? Mu Qingya, you're crazy. Ha! Lin Xian then hugged her from behind. Qingya, I missed you so much. Absolutely not. Mu Qingya said, You probably have a lot of women outside, and there are other girls following you. Would you miss me? Mu Qingya absolutely did not believe him. Really, have a rest. Mu Qingya did not want to talk to Lin Xian about this. Do you want to do some exercise before going to bed? It's good for your body and mind. Lin Xian's hand slowly reached in. Mu Qingya pressed Lin Xian's hand. Useless beauty. It's useless to struggle. Then, there was no need to say anything else. After a quiet night, Lin Xian hugged Mu Qingya and slept until the next morning. Early the next morning, Qin Yijuan got the villa next door and quietly arranged for Su Dalin to move in. For someone of her status, she could even move in first and go through some procedures. It was a piece of cake. Last night, she had chatted a lot with Su Dalin. However, Su Dalin didn't mention a lot of things. Instead, Su Dalin asked her about it. For example, she found out more about Lin Xian, ordered takeout, and ate a lot of delicious food. In any case, she had accepted this twin sister that had appeared out of nowhere. Although it was a fantasy, she had accepted it now. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Mu Qingya had already woken up and just walked out of the shower. I'm going to cultivate. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and said, The weather is so good. Let's go out and have some fun. Okay, Mu Qingya thought for a moment and said, Okay. Although cultivation was important, she also cherished the time she spent with Lin Xian. Since they had already decided to be together, decided to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and even slept on the same bed, to her, the person was probably more important. Call your sister and let's go out and have some fun. By the way, call Qin Yijuan and her sister. Let's go out and have some fun. Okay. Qin Yijuan happened to be on the weekend. She was chatting with Su Dalin in the villa and teaching her how to use her phone. Then Mu Feifei ran over and told him about it. Let's go out and have some fun. Qin Yijuan nodded and handed a mask to Su Dalin. Put on the mask. Why don't you wear it? Su Dalin asked. Because they looked the same, it was better for one of them to dress up. Okay, I'll wear it. Qin Yijuan shrugged. Then they went out and had some fun. Chapter 1647. In the KFC, they sat in the corner, chatting and eating. This thing is delicious. Su Dalin realized that after coming to this era, she had been conquered by the variety of food available in this era. Especially every time she ate something with a new taste, it really surprised her. For example, this hamburger in front of her now. She had never eaten it before, but the first time she ate it, it was new and strange. She liked it very much. Then I'll order another one for you. Qin Yijuan said. That one. Su Dalin pointed at the grilled wings on the poster. She didn't know what that thing was, but looking at the color, it seemed to be very appetizing. Okay, Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya, Little Qingya, how much capital does the Xianyuan family have? What do you want to do? Lin Xian, just asking. Really just asking. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have asked the Dongfang family. Mu Qingya still remembered that the last time Lin Xian asked her this question, it was about the Lin family. At that time, Lin Xian wanted to destroy the Lin family, so he asked this question. Now no way? I can't imagine. Mu Qingya said, Brother-in-law, what do you want to do? I want to destroy the Xianyuan family. Uffed. Qin Yijuan, who was next to him, spat out a mouthful of porridge. Is there something wrong with you? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Go eat your food. Tisk. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes. Xianyuan family? Which Xianyuan family? Could it be the descendant of Emperor Xianyuan? Su Dalan said, Is the Xianyuan family the descendant of Emperor Xianyuan? Lin Xian asked, Is Emperor Xianyuan the yellow Emperor Xianyuan? No way, I don't know. Qin Yijuan shook her head. Su Dalan said, Maybe, or maybe it's slightly similar to his bloodline. Of course, if the so-called Xianyuan family is that Xianyuan family, in my time, the Xianyuan family was an overlord. If it developed normally, it should be an overlord now. Lin Xian, that should be it. As for the Xianyuan sword in your hand, it should have been theirs. Lin Xian shrugged. It belongs to whoever has it. Are you serious? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. No, I'm just saying. Lin Xian himself did not need to say that he would destroy such a family. He might just have the idea. However, many people were innocent. Lin Xian only needed to destroy Xianyuan Qingtian. At most, he would add some people who were related to Xianyuan Qingtian. However, when would he make his move? That was a problem. This was Lin Xian's ultimate mission. He had to find an opportunity. He believed that Xianyuan Qingtian was thinking of ways to deal with him. However, Xianyuan Qingtian was an extremely cautious person, so he might not show himself easily. However, this would depend on the opportunity. Lin Xian felt that it wouldn't be too much of a problem. They played outside for a day and then went back. Qin Yijuan went home. Su Dalin lived in the other villa. It didn't seem to matter to her, but she had learned one thing. In the evening, Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, and Mu Feifei went to Su Dalin's house next door to play with her. Damn! Mu Feifei was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. On a large coffee table, there were all kinds of food. There was milk tea, snacks, fried vegetables, fried noodles, burgers, steaks, and so on. Su Dalin was sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating delicious food. She didn't learn anything else but ordering takeout. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of yuan in her account. Of course, it was Qin Yijuan who transferred it to her. She felt that she didn't spend much money usually. In fact, how much could she spend on takeout? No matter how much she ate, how much could she spend? Su Dalin glanced at the three people who walked in and said, I say, you people are really shooting nonsense. You don't know the real history at all. Is Su Daji a human? Was she possessed by a fox demon? Isn't this a lie? She shook her head helplessly. Then why did you catch up to more than 30 episodes? Lin Xian said. Boring. Su Dalin said lightly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt that the situation was gradually getting better. What was the situation? Su Dalin, from the ambitious person in the past, gradually began to adapt to this society and began to live an ordinary life. Ordering takeout, watching TV. This was one of the effects that Lin Xian wanted to achieve by keeping her alive. Maybe she didn't care too much about this change. Sister Su, can you finish it? Mu Feifei leaned over and looked at the food. If I can't finish it, throw it away. I don't lack these things. In the past, what didn't I want? What didn't I want to eat? Su Dalin lay on the sofa and said lightly. Not to mention, the Fox clan was indeed the Fox clan. She lay there with her bare feet. To be honest, she was a little tempting, and she was definitely more tempting than Qin Yijuan, because she was a few years older than Qin Yijuan. In short, she was already at the level of a mature woman. When a mature woman did some actions or something, it was indeed the most tempting age. Sister Su, what did you do in the past? You didn't tell me when I asked you. Mu Feifei asked. Mu Feifei admired her. although she didn't seem to know why. Maybe she just felt that she was a strong person from the Shang dynasty and felt that she was very powerful. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. How could Su Lin not want to tell them? She wanted the whole world to know that she was the overlord of the Shang dynasty. She was the boss and the future king of this world. But if Lin Xian didn't want her to tell them, then she wouldn't tell them. Okay. At this time, outside, the people from the Xianyuan family also came here. At the same time, they also received the thing that Duan Lingxiao gave them. Have you confirmed the location? An old man asked indifferently. The few of them stood on the rooftop of a tall building. Yes, the location has been confirmed. It's over there. An old man pointed at the villa where Lin Xian and the others were now and said, "How many people?" So far, there are a total of 4 people. Other than our target, the others should be ordinary people in the city. Even if they aren't, their realms can't be high. That person said, "All right, listen up. Don't think about anything else when we make our move. Just follow my orders and use this thing to seal off our target's spiritual energy. Let's end this quickly. It won't be difficult to take care of a Grand Dominion realm cultivator." Yes. At this moment, Su Lin had already discovered the situation outside. With her high realm, she had already discovered the existence of those people when they were investigating her. Chapter 1648. The highest realm of those people outside was the 9 stars of the heavenly venerable realm. For example, although Su Lin's realm had not recovered yet, she was still in the Great Void stage. Moreover, she was at the 7 stars of the Great Void stage. That was not something the other party could compare to. Think about it. The other party thought that their cultivation was the strongest, so they released their divine sense to investigate the situation in the villa. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for people who were much lower than them to discover it. For example, Lin Xian did not discover the situation. Su Lin then said lightly, "Someone is here." Huh? Mu Feifei was dumbfounded, and Lin Xian directly understood what she meant. How many? Several. Lin Xian, heavenly venerables. Lin Xian. Then it seems that Lin Xian felt that it should be someone from the Xianyuan family, or someone from Duan Lingxiao's faction. It was more likely that it was someone from the Xianyuan family. Of course, it could also be an assassin. However, it was really a bit awesome for an assassin to send out a heavenly venerable. "Let's go," Lin Xian said to Su Lin. "Deity, if you don't talk nonsense, do you want me to go alone?" Annoying. Su Lin sat up angrily and put on her plush slippers. "What are you guys doing?" Mu Feifei and Mu Qingyao looked over with their beautiful eyes. "Just a small matter. You guys stay here and don't go out. Just leave it to me," Lin Xian said. "Oh, then be careful." In the past, when Lin Xian said that he had something to do, they might not take it seriously. But now, some of the things that Lin Xian said were more likely to be related to warriors, so would be accompanied by danger. "Well, don't worry. Don't go out." Lin Xian then walked out with Su Lin, who was in a bad mood. "Hey, you have to remember your identity. You are my subordinate. What's wrong with you doing something for me?" "Huh? Why do you look unhappy?" Lin Xian said. I know. Su Lin said unhappily. She just didn't like being ordered around by others. "Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't be obedient," Lin Xian said. "How are you going to teach me a lesson?" Su Lin smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. The temptation was full. "Are you trying to teach me a lesson in bed?" Su Lin licked her lips and said, Then forget it. I'd rather look for your sister than you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in women who are hugged to sleep every night, especially those who are willing to sacrifice their chastity for some benefits. I'm even less interested," Lin Xian said. "I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm still a virgin." "Lin Xian? What are you talking about? You've been with King Zhou of Shang for so many years, and you're still a virgin? Do you take me for an idiot?" It's true, because you should know what the Fox clan is best at. It's seduction and illusion. King Zhou of Shang thinks he's having sex with me every night, but in reality, he's not. It's just an illusion that I cast on him. Lin Xian, what the hell? If what Su Lin said was true, then wouldn't King Zhou of Shang be too pitiful? Hiss, what a vicious woman. I don't want that either. You just have to obediently do what you were supposed to do. When the time comes before I leave, I will observe your performance. If you perform well, I will allow your cultivation base to recover. At the same time, I will increase your cultivation base by another 2 stars, said Lin Xian. This was something that could not be helped, because Lin Xian had bet everything on Suda Lin. When he left, he definitely wouldn't be back for half a year. This was something Lin Xian was sure of. If Lin Xian could have Suda Lin, a heavenly Dao realm existence, to protect them, then Lin Xian would be more at ease. Therefore, Lin Xian might have to use the rest of his time to gain her favor. Or rather, make her believe that he could help her reach a higher realm so that she could get along well with the girls. When the time came, he sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to them. If he could do that, Lin Xian would be at ease. Suda Lin was also skeptical of Lin Xian's words. She believed him because he had used some unknown method to seal his spiritual power. She didn't believe him because it was too fantastical. She had never heard of such a thing in her time. So how could he do it? Then, are you going to return my realm to me now? Suda Lin asked. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. After all, I'll be relying on you to do it later. Following that, Lin Xian directed with his mind. Suda Lin felt the return of the surging power in her body and revealed a look of pleasant surprise. However, even if her cultivation was returned, it didn't seem like she could do anything at the moment. Damn, let's go. Then they walked out. They're out. A few experts on the rooftop noticed this and said, You're right. All of them are out? No, only 2 of them came out. Oh, is it them? Yes. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. Shua. The few of them turned their heads to look at Lin Xian and Suda Lin. It gave them a fright. It's you. When they saw Lin Xian, their eyes narrowed. He had actually discovered them? Did he not know what realm they were at or what was going on? He actually dared to come here? The rooftop was very big. Lin Xian directly released the power of space jump and disappeared on the spot. Then, they appeared in a remote place with no one around. When they landed, the few experts' pupils shrank. How did this person manage to take control of the situation? That wouldn't do. Use it. One of the experts said, Yes. Then, the expert held the thing in his hand, looked at Lin Xian, and used it directly. Then, Lin Xian felt that he couldn't use his spiritual power. What the fuck? Wasn't this the thing he used before? Duan Lingxiao. Fuck you. This must be Duan Lingxiao's doing. The person he hired. Damn it. Sure enough, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. However, Lin Xian still had Suda Lin with him. They would never have thought that there was another Suda Lin. Moreover, they would never have thought that Suda Lin was at the Great Void Realm. Otherwise, they would have sealed Suda Lin's cultivation first. After sealing Lin Xian's realm, they sneered. Do you feel that you can't use your spiritual power? The expert said. Suda Lin glanced at Lin Xian. He couldn't use his spiritual power too? Why? Wasn't this something Lin Xian used? Was she tricked? In fact, this was a rotten thing on the streets. Chapter 1649. Suda Lin began to doubt her life. Could she have been deceived by Lin Xian? But the poison pill that she had eaten was real. Her entire body was in pain at that time. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him, and then we'll go back. Okay. Then they erupted with powerful strength. Good luck. Lin Xian looked at Suda Lin beside him. Oomph. Suda Lin snorted coldly. This snort was also filled with displeasure towards Lin Xian. First, get rid of them, then have a good chat with this person about what was going on. Is a woman delusional enough to overturn the heavens? Then I'll make you despair. Let me tell you, we're all heavenly venerables. Lin Xian, so impressive. Lin Xian clapped his hands. But she's at the Great Void stage. Lin Xian then pointed at Suda Lin and said, Nonsense. Then Suda Lin's aura erupted. What? Their pupils suddenly contracted. Great Void stage. Run. One of the heavenly venerables with spatial attributes subconsciously reacted. But the moment he released his spatial power, the shadow of a fox's tail suddenly appeared behind him. This shadow directly pierced through his back. Then, it was time for Su Dalin's massacre. Lin Xian stood there silently and lit a cigarette, watching the massacre. After the massacre, Su Dalin sucked all of their spiritual power dry. It's so disgusting. The spiritual power of an old guy is not as delicious as that of a young person. Su Dalin mumbled. Then, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me? Tell me, what was the thing that you sealed me with before? Why do they have it too? Is it something that can be found on the streets? Then, was everything you said before all a lie? Su Dalin stared at Lin Xian. Fake your head. Even if this is fake, the poison in your body is real. If you don't believe me, you could try to do something to me. Then, Su Dalin really did have some dirty thoughts about Lin Xian. Poof! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Fuck! What the hell? Then what is the thing that sealed your power? Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it to her. It was indeed a unique item, but Duan Ling Xiao also had the system. That's not important, right? It's very important. It's related to whether or not you have the ability to help me. Su Dalin said. All right. I'll refine a great recovery pill when I return, allowing you to return to the heavenly Dao realm. All right? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Really? Oh no, I have to wait a few days. Because my spiritual energy has been sealed, I need a few days to recover. Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. What are you snorting for? So what if I lied to you? Your life is now in my hands. Can't you be obedient? All you do is do this and that. Seriously. Lin Xian shook his head. Then, I'll fight you to the death. Hey, give it a try. Su Dalin snorted coldly. She was pissed off. Extremely pissed off. Let's return, Lin Xian said. Then, Su Dalin left with Lin Xian. Back in the villa, they didn't say much. They ate, drank, and had fun. A day passed just like that. Now, the ones feeling the worst were Xinyuan Qingtian and Duan Ling Xiao. What the fuck? What's the meaning of this? Last night, he said that he had arrived and had seen Lin Xian. He was prepared to take action, but then he lost contact with him. Following that, he tried contacting him the entire night, but to no avail. After all, these people were not only at the Heavenly Venerable realm, but there were also Ninth Order Heavenly Venerables. Ignoring the Ninth Order, there were also Heavenly Venerables with spatial attributes. What problem could there be? Why wasn't there any news at all? Big Brother Xinyuan, is there still no news? Duan Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. Something must have happened. But something shouldn't have happened. Duan Ling Xiao frowned. If this still couldn't kill Lin Xian, then there was really nothing he could do. The only reason he could think of for Lin Xian to be fine was the system. But even this couldn't work. I want to know too. Xinyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly. If they didn't succeed, then something might have happened to them. This was too great a prize for the Xinyuan family. Ling Xiao, what's Lin Xian capable of? With so many heavenly venerables and spatial martial artists, he didn't die. I really don't know how to kill him. Xinyuan Qingtian said. Duan Ling Xiao sighed and said, I don't know the specifics. Damn it. Xinyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly. He really had a headache. He really didn't know what to do. This was a sure kill situation. If they couldn't kill him, then he really didn't know what to do. What should we do now? Xinyuan Qingtian was really speechless. How could it be so difficult to kill a person? Why was this so? This, Duan Ling Xiao honestly didn't know what to do either. Damn it. It was really difficult. Xinyuan Qingtian clenched his fists. There must be a way. There must be a way. Just like that, 3 days passed. 3 days later, Lin Xian's spiritual energy had also successfully recovered. On the other hand, Xinyuan Qingtian was completely convinced that something had happened to his people. There was no news for 3 days. Something must have happened. It's done. Lin Xian walked in front of Su Dalin. What's done? Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out a pill and handed it to Su Dalin. Great recovery pill. Su Dalin looked at the great recovery pill. Nonsense. I stayed up late to refine it for you. Go and recover your heavenly Dao realm cultivation. Su Dalin took it. Are you sure you didn't tamper with it? Lin Xian, is there something wrong with your head? Now that you have eaten my poison pill, your life is in my hands. Why would I tamper with it? Lin Xian said, That's true. I'll give it a try now. Then, Su Lin prepared to leave with the great recovery pill. Right? Su Lin thought of something. What is it? I might have to leave for 2 days. Oh, Lin Xian looked at her. I previously promised someone to do something for him. I have to make a trip. It'll be quick. Su Lin said, Sure. Now that Lin Xian's realm had returned, he was no longer that worried. It was not a problem for her to leave for 2 days. Furthermore, Lin Xian was not afraid that Su Lin would escape. Think about it. If she really wanted to escape, why would she tell Lin Xian? If she went to the heavenly Dao realm, wouldn't she be able to escape after successfully advancing? I'm leaving. With that said, Su Lin left. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It was time for him to get down to business. Lin Xian had to deal with the Xianyuan family's matters. As for how to do it, it was a rather troublesome matter. Chapter 1650. Lin Xian's original plan was to make use of the capital impact on the Xianyuan family to gradually make a move on them. However, now that he thought about it, it was impossible for Lin Xian to make a capital impact on such a large family. Moreover, there were many innocent people in the Xianyuan family. Lin Xian only wanted to get rid of Xianyuan Qingtian, so he had to get rid of him. Therefore, he threw this idea aside. What was left was to simply lure Xianyuan Qingtian out. If he did that, Lin Xian was still very confident that he would die. No matter what, Xianyuan Qingtian was only at the domain realm. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to advance to the heavenly venerate realm in a short time. Lin Xian felt that killing him was actually a very simple matter. However, Xianyuan Qingtian's cautiousness was beyond Lin Xian's imagination. Lin Xian had never met anyone more cautious than Xianyuan Qingtian. He had sent out so many heavenly venerates, and there were even 9th-level heavenly venerates. It was enough to see how cautious he was. It was quite exaggerated for him to send out so many heavenly venerates who were only at the domain realm. Moreover, they had the spatial attribute of a heavenly venerate. However, even under such circumstances, he still didn't show himself. He didn't even think of coming over to ridicule Lin Xian. Therefore, it was obvious how cautious he was. Think about it. Under normal circumstances, with such grievances between them, he would definitely come over and kill Lin Xian. Then, before Lin Xian died, Lin Xian would have a good exchange of feelings with him. Shouldn't that be the case under normal circumstances? However, he didn't. He didn't even come over. Even with such a gap, even in a situation where he was bound to die, he didn't come over. He was really too cautious. So what should he do? Lin Xian didn't know either. If it really didn't work, could he get Su Lin to assassinate him? However, the success rate was probably not high. It would be fine if Xianyuan Qingtian left the Xianyuan family. If he didn't leave, it was really impossible to lock onto his position. Moreover, even if Su Lin had reached the heavenly Dao and was currently invincible here, what if Xianyuan Qingtian escaped? If he ran away and hid, what if Lin Xian couldn't find him even after 2 months? What would he do if he couldn't complete the mission? Moreover, Lin Xian's whereabouts were really uncertain. Other than the time he went to Kunlun Mountain, Lin Xian had no idea where he was. Let's not think about this for now. There will always be a chance. Let's go find our dear little Qingya first. Lin Xian stretched. Another 2 days passed by just like that. The past 2 days had been quite interesting for Lin Xian. He had been playing with the girls, and it was quite relaxing. At this moment, Su Lin arrived at the cave. To be honest, although Su Lin was very ambitious and ruthless, she was still a person with principles. Although Duan Ling Xiao didn't help her much and only gave her a small reversion pill, she was still the one who asked for his help and went to look for it. The reason why Su Lin came back was purely because of Duan Ling Xiao. Previously, she promised to do something for him. Now, she felt that it might be a convenient thing to do, so it didn't matter if she came here. Moreover, she could also go sightseeing and avoid being controlled by that bastard Lin Xian. Wouldn't it be perfect if she just asked for a few days? Otherwise, if she stayed at his place every day, who knew what he would ask her to do? Let's run for a few days first. Nice. Sue Dolan sat in the cave, surrounded by a pile of food that she bought along the way. There was even a Ruggiamo. She had to admit that she seemed to like this era a little. There were so many novel things in this era. Everything was no longer the same as in her memory, especially the various delicacies. She was sick of eating chicken, duck, and fish in the past. But now, she was still eating chicken, duck, and fish. How could the food here be so delicious? There are dozens of flavors in one fish. Oh my God. She wasn't considered a foodie, but she felt that she had never tasted these flavors before. They were too novel and indeed delicious. Moreover, although it wasn't as convenient as before, when she was always provided with clothes and food, it wasn't much different now, right? It was that app, the Hunger Group app. You could order whatever you wanted to eat at home, and someone would deliver it to your door. Thinking about it this way, it was quite comfortable. Bastard. Now, whenever she thought of that Lin Xian, she felt unbearably angry. Damn, it was really infuriating. She, the leader of the great Shang dynasty, was now a prisoner of a 20-year-old brat. But thinking about it, it was all right because that person didn't seem to be particularly overboard. In fact, he was quite capable. When the time came, the key would be to see if he could help her restore her cultivation to the heavenly Tao. If he could, then she would really have to thank him. Those resentment and whatnot would seem to be gone. Footsteps were heard. Sue Dolan put away the food, then sat there with her eyes closed as if she was resting. Senior, Duan Ling Xiao walked in and saw her. Then he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This senior was quite principled. At least she didn't go back on her words and didn't lie to a junior like him. Sue Dolan opened her eyes. She was still using the appearance of the woman she killed before. Senior, are you done? Just tell me what you want to say. Sue Dolan said calmly. Yes. Duan Ling Zhao's hopes were now placed on her. Xinyuan Qingtian had sent so many top-notch experts, but they still couldn't kill Lin Xian. Now, at least apart from this woman, he really didn't know how else to deal with Lin Xian. As for himself, he admitted that he wasn't a match for Lin Xian. So he had to die. Duan Ling Xiao then said, I would like to ask Senior to help me kill someone. This person's cultivation is only at the domain realm. Sue Dolan nodded. This was a small matter. She wasn't that kind of person. For example, if some people had no enmity with her, she wouldn't do anything. For example, Lin Xian had to consider the innocent women and children of the Xinyuan family when he dealt with them. But Sue Dolan didn't. So what if they had no enmity with each other? It didn't matter. Simply put, in Sue Dolan's eyes, life was very cheap. Who is it? Sue Dolan said calmly. If she wanted to kill someone, if she was further away, she could go out and have fun. Then, she could give Lin Xian an excuse that she wouldn't be able to return in a short time. That felt good. Then, Duan Ling Xiao handed Sue Dolan a photo and said, his name is Lin Xian. He's my sworn enemy. He's only at the domain realm and doesn't have much ability. He has this spatial attribute. Senior, you have to be careful of him. Sue Dolan? Chapter 1651. Really, Sue Lin was dumbfounded. It can't be, right? The world is so big. How can my circle be so small? Lin Xian? If it was just the name Lin Xian, she would think it was a coincidence. After all, the name B was very common. However, when she saw the photo, she was dumbfounded. Know this? Senior, is there a problem? Duan Lingxiao asked. No. Do you have anyone else you want me to kill? Sue Lin asked. This person wanted to kill Lin Xian, but it didn't mean that she had to help Lin Xian kill him. This wasn't contradictory, right? She still had a huge grudge against Lin Xian. Now, what was more important to Sue Lin was that she needed a reason to stay outside for 2 more days. She really didn't want to go back. Why should she go back? She could still play and eat outside. No more, Duan Lingxiao said. This senior was really strange. He asked her to help him kill 1 person, but now she wanted to kill 2 more? Really, Senior, killing one is enough. There's really no more. Duan Lingxiao said. Yes. Su Dalin nodded. Kill? Of course not. However, she had promised to do it, right? If she couldn't do it, then it wasn't her problem. It was the difficult thing he asked her to do, so it wasn't her problem. That was what Su Dalin thought. His location is at. Duan Lingxiao then told her Lin Xian's address. I know. You can leave now. Yes. Please take care of it, Senior. After Duan Lingxiao finished speaking, he bowed and left. The rest was up to her. Duan Lingxiao sighed. If she still couldn't kill Lin Xian, Duan Lingxiao really didn't know what to do. If she still couldn't kill him, wouldn't it be too unbelievable? It shouldn't be a problem. This is so annoying. Su Dalin sighed, then looked at Lin Xian's photo and burned Lin Xian's photo to ashes. She can only go back now. If she lied to him, her body would hurt a lot, wouldn't it? Therefore, he can only go back. So annoying. 2 days later, Su Dalin returned to her residence. Why did you go out? Lin Xian moved closer to her. There were only the two of them. Mu Feifei went out to play, Mu Qingyao was cultivating, and Qin Yijuan was at work. Something came up. What is it? Private matters. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I say, can you listen to me? Su Dalin took a bite of the potato chip. I just went to report to someone. He asked me to do something. He asked me to kill someone. Guess who he killed? Su Dalin curled her lips. Could it be me? Lin Xian joked casually. You know, Lin Xian, me? Yes. What was that person like? Then Su Dalin described a little to Lin Xian. At first, Lin Xian thought it might be Xianyuan Qingtian, but after hearing Su Dalin's description, Lin Xian realized that it was Duan Lingxiao. Huh. This Duan Lingxiao had no other way and even needed Su Dalin? Then did you kill him? Lin Xian asked. No. Lin Xian guessed so too. This woman still had a grudge against him, and it probably wouldn't be so easy to kill Duan Lingxiao unless she suddenly attacked. As long as Duan Lingxiao was a little vigilant, he would definitely be fine. After all, he also had the system. Okay, that's it for now. My spiritual power has recovered. After refining the pills in a few days, you can prepare to recover your cultivation, Lin Xian said lightly. Su Dalin was still dubious about it. It depended on the situation. Another week passed by like this. Needless to say, refining pills for Su Dalin was truly a waste of time. It had wasted 2 days of Lin Xian's time. However, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. With a heavenly Tao realm expert protecting the people around him in the future, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. He handed the pill to Su Dalin. Su Dalin took it. She didn't know what kind of pill it was, but she could feel the surging power coming from it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. You must have never heard of it. Go to an absolutely safe place without anyone and prepare to recover your heavenly Tao realm. Come over when you're at the heavenly Tao. I have something I need your help with. Su Dalin shot a glance at Lin Xian. As for whether she could recover her cultivation level to the heavenly Tao realm, she would know after consuming the pill. She would also know if Lin Xian was a cheat or something else. If it was true, she would really have to look at Lin Xian in a different light. I'm leaving. Su Dalin vanished from her spot. Lin Xian took out his phone. Little Qingzhu, what's wrong? Do you miss me? Kiss kiss. Lin Xian smiled at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu was taken aback. Then, she awkwardly glanced at Dongfang Shui. The world didn't know that Dongfang Shui had returned, but Lu Qingzhu and her parents knew. The two of them could be considered good friends now. Dongfang Shui had gone with her parents and was now chatting with Lu Qingzhu. The parents of the two families were also discussing something important. Then, they learned of something important and planned to tell Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhu casually made a WeChat call. Lin Xian's first reaction was to embarrass Lu Qingzhu. Kiss kiss. Dongfang Shui smiled. Lin Xian froze. It was clearly Dongfang Shui's voice. No. How did Dongfang Shui end up together with Lu Qingzhu? They only knew each other, but there was no need to say that they were together, right? I knew you were here, Shui-er. I actually said that on purpose for you to hear. Lin Xian awkwardly said. Oh, Lin Xian. Wait. Why are you with Lu Qingzhu? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you say you knew I was here? Then you don't know why we're together? Dongfang Shui asked. Lin Xian, that was too careless. Just kidding, cough, 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 just kidding. Where are you? I'll come find you when I have time. Lin Xian. My parents came here to discuss some things with Uncle Lu, and I just so happen to be here, Dongfang Shui said. I see. Dongfang Shui did not want to expose herself too early, as she was worried that it would attract some unnecessary trouble, especially from the Xinyuan family. Don't misunderstand, Dongfang Shui. Lu Qingzhu hurriedly explained. She was afraid that Dongfang Shui would misunderstand her relationship with Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui nodded. This guy already had so many girlfriends, so what if he added Lu Qingzhu? It didn't matter if he added one more or one less. In any case, she was already prepared. Cough, cough, that's right, don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Lin Xian spoke awkwardly. By the way, why are you looking for me? Dongfang Shui replied in a solemn voice. It's something very important. Chapter 1652. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow at Dongfang Shui's words. Lin Xian was definitely looking forward to hearing something that Dongfang Shui described as extremely important. Tell me about it. Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui then said, We've already discovered some people. You mean those who have awakened from their deep slumber? Dongfang Shui nodded. That's right. My parents also came to the Lu family to discuss this matter. They hope that no matter what, the Dongfang family and the Lu family can unite against a common enemy. Apparently, the people who discovered them were Qin Shi Huang and a few of his subordinates. Where were they discovered? Kunlun Mountain. Qin Shi Huang sent people to Kunlun Mountain to negotiate terms with them. In the end, a battle erupted, but there were no casualties, so those people left. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. That doesn't fit Qin Shi Huang's style. Was this the style of a tyrant? Actually, Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant. Lin Xian scratched his head. Lu Qingzhu continued. The real Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant. He was the first emperor to introduce the idea of using the law to protect criminals. As an emperor, he could even think of using the law to protect the rights of criminals. How bad could he be? He wasn't the one who burned the books and buried the scholars. How come Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant? Lin Xian felt like he was about to go crazy. It's actually like that. Dongfang Shui continued. Did your teacher say something to you before? What did he say? Even if you know that Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant, you still have to write that he is a tyrant during the exam. This is something my teacher personally told us, Dongfang Shui said. Lin Xian scratched his head. What were the terms of going to Kunlun Mountain? Lin Xian asked. According to my father, they seem to have asked Kunlun Mountain to assist them in unifying the continent. But how could Kunlun Mountain agree? In the end, they parted on bad terms. Lu Qingzhu replied. That's all. That's right, but no one knows what's going to happen next. However, one thing is for sure. The Earth is going to change soon. It might not even take half a year or even a few months. Lin Xian frowned. But for now, we still don't know who the real enemy is. Do you think it will be Ying Zheng, the Qin emperor? They shook their heads. I'm not sure, but it's clear that their memories are fragmented. Now, their cognition is still from their era. They won't be able to accept it in a short period of time. Many of them will definitely do things the same way they did in the past, and they're all filled with ambition. But there's actually good news. What good news? Because there are so many emperors and so many powerhouses. They all want to unify the world, so they have to kill each other. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Perhaps to our Earth, they're not that big of a threat, unless there is such a person or a force that directly tramples on the other powerhouses in an irresistible manner. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's true. However, ambition was something that could not be controlled. On the contrary, it could control a person. Who knew what would happen? Let's leave it at that for now. You guys get to know more about Kunlun Mountain and see what's going on. Okay, I got it. I'll tell you when the time comes. Lin Xian nodded. Oh, right. Have any of you seen Xinyuan Qingtian? Him? He should be at the Xianyuan family, or he's gone somewhere to train. Don't you know this person? Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. Lin Xian really didn't know much about this Xianyuan Qingtian. What do you want? Dongfang Shui asked with furrowed brows. Nothing, nothing. Let's leave it at that for now. You guys be careful too. Don't go to any dangerous places. I'm hanging up now. I still have some things to do. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Xian sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette. This was going to be difficult, because everything seemed to have happened a little too quickly. However, Lin Xian felt that it was better to be faster. This was because if he could do something during his time on Earth, it would definitely be good. But his cultivation base, moreover, Lin Xian felt that this was going to take a long time. He definitely couldn't do too much in such a short time. The most important thing he could do, and what he cared about the most, was to protect the people he cared about in this situation. He needed to protect them. Lin Xian's most important thing right now was to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. The second thing was to think of a way to protect Mu Qingya and the others while he was not here. To be honest, Lin Xian was a man, and men understood men best. For men, there were only two things they pursued in their lives: power and women. They were all so beautiful. If Lin Xian could take a fancy to them, wouldn't everyone else be attracted to them? Therefore, they were really in danger. Lin Xian really had to think of a way to give them the ability to protect themselves. Suda Lin was one of the important things that Lin Xian was working hard to do. He wanted her to protect them, but it wasn't enough. As for Duan Lingxiao, Lin Xian didn't need to care about him. Lin Xian didn't want to spend a lot of energy on him. In Lin Xian's eyes, Duan Lingxiao was a clown that could never be a match for Lin Xian. Earth was his only chance to defeat him. If he couldn't grasp this opportunity, he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Lin Xian when he returned to Sky Blue Planet. Because if he returned to Sky Blue Planet, Lin Xian should be able to break through to the Heavenly Dao Realm soon, right? Although it was very, very difficult to break through to the Heavenly Dao Realm, Lin Xian felt that with the system, it should be easier for him. At least, it should be easier for him compared to others. Lin Xian was rather confident, and as long as Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Dao Realm, he felt that he could do whatever he wanted. In the Heavenly Dao Realm, a difference of 1 star could be the difference of an entire realm. It was similar to the difference between a 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm and a 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm. It was like the difference between a 1-star Heavenly Venerate Realm and a 1-star Great Void Realm. However, Lin Xian really felt that as long as he crossed the chasm between the Heavenly Dao Realm and the Heavenly Dao Realm, everything else would be easily solved. That was because his combat strength, all his attributes, top-notch purity and proficiency, dual laws, top-notch domain, and the system could make up for the difference of an entire realm. And don't forget, Lin Xian's main domain was extremely powerful. Even if Lin Xian was a 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm, wouldn't it be easy for him to fight a 4-star or 5-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert with his domain? How can I protect them on Earth? Lin Xian frowned as he began to think of a solution. It was difficult, really difficult. Chapter 1653. You have to know that when the time comes, the people who can threaten Earth should be a group of high-level Great Void Realm and Heavenly Dao Realm existences. If Lin Xian wants to use something to protect them, it has to be something that can at least resist a Heavenly Dao Realm existence. But, to be honest, Lin Xian himself didn't have anything to resist a Heavenly Dao Realm existence. So how could he help the people around him resist? Wait, who said anything about resisting? Wasn't it enough to protect their lives? And what was the best thing to use to protect their lives? Space. Although Lin Xian's realm wasn't high enough, he had the laws of creation. He could use the laws of creation to augment his space, and then use the stacking of time to create something that could allow them to escape from a Heavenly Dao Realm existence. Yes, with this in mind, Lin Xian began working. Just like that, another week passed. Sis, what has brother-in-law been doing for the past few days? Mu Feifei sat by the table and shook her head with her hands on her cheeks. She felt bored without him around. He seems to be preparing something. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been staying at Su De Lin's place, which was the villa next door. They had gone to see him many times, but Mu Feifei didn't understand. It's strange. He doesn't even have sex with Sis. What could be so important? Mu Feifei expressed her confusion. This person was so lecherous. Her sister was so beautiful, but he didn't have sex with her. He hadn't had sex for a week. How could he tolerate it? It felt ridiculous. Why don't we go over and ask? Mu Qingyao also stopped cultivating and walked over with Mu Feifei. Phew. Lin Xian stretched in the back garden next door. It's finally done. Su De Lin sat not far from Lin Xian, rocking her legs and eating potato chips. She was very satisfied. Looking at Lin Xian, she felt that he had a hard life. What are you doing? Su De Lin looked at the few beads in Lin Xian's hand and asked curiously. Her attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different now. After eating the pill he had given her, she had really recovered to the heavenly Tao realm. If he said that he had a way to raise her cultivation by 2 stars, it would be too exaggerated for a heavenly Tao realm expert to raise her cultivation by 2 stars. About this, spatial beads can break through the heavenly Tao realm's spatial seals. At critical moments, you can escape. Oh, Su De Lin's brows pricked up. Break through the heavenly Tao realm's spatial seals? This is the result to you to do it? Refine domain realm, refine. Such a thing? Su De Lin's surprise. To you, to me. Lin Xian clicked his tongue and said, the medicinal pills for you to advance to heavenly Tao were all personally refined by me. What's wrong with this? Come. Su De Lin nodded. Take this, say Lin Xian, threw one to her. For me. Although you are a heavenly Tao, it's inevitable that you will encounter some unknown dangers. It's excellent to leave one as a life-saving measure. Lin Xian. Su De Lin took it. Sure, having such an item was better than nothing. Furthermore, as a warrior, it was very important to have something that could save her life, especially something that could escape from a heavenly Tao realm. It was indeed extremely powerful. Am I good to you? Lin Xian said with a smile. Yeah, Su De Lin stroked her exquisite chin. To be honest, this was something she had never expected. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Hey, I've never said that I'm being unaccountably solicitous. I said that I wanted you to protect those people. Just do what you need to do. And I'm giving you a boost purely because I see you as my friend. At the same time, by strengthening you, you can better protect yourself and help me protect them. Lin Xian. Friend? Do you have friends who poison their friends? Su De Lin asked. Ahem. You know what I mean anyway. Where are you going? Su De Lin asked. Me? I'm not telling you. All right. Su De Lin shrugged her shoulders. Do you still wish to rule the world now? Lin Xian asked. Why not? It'll be difficult. You have to know that many kings and experts have awakened one after another. They have even begun to deal with some of the modern forces and have already made their moves. As for you, 1, you have no power, and 2, you have no capital. How are you going to rule the world? Isn't that because you are restricting me? In this current era, I'm afraid that there are only a few people who have the cultivation of the heavenly Tao. This sovereign already has the cultivation of the heavenly Tao. I can casually kill those people. After killing all of them, won't this sovereign unify the world? Lin Xian, what a ruthless woman. In any case, you'd better stay here obediently. TCH. Su De Lin also learned to TCH. But to be honest, Lin Xian found that this girl seemed to be a little cute. The main reason was that her nature might not be so bad. Or rather, she was pretending. This was also possible. She pretended to be not so threatening so that he would let his guard down against her. When he helped her detoxify the poison, she would instantly betray him. This was also what Lin Xian was worried about. After all, this was a ruthless woman who even killed her own sister. Lin Xian certainly would not underestimate her. Mu Feifei and Mu Qingyao came over. Lin Xian quickly stopped talking about these sensitive topics. Brother-in-law, you are finally resurrected. Mu Feifei came over with a smile. What are you talking about? Take it. Lin Xian threw a bead to each of them. What is this? Mu Feifei blinked. Good stuff. Lin Xian then told them the effect of this bead. Wow, isn't that invincible? Invincible my ass. Silly. Mu Fei Fei pouted. Humph. Then she silently put away the bead. This could be a life. Mu Qingya glanced at the bead in her hand. From the fact that Lin Xian spent so many days refining this, it could be seen that the current situation on Earth was not optimistic. Okay, I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower. Qingya, prepare a hot pot for me. I want to eat hot pot. Okay. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was really uncomfortable. A week had passed. No, it had been 10 days. Lin Xian was not dead yet. Xin Yuan Qingtian's men were watching Lin Xian's house at all times. There was no battle here. In other words, that woman had not made a move yet, but logically speaking, it was impossible. After so long, she should have made a move. Could it be that she was lying to him? That was meaningless. If she was lying to him, why did she come back? She did not need to come back at all. He did not even know where that woman was now. Fuck, this was really uncomfortable. Did he still have to rely on himself? But he was afraid of losing his life. Chapter 1654. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian only had 1 month left on Earth. In fact, Lin Xian had nothing else to do during this period. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Xin Yuan Qingtian, but this opportunity was really hard to find. Even Lin Xian did not know where Xin Yuan Qingtian was. He might be in the Xin Yuan family, but Lin Xian was not sure. This person just did not come out. He did not know what he was doing all day long. There was only 1 month left. In this month, Lin Xian had to kill him. Otherwise, something big would happen. During this time, Lin Xian only cultivated a little and played with the girls. The rest of the time, he used the law of creation to create all kinds of things that Lin Xian thought might be useful for them. Brother-in-law, come and see the news. Mu Fei Fei greeted Lin Xian. What news? Lin Xian leaned over to take a look. The content of the news was very simple. That was, these things about warriors were probably no longer a secret, because someone had discovered a great battle between warriors, recorded it, and even posted it on the internet, causing a huge uproar. And someone had discovered a monster. Therefore, the era in the eyes of many people should be coming. In fact, this had already exploded on the internet a week ago. Today, the news that Mu Fei Fei talked about was a more authoritative news channel that publicly announced the authenticity of this matter. This led to some people who thought it was fake to completely believe in the existence of this new world of martial artists. When this happened, it triggered the most important events. First, after the world knew that warriors and cultivation existed in this world, many people no longer had the mood to go to school or work. They only wanted to cultivate and become the kind of characters in TV dramas and novels. But how many people could really start cultivating? And some people could not cultivate. This world did not have a perfect system similar to Sky Blue Planet schools that taught warriors cultivation, but it was believed that it would not be long before such a system was launched. Secondly, it might have a negative impact on the world in the beginning. To be honest, between work and cultivation, which one would you choose? It was definitely the latter. That would lead to a lot of people not working hard, which would lead to a lot of things. There might even be riots, terrorist riots. In short, this week was probably the most chaotic period since the beginning of the civilized period. Maybe you still went out shopping or something, but the crime rate did soar. However, the international side had no other choice. They could only speed up and formulate some plans. Looks like the whole world knows about it now. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Oh, doesn't that mean that I'm not that much ahead of others? Mu Fei Fei pouted. You don't cultivate all day long. Who can you blame? Lin Xian glared at her. Mu Qingya sat beside him and said, About those experts. That can be considered a small secret. Not everyone knows about it. However, I reckon it won't be long before that happens, Lin Xian said. I know. Mu Fei Fei said. Huh? Look at your phone. It was just uploaded. It's directly pushed to the top of the trending searches. Lin Xian looked over. What the fuck? What was this scene? A video taken by one person. What was the content of this video? It was Kunlun Mountain. Lin Xian also saw Kunlun Zi and a few other people he was relatively familiar with. Then, Lin Xian saw another group of people. There were only a few dozen people in this group, but they all seemed to be top-notch experts. They were at daggers drawn in the beginning, but they were still negotiating normally. The content of the negotiation wasn't very clear in the video, but a lot of crucial conversations could be heard towards the end. Because many of the conversations were very loud, their voices were very loud. Some keywords, such as Qin Shi Huang and unifying the continent, were very clear. This fucking scared the hell out of the world. The comments below, most of them were doubtful and doubtful. What the fuck? Is this for real? Is this Qin Shi Huang? I'm fucking stupid. Could it be a movie? Brothers, we've already started cultivating. Is there anything else that's impossible now? Our Earth is really going to change a lot. What the fuck? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This is really going to change a lot. Lin Xian sighed. But this era is definitely not an era where others can unify the world as they want. Mu Qingya said, well, yes. Lin Xian nodded. What the fuck? Qin Yijuan pushed the door open and walked in. It's going to explode. How did the Earth become like this? Qin Yijuan grabbed her hair. It seemed that she was annoyed to death. Beauty Qin, why haven't I seen you recently? It's so annoying. Too many people have committed crimes recently. More than half of the policemen in my police station have resigned. Qin Yijuan said. Why did they resign? Mu Feifei blinked. To cultivate. Qin Yijuan said. Lin Xian, do they know how to cultivate? Qin Yijuan said. Who knows? But with this kind of thing happening, who wants to work for nothing? According to those who resigned, they want to cultivate. After all, they may simply be ordinary policemen in the future and can't maintain public order. Well, of course, this is just an excuse, but it also makes sense. In the future, can the police still maintain public order? Qin Yijuan sat down and took a sip of water, looking depressed. Yes, Lin Xian. How do you know? Lin Xian said with a smile. With so many people, there will always be people who can't cultivate and need the police to maintain public order. But in the future, there will be a new organization organized by warriors to fight against some warriors who are harmful to society. Well, you're right. Qin Yijuan nodded. Well, I don't care. Anyway, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. If I don't have this ability, why should I think about these things? Qin Yijuan then looked at Lin Xian and said, what about you? Do you have any ideas? I don't have any ideas. What are you doing here? Are you here to buy soy sauce? Freeloading. Qin Yijuan then glanced at him. Where's my sister? She's next door. Then I'll go find her. Goodbye. Qin Yijuan then walked away in a hurry. Lin Xian stretched. He really had to do something about it now. Lure Xin Yuan, Qin Tian out. At this time, Lu Qingzhu called Lin Xian on WeChat. Lin Xian quickly picked it up. Chapter 1655. Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei had long been used to Lin Xian's phone being searched for by various girls. What's the matter, Lil Qingzhu? Did you miss me? Lin Xian said with a smile. There's a banquet in a few days. Do you want to come? Lu Qingzhu directly ignored Lin Xian's words and said, what banquet? To be precise, it's a banquet organized by the major sects to deal with the catastrophe of the Earth. At that time, all the major sects, forces, and families will participate and formulate a plan for the strong and some warriors of our generation. The meaning was actually very simple. When the Earth was facing a catastrophe, there would be relevant departments to deal with it. Now, the so-called relevant departments were actually the country and the major sects. They had to stand up at this time. At the same time, they had to formulate something to deal with it. Where is it? Shaolin Temple. Why not go to Kunlun Mountain? Lin Xian asked. Maybe it's because the Qin Emperor and his people have been there before, and they feel that they should change to another place. The Shaolin Temple is a place of Buddhism. In terms of security, there is no place better than the Shaolin Temple. Maybe they feel that it is convenient to do anything in the Shaolin Temple. Then I won't go. You could just tell me some things there. If it doesn't work, we can make a video call. Lin Xian. Xinyuan Qingtian will also be there. When Lin Xian asked directly. 3 days later. You can bring Qingya and the others there, but you can't bring ordinary people there. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I got it. Thank you. This was very important for Lin Xian. Xinyuan Qingtian would also be there. In this case, he could make a move. As long as he could be with Xinyuan Qingtian, Lin Xian would have many ways to kill him. 3 days was enough. What's the matter? Mu Qingya asked. Well, there will be a banquet held in the Shaolin Temple in the martial arts world to discuss some future plans. Will you be there? Yes, yes, yes. Mu Feifei nodded quickly. All right, I'll bring you there when the time comes. Why did Lin Xian want to bring them there? There was no harm in letting them interact with each other more. After he was gone, they could only rely on themselves here. When the time comes, we'll call Qin Yijuan and Suda Lin to go together. Lin Xian even wanted to bring Suda Lin over. She didn't know what Lin Xian was going to do with her, but there was always a way. At this banquet, Lin Xian was determined to kill Xinyuan Qingtian no matter what. Whether it was directly killing him in the banquet or luring him out to kill him, Lin Xian had to seize this opportunity. Okay, then I'll get to work first. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he quickly left. What was he trying to do? He had to prepare something to kill Xinyuan Qingtian. Lin Xian's first thought was poison. Moreover, this was something Lin Xian was good at. But poison might be able to kill him, but could he kill him so easily? Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. I'll just kill him. What's the point of arguing with him? After killing him, Lin Xian would be able to leave here or return to Sky Blue Planet. But Lin Xian paced slowly in the back garden. This back garden had become a small place for Lin Xian to refine pills and the like. Many poisons that are good for killing people are indeed easy to kill, and it's completely impossible for me to expose myself, but there are too many formulas on Earth that I can't refine at all. Mu Feifei lay there and looked at Lin Xian. Sister, why do you think brother-in-law is always worried these days? Mu Feifei muttered. Mu Qingyao also looked at Lin Xian in the back garden. Even Mu Feifei could see it. How could Mu Qingyao not? I don't know either. She shook her head. She really felt that he had a lot on his mind and wanted to help him solve his problems, but she didn't have the ability. Mu Feifei pursed her lips. On the other side, Xinyuan Qingtian was also preparing something. Lin Xian will definitely attend this banquet, Xinyuan Qingtian said. Duan Lingxiao stood behind him. Really, he was already panicking to the point of exploding. There was only 1 month left, but he had no other choice. If this continued, he could only wait for death. Now, as long as there was a slight chance to kill Lin Xian, he was even willing to risk his life. Brother Xinyuan, do we have any other ideas this time? We've already tried so many times, but I feel that there's no way to kill him anymore. Duan Lingxiao said deliberately. Why not? What's so difficult about killing a person? It's just that I don't know his background. Xinyuan Qingtian really didn't believe this. He was just a territory realm. How heaven-defying could he be to not die? But there were so many heavenly venerables last time. There were even 9-star heavenly venerables and spatial attribute warriors, but they lost contact. This makes me feel that it's a little difficult. Duan Lingxiao said, to be honest, I really don't understand why, but he will definitely die at this banquet. Xinyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Brother Xinyuan, what are you going to do? Are you going to send someone to assassinate him? Assassinate? How can you assassinate someone in that kind of environment? Use poison. Poison? Duan Lingxiao frowned. No. He quickly shook his head. Xinyuan Qingtian looked at Duan Lingxiao. Although Duan Lingxiao didn't know much about Lin Xian, at least he knew that Lin Xian knew medicine and poison. Lin Xian is very proficient in both poison and medicine. If we were to use poison on him, it would be a problem if he would be able to detect it. Even if we were to succeed, it would be another problem if he would die from the poison. Xinyuan Qingtian nodded. I've heard about this. Of course, he had heard about some things in DXIN's tomb. Then, don't worry, I'm confident. It's just that I have to think of a way to succeed. This is the key. He believed that this poison could definitely kill Lin Xian. After all, it was given to him by that person. However, it was a little difficult to succeed. There were too many people, and he couldn't expose himself. Thinking about it, it was not easy to think about it now. He could only find an opportunity on the spot. Since Brother Xinyuan said so, then there's no problem. Although he said so, Duan Lingxiao still felt that it was inappropriate. In fact, it was quite strange. These two people actually wanted to make a move at the banquet at the same time, but they also thought of poison at the same time. However, they didn't expect each other to make a move on them. The banquet would be very interesting. Chapter 1656. 3 days later, Lin Xian brought Mu Feifei, Mu Qingya, Qin Yijuan, and Su Dalan to the Shaolin Temple. When they got off the plane and the car, the sky was already dark. It was almost time. Well, after we arrive, you can do your own things. I won't be with you. Lin Xian said to the girls. Are you going to pick up girls? Mu Feifei asked. Is there a need to ask such a question? This banquet must have gathered many beautiful and outstanding girls from the entire martial arts world. Isn't it normal for him to pick up girls? Especially when I heard that someone seems to have more than one girlfriend. Qin Yijuan said sourly. She really didn't understand what Mu Qingya was thinking. She was such a proud woman, but she was willing to do this. But thinking about it, it seemed that Earth was about to enter a special period. Perhaps the crime of bigamy would not be so strict anymore. Get lost. I'm going to do something serious, okay? I told you that I have something serious to do here. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Tisk, can't doing something serious be picking up girls? Or can't doing something serious be together with picking up girls? I say, what kind of mentality do you have? I'm convinced. Lin Xian shook his head, then looked at Su Dalan and said, keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on me? Su Dalan pointed at herself. Well, especially this girl. Don't let her run around. Lin Xian pointed at Mu Feifei. Su Dalan was in disguise, so she could appear with them. Originally, Su Dalan didn't want to come. What was she doing here? However, Lin Xian wanted her to come. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know why, but with a heavenly Dao realm here, at least Lin Xian felt that if he couldn't succeed, it was not impossible to kill Xinyuan Qingtian by force. Anyway, Su Dalan was in disguise. It wouldn't be a problem for her to run away. Nothing would happen. Of course, this was the last resort. If Xinyuan Qingtian came today, Lin Xian would definitely succeed. If there's really no other way, they could only resort to this last resort. Oh, Su Dalan agreed unhappily. Even though I've advanced to the heavenly Dao with his help, and even need his help to advance by another 2 stars, can't you ask her to do something that suits her status and strength? Keep an eye on her and don't let her run around? Was this something a heavenly Dao realm expert like her should do? It was so annoying. There were many people at the entrance of the Shaolin Temple. They had all gathered here, and some of them had already started chatting. Little friend Lin. When Kuan Lunzi saw Lin Xian, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. As for Lin Xian, he liked him very much. Moreover, he was very capable. He was really good. Senior. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile and cupped his fists. Yeah, long time no see. Has your cultivation improved recently? Lin Xian scratched his head. My cultivation really hasn't improved. Senior, you think too highly of me. Ha, you have the right. All right, let's not talk about this. Are they your family? The girls were taken aback. Oh, this is my girlfriend, and this is my sister-in-law. These two aren't important. Qin Yijuan. Hey. Let's go in first. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. So this is the Shaolin Temple. Mu Feifei looked around curiously. Perhaps this isn't the real Shaolin Temple. Like Kunlun Mountain, as a top faction, the Shaolin Temple should exist in other more secretive places, Lin Xian said. Oh, little Xian. Another person greeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked over. Lu Qingzhu and her parents were there as well. Lu Qingzhu went to chat with Mu Qingya. Which one is your girlfriend? Lu Qingzhu's father asked with a smile. Ahem. Uncle Lu, someone is calling for you. Huh? He smiled and said, Okay, I'll see you there. Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu also came with Dongfang Shui. They were inside, and now many topics revolved around Dongfang Shui. Dongfang Shui didn't want to come, but she couldn't stay away forever, right? Moreover, Lin Xian also wanted her to come. Being high profile was different from attending normal events. You guys go ahead. I won't be hanging out with you guys. Goodbye. Lin Xian still wanted to be with beautiful girls so that he could enjoy the envious and jealous gazes of others. However, Lin Xian had something important to do tonight. The Shaolin Temple was a rather large open-air square. This square looked very simple and calm, in the style of the Shaolin Temple. There were no red lights or anything like that here, only some food and drinks. This was because the main purpose of gathering everyone here this time was to talk about some important matters, not really to talk about a ball or to exchange feelings. Schwer, long time no see. Xinyuan Qingtian was pleasantly surprised to see Dongfang Shui here. Dongfang Shui sat there quietly and drank tea. Many people greeted her, and Dongfang Shui smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, they chatted for a while. Xinyuan Qingtian also walked over. Dongfang Shui looked at Xinyuan Qingtian and nodded. Long time no see. Where have you been these few years? I haven't heard from you at all. Dongfang Shui said, Training. Xinyuan Qingtian looked at her. She was still so beautiful. She still looked like he liked. But the difference was that Lin Xian was alive. This feeling was very difficult for him to accept. I've missed you these few years. Xinyuan Qingtian sat beside Dongfang Shui and said, Thank you. Dongfang Shui said indifferently. Xinyuan Qingtian didn't know what to say for a moment. Aren't you going to say hello to my father? Xinyuan Qingtian said. Dongfang Shui glanced at him. Her parents were chatting with Xinyuan Qingtian's father. Grudges aside, there was still some etiquette that had to be done. Wait for a while. Let's not disturb them after my father and Uncle Xinyuan finished talking. That's fine. Xinyuan Qingtian didn't know what to say. He also got up and walked away. There were a few particularly beautiful girls in this venue, and none of them were inferior to Dongfang Shui. Xinyuan Qingtian liked all of them, especially the blue-haired girl from Kunlun Mountain. Her name was Murongyu or something, but there was nothing he could do. Xinyuan Qingtian's character was not suitable to go over and strike up a conversation, especially when Dongfang Shui was here. So, when he saw many people going over to strike up a conversation, Xinyuan Qingtian was actually quite displeased. Duan Lingxiao was looking for ways to make a move. Chapter 1657. In addition to Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao also saw an old acquaintance. She could be considered an old acquaintance, Xiao Xinyue. He didn't expect to see so many people from Sky Blue Planet in such a big world. Xiao Xinyue was chatting with Murongyu at the moment. They only knew each other after coming here. Where have you been since you came here? Murongyu asked. Xiao Xinyue held a glass of wine and said, I worked as a white-collar worker in a company. Later, I found out that this company was run by a warrior force. There are many warriors in it. Later, I exposed my strength and joined Mount Amei. Then, I followed them to this banquet. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yes, Lin Xian will be here soon. Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes lit up. He's here too? You met him? Yes, I met him at the Martial Arts Circle Convention. How are your missions coming along? Xiao Xinyue asked. Almost there. As for him, I'm not sure. We haven't talked much. Haven't talked much? Morongyu said lightly. He seems to have picked up several girls here. He's been hanging out with them every day. Xiao Xinyue, why is he picking up girls here? She was puzzled. Clearly, this place was their springboard, and they were going to leave after staying here for a few months. He was picking up girls here. Firstly, she wasn't sure if it was real or not. Although she felt that this world was very real, if it was another plane, Wouldn't it be too exaggerated? Did they step into the void? Even if it was real, what would they do if he left after hooking up with other girls here? According to her understanding of Lin Xian, although Lin Xian was very lecherous, he was not an irresponsible person. I don't know. Murong Yu shook her head. She couldn't be bothered to care about him. At this time, several beautiful girls came over together. She's here. That's her. At least, that's the one. Maybe the others too. Murong Yu glanced at Mu Qingya and the others. It's indeed Lin Xian's taste. Xiao Xinyue said, "Where's Lin Xian?" Then, they saw a wretched figure slowly walk in from another position. They haven't come in together? Could it be that he doesn't want others to know that he has a girlfriend and still wants to pick up girls here? Xiao Xinyue thought of this possibility. It was unimaginably lustful. "Hi, pretty girl, may I know you?" Another person came over to strike up a conversation. "No, thank you," Xiao Xinyue said indifferently. Lin Xian knew that Murong Yu was here, so when he came in, he directly went to look for Murong Yu. Murong Yu was very easy to find. Her sky-blue hair was too eye-catching. Then, Lin Xian saw her sitting in one of the seats and walked over with a smile. "Beauty, it shouldn't be a problem to get to know each other, right?" Xiao Shan still didn't give up. It was mainly because they were too beautiful. "No, I don't," Xiao Xinyue added. "Then this lady, thank you." Murong Yu straightforwardly thanked him. Xiao Shan frowned. Why was it so difficult to strike up a conversation with this beautiful woman? Lin Xian walked over. "Pretty girl, let's get to know each other." Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. "No, get lost," Murong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian? Damn it. This little Yu was not obedient. She actually refused to cooperate with him. Then, Lin Xian took a look. Damn it. Xiao Xinyue was actually here. Then, Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue and asked, "Pretty girl, let's get to know each other." "Get lost." Lin Xian? "Hey, get lost." The two of them then stood up and walked to the side. Lin Xian, "Brother, don't hit on these two. You can't hit on them at all." Xiao Shan said to Lin Xian. "Sigh, it's a little difficult, but I think you have to work hard." "Okay, then you can do it." Xiao Shan shook his head. TSK, he had no idea what he was doing. She had already told him to get lost. "But let me remind you, at least they rejected me with a polite thank you. You didn't have to thank me, and she directly told you to get lost. Tell me, how is that possible?" Xiao Shan shook his head. "You don't understand. Hitting on girls is all about being shameless. Isn't it just being scolded? You're backing out just like that?" With that, Lin Xian walked away. "Idiot," Xiao Shan sneered. Of course, he knew that hitting on girls should be shameless, but she had already told him to get lost. Did he not have any idea? Lin Xian then went over. Hey, give me some face," Lin Xian said with a grin. Murong Yu glanced at Lin Xian and said, "What face? Why don't you go find other girls? Why are you here? You're jealous?" Lin Xian laughed. "No," Murong Yu said lightly. "You're jealous, and you." Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xinyue. "You're crazy," Xiao Xinyue said. "Hey, we haven't seen each other for so long. You're going to lose me if you say you're crazy." Xiao Xinyue looked at Lin Xian. "I heard you got a few girls here?" Hey, you're still saying you're not jealous. I'm not your girlfriend. Why would I be jealous? I just feel that it's not worth it for those girls. Won't you consider them?" Xiao Xinyue asked. "Damn, don't you know what kind of person I am?" "Don't worry." Xiao Xinyue shook her head. Don't worry? Did he want to come back from the God's awakening door in the future? What if he couldn't? Sure enough, he was still a kid. After all, Lin Xian was slightly younger than them. "What about you? How's the mission?" "It's almost done. 2 more to go. It's not difficult. We can leave when the time is up." Qin Xinyue said. What about you?" Lin Xian said. "Me? My mission is neither difficult nor easy. It depends on tonight." "Oh, right. I suddenly thought of something. If he couldn't poison her, could he use the beauty trap?" Wait. It seemed feasible. Lin Xian glanced around and didn't see Xianyuan Qingtian. But no, he couldn't let them do it. He had to find someone who could make sure no one knew he was related to her. "Are there any other beautiful girls here?" Lin Xian asked. "I don't know. They shook their heads. Lin Xian suddenly thought of Suda Lin. She could do it. Okay, I got it. Kiss. Get lost. Xiao Shan frowned and looked over. Fuck. What's going on? Why are they chatting? Look at you. Your little hand is not as soft as before. Lin Xian reached out and held Murong Yu's little hand. Although she quickly broke away, many people still saw it. Ah, sister, that hooligan is really hitting on girls. Mu Feifei was shocked. Fuck, so cool. Chapter 1658. Lin Xian was very happy to see Xiao Xinyue here. He was just a little upset that he hadn't taken her down yet. But in fact, there were many girls around him who were just one step away from confessing. No, one step away from succeeding. I saw Duan Ling Xiao. Xiao Xinyue said. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. You fought with him? Xiao Xinyue asked. Yes. He wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to kill me here, but he didn't succeed. Be careful. This banquet is also a rare opportunity for him. After all, you don't have many chances to see each other, and time is running out. He will definitely want to seize this opportunity. Don't worry. I know what to do. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Shan was really stunned. What the fuck? Did they really have a conversation? That was awesome. Sister, look at him. Mu Feifei pulled Mu Qingya's sleeve a little unhappily. The main thing was that this person had no problem picking up girls. It was very normal. But he couldn't be so beautiful every girl he picked up, right? She had seen that blue-haired beauty before, but what was going on with this new one? Mu Qingya was used to it anyway. Eat something. Then she sat down. This was not a free banquet. To put it simply, in other banquets, there were all kinds of food and drinks. You could take whatever you wanted. But here, there were seats. You had to sit down. After you sat down, someone would serve you the food. It was just like a banquet. Qin Yijun glanced at her. Oh my god, was this the Mu Qingya she knew? That was strange. Lin Xian was sitting with Murong Yu and the others, but he was contacting Su Dalin on his phone. Su Dalin glanced at the message on his phone. Then she showed an unhappy expression. Then should I watch them or what? Su Dalin sent a voice message. How annoying. Wait, what do you want her to do? Can't you do something more difficult? What was the point of this? What did Lin Xian want her to do? He wanted her to go out for a while and change her appearance again. He wanted her to change her appearance into a very, very pretty one. Then, he wanted her to get close to a person called Xinyuan Qingtian. Anyway, that was all. He said that he might want her to do something later. To seduce someone? Asking her, Suda Lin, to seduce someone? It was true that she was a fox demon, but not just anyone could catch her eye. She wanted her to seduce a little brat? He must be crazy. What did he take Suda Lin for? It was so annoying. Of course, it's to do what I asked you to do now. Oh. Suda Lin then walked out unhappily. Lin Xian believed that Suda Lin could control the pace well. She was a sly old fox. She could seduce someone and do it flawlessly. She wouldn't expose her purpose. Lin Xian didn't have to think about it all. There would be no problem. After all, she wasn't a brat like Mu Feifei. What are you doing? Xiao Xinyue asked doubtfully. Kill someone. Why do you meet enemies everywhere you go? She was really helpless. I want to know too. Maybe it's because the girls around me are too beautiful. You know, beauty is trouble. It's all beautiful women like you who cause trouble for me. Bah, annoying. Who else did you see? Xiao Xinyue asked. Xintong and Little Yingying. I'll send their WeChat messages to you. I'll add you to the group. I haven't seen the others yet, but I don't think there'll be any problems. It's just a task. Lin Xian. Well, I saw Yuhan. Oh, where's she? Lin Xian asked. She joined an assassin organization. I accidentally met her when she was doing a task last time. She said that some of her tasks were triggered by the assassin organization. Anyway, she has killed a lot of people. Maybe her task is the most difficult. Killed a lot of people? Are they people who should be killed? Xiao Xinyue nodded. She said so. I don't think the triggered task would make her kill innocent people, right? Well, Lin Xian didn't have to worry too much about this. She was very suitable for this line of work. At this time, many powerhouses also came here one after another. Basically, everyone was here. Everyone, please come to the inner hall. A Shaolin Temple powerhouse walked out and said lightly. Everyone left and went to the huge inner hall. In the inner hall, hundreds of people were already seated. Hundreds and thousands of people outside had also arrived. Everyone, please find a seat and sit down. The food is already served. Everyone took their seats. Lin Xian glanced around and saw many old acquaintances, including Duan Lingxiao, Xinyuan Qingtian, and even Xinyuan Qingtian's father, Xinyuan Long. Of course, there was also his Dongfang Shui, brother Lin. Master Wuxin saw Lin Xian and walked over with a smile. Haha, Master Wuxin, long time no see. Lin Xian shook hands with him. Brother Lin, would you like to sit with me? I can also talk to you about some things about cultivation. Sure. Lin Xian then left Mu Fei and the others behind. But it didn't matter. Mu Fei, Qin Yijuan, and Mu Qingya sat together. They weren't lonely anyway. As for Lu Qingzhu, she naturally had to sit with the Lu family. In this case, there may not be many opportunities to make a move tonight. Duan Lingxiao and Xinyuan Qingtian sat together. There were many kinds of seats, such as 8-person seats, 6-person seats, 4-person seats, and 2-person seats. Anyway, there wasn't much to pay attention to. As long as you made sure that those with higher status sat in the front seats, the others could sit more casually. After all, at this time, everyone didn't want to be so restrained in this regard. They were all going to be partners in the future, grasshoppers on the same rope. Now, they should have a sense of intimacy instead of being estranged by the rules. Of course, those sitting in the front rows were the masters of the more powerful sex, the helmsmen of the family, and the like. Xinyuan Qingtian glanced at them and frowned. If that's the case, then there are indeed very few opportunities to make a move. Because this was not an open banquet. If it continued like this, then it would be troublesome. But he felt that nothing in the world was difficult for those who set their mind to it. As long as one set their mind to it, there would always be a way. He also saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian even walked past him with Master Wuxin and went to sit in a seat closer to the front than him. His eyes narrowed slightly. This made him very unhappy. Why could he sit in a seat closer to them? Xinyuan Qingtian couldn't sit there. His father was sitting with several family helmsmen. He couldn't sit there. Damn it. There were 2 empty seats in front of them, but no one was sitting. This was normal. Chapter 1659. Who was Xinyuan Qingtian? He was sitting here. If you wanted to sit with him, you had to be in existence of his generation or of his level to be able to sit here. Of course, this was only in theory, but everyone knew this in their hearts. There were many outstanding people in a generation, such as Lu Qingzhu, Dongfang Shui, and the top young masters of various sects and families. However, they didn't want to sit with him. After all, sitting with Xinyuan Qingtian was very stressful. Moreover, they weren't familiar with Xinyuan Qingtian at all, so it would be awkward to sit with him. Brother Lin, come sit here. Lin Xian was brought over by Great Master Wuxin. The various experts in the front seats, such as Wudong Mountain, Zhongjuyang, Kunlun Mountains, Kunlun Mountain, and so on, were all seated at the very front. They all greeted him. This also made many people who didn't know Lin Xian at all begin to notice him. Who is this person? Why was it that such a young brat like him was able to make these martial arts world's top existences call out to him one after another? This, you don't know? Lin Xian is the champion of the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Even the champion of the Martial Arts Circle Convention shouldn't be like this. Of course, the most important thing is that he is also someone who entered DX Science Tomb. Many people survived because of him, so these seniors still like him very much. This includes a lot of information about DX Science Tomb. The information about the revival of those people that allowed us to be prepared earlier was also brought out by him. Is he really a young man? To be honest, he is indeed very powerful. Lin Xian said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I'll sit with Master Wuxin. We can also talk about cultivation. Ha, sure. You two are like old friends at first sight. Have a good chat. Lin Xian nodded with a smile and then sat with Master Wuxin. At this time, Su Dalan also walked in. She had changed her dress and appearance. Of course, she was unbelievably beautiful. Coupled with her extremely charming temperament, her temperament was no longer something that a modern person could possess. Moreover, she was born with the charm of a fox. After she walked in, her temptation to men was simply invincible. Su Dalan walked forward and saw Xianyuan Qingtian. Then, she casually sat at the table next to Xianyuan Qingtian, which was only 2 meters away from Xianyuan Qingtian. Of course, Xianyuan Qingtian saw her. To be honest, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't like her. No man could resist Su Dalan's temperament. More importantly, she had a noble temperament in addition to her charm. For a man, especially an outstanding man who thought highly of himself, this kind of noble temperament was simply a king bomb. They couldn't resist it. This was because they believed that he was pretentious. His woman should not only have a beautiful appearance, but she should also not be ordinary. After all, Su Dalan was a woman who could charm even King Zhou of Shang. Xianyuan Qingtian, on the other hand, didn't need to sit. She just needed to sit there and exude a charming, noble, and confident aura with every movement. Just the curve of Su Dalan's lips was enough to make men fall in love with her. "Who is this woman?" Xianyuan Qingtian asked. "I don't know. She doesn't look simple." Duan Lingxiao said. "Definitely not simple, but why can't I recognize her?" Xianyuan Qingtian felt that this shouldn't be the case. If it was Dongfang Shui and this woman, who would he choose? No hesitation. This woman. Of course, if he had to choose to be his wife, it would still be Dongfang Shui. The main thing was that with this woman's temperament, you can fucking not get out of bed for 3 days. Really, you don't want to get out of bed at all. You just want to conquer her and make her beg for mercy. Make her cry. This was what men thought when they saw Su Dalan. Xianyuan Qingtian hurriedly used his phone to ask about this woman in his circle. No one knew. Could she be the daughter of some reclusive family? She looks like she came alone. Coupled with her temperament, she should be an expert. At the same time, she should be someone with a high status. This kind of woman is suitable for me. Xianyuan Qingtian pondered in his heart. To him, women were too important. Of course, this was the case for any man. The main thing was that he really couldn't meet a woman that could satisfy him. And even if he met one, he couldn't get her. But this, although he felt that it might be very, very difficult, how would he know if he didn't try? Su Dalan also saw Duan Lingxiao. Wasn't this the person who asked her to help kill Lin Xian? Then Lin Xian should have let her seduce him. Instead, he asked her to seduce the man next to her. How boring. Couldn't he let her seduce someone like his father a little bit? At least he was a little bit of a character, right? There was no challenge. She just sat here and felt that man was always secretly sizing her up. What challenge was there in this? At this moment, the top elder of the Shaolin Temple in front stood up, coughed, and said, "Everyone, quiet down." Everyone quieted down. "First of all, thank you for coming to this banquet." This old man took a look, and basically everyone is here. The leaders of the major families, sects, and forces are all present. It's been so chaotic recently, so we'll definitely come. After all, we have the entire earth behind us, or at least the entire country. A powerhouse said, "Okay, then everyone, please raise your glasses. Let's have a drink first." They finished the cup in one gulp. The elder continued, "The purpose of this banquet is to discuss some issues about the future crisis of Earth. This matter is no longer a secret, and we need more people's opinions, including the old and even the young. We need a lot of opinions now. So now let's talk while we eat." Kuan Lunzi glanced at everyone and said, "Then let's talk about the information we have about this matter. Everyone, let's integrate all the information. Based on the previous incident at Kunlun Mountain, this venerable one has reason to believe that some people have already found some sects, families, or even individuals. For example, among all of you present, there might be some people who have secretly contacted some people. We know this very well in our hearts. May I ask if anyone has contacted them? It's fine if you don't say it. Of course, if you're in our position, you must still say it. If you have other ambitions, or if you're willing to trust others instead of us, you can choose not to say it. Chapter 1660. Kuan Lunzi's words were very straightforward. Yes, so many people had come into being. There were so many people. If you put yourself in his shoes and thought about it, if you were him and you came into being, you would know nothing about the current situation of this world. What would you need? You would definitely need to find the warriors of this world to understand. Simply put, it could be considered as cooperation. Everyone knew in their hearts that those experts in the past were definitely much stronger than they were now. No matter what kind of temptations they offered, or what position they would give you if you succeeded, what kind of power they would give you, or what kind of things they would give you, would you agree or not? Most likely you would. This was because human ambition was a very normal thing. Only ambition could control people, and no one could control their ambition. You would know that if they succeeded, they would unify the continent. If you could sit in a certain position, it would definitely be 10,000 times better than now. Everyone was clear about this. Therefore, they also understood that there might be someone, or even someone who had already experienced this. As for whether they agreed or not, it was unknown. But this time, there was nothing that couldn't be said in front of them. After all, this wasn't considered a secret. Even if they came up with some final methods, it couldn't be called a secret. The real secrets were definitely only a few experts and forces that had discussed it in secret. The main thing was that they didn't know the situation of the enemy at all. They didn't know how many enemies there were, how strong they were, and who would be the enemy and who wouldn't. There were too many things that couldn't be determined, so it was destined that they wouldn't be able to discuss anything confidential. And Kuan Lunzi's purpose for being so straightforward was actually very simple. There were actually two reasons. First, I want to warn you. Although I don't know who has done this, I just want you to know that we all know that this kind of thing will happen. You must not be found out. Otherwise, the consequences will be similar to treason. It will be impossible to let you live, because doing this is actually betraying modern humans. Second, I want those who might have already agreed to start to be afraid and start to think about it before rejecting again. I even want to see if they can leak some information here. They believe that there would be. Because of the emergence of these experts, they wanted to find someone who understood the martial arts world. Secondly, the identity of this martial artist couldn't be simple. If it was too simple, then they wouldn't have a comprehensive understanding of the true power of the martial arts world. Therefore, there were so many geniuses from big clans and forces gathered here. If there was one, then it would be here. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He didn't think it was a problem. All right, then I'll talk about some of the current information we have. A middle-aged man stood up, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Currently, the news that my Kantong sect has is that a person has been born. This person is called Li Bai." "Oh, is it the immortal poet Li Bai?" "That's right. It's Li Bai, the poet immortal. At present, our Kantong sect has known the whereabouts of Li Bai, the poet immortal. He is now traveling in Jiangnan City. It seems that there is nothing special about him. Our Kantong sect has sent a female disciple to be his guide, and he readily agreed. We are still in contact with him," the expert from the Kantong sect said. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Fuck. That is to say, at present, he is not an enemy? Well, that should be the case. After all, we all know that not all of them are enemies. Some of them may even become friends with us to resist foreign enemies. But everyone knows that Li Bai is indeed an arrogant and unruly person. Whether he will do something else or not, we don't know yet. But at present, what we know is that when he knows that countless of his poems have been widely circulated by us, he is quite happy. Kuan Lunzi nodded. Well, that's good. If we can have one more friend, we must not become enemies. From a matter of Li Bai's birth, it can be seen that the sleeping experts are definitely not just some kings. There may be many, many warriors. The number may be much, much more than we expected before. The expert from the Kantong sect said. Mu Fei Fei and the others were secretly shocked. Sister, that's so exaggerated. Mu Qingyan nodded. Really, her worldview was a little bit collapsing. Well, this is absolutely important news. Then, does everyone in the Kong Tong sect know why they're sleeping, and why they're coming out in this era? They shook their heads. We didn't ask about this. Maybe we can ask a little later. Well, this is very important. If you have the ability, it's best to pay attention to it. Understood. Kuan Lunzi glanced at everyone and said, "Is there any other news to share?" Actually, everyone in the Wu-Tang Mountains should know that there is an ancestor who founded the Wu-Tang sect. We know this, Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Jiang nodded. That's right, it's Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Previously, we thought that they had all fallen, but now it's different. So I'm thinking, if those people are sleeping and then waking up, then what if Senior Zhang Sanfeng of my Wudong sect is also sleeping and about to wake up? Everyone looked at each other. That's right. Kuan Lunzi nodded. Sect Master Zhang's words have enlightened me. Because Li Bai's awakening let us know that not only the kings of the past are sleeping and waking up, but others may be able to do it. Then, as a Grandmaster, Zhang Sanfeng may be able to do it. In addition to Zhenren Zhang, our Kunlun Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Mount Amei, and other major sects, and even the top existences of the ancient families, may not be unable to do it. That's right. This is definitely very good news for us. After all, if they really exist and wake up, at least they will fight for the sects, families, and foundations that they once founded. They should be our friends. Thinking about it this way, in fact, things are far from as bad as we think. But everything is still just speculation. There is no evidence to prove it. If a certain Jinren is really confirmed to have woken up, then it will be better to be sure. Is it not time yet? Great clans. Do you have any such information left behind in your clans? Chapter 1661. Hearing Kuan Lunzi's words, everyone shook their heads. Although my Xian Yuan family has existed for a long time and has given birth to countless top-notch experts, there is indeed no news about this. Otherwise, my Xian Yuan family would have known that something like this would happen, and we wouldn't have been caught off guard when those people appeared. Xian Yuan Long, the patriarch of the Xian Yuan family, said, "That's right, this is another piece of bad news. That's right. Logically speaking, there are so many sects and so many ancient patriarchs. If they are asleep, why didn't they leave behind any news? Could it be that they were worried that their peace would be disturbed by their descendants? That's possible. They might as well end it once and for all and treat it as if they had already fallen. That way, it would be absolutely peaceful and safe." Everyone began to discuss. In any case, many people had learned something today. So, the most important question now is, why did they wake up in this era? Lin Xian pondered for a moment before standing up. Let me say a few words about this. Everyone's gazes fell on Lin Xian. To Lin Xian, they were all in the same boat now. Helping them was also helping himself, and more importantly, helping modern humans. It was also beneficial for his sisters. This was not a secret that could not be said. "Oh, Brother Lin, what do you know about this?" "That's right, Brother Lin. Did you obtain some incredible news when you went deep into DXIN's tomb?" They asked one after another. In the eyes of these people, even the experts, they still respected Lin Xian. Although he was a junior, he was capable and had made great contributions. This did not affect them. Lin Xian said, "I don't have any incredible news, but I know why the experts of the past have to appear in this era." "Oh, Brother Lin, let's hear it." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I did meet an expert in DXIN's tomb. At the same time, we had some discussions. Regarding this, the information I received was that a long, long time ago, including the era of Nuwa, descendants, and Yu the Great, was a relatively prosperous era for cultivation. In fact, the era of Nuwa, descendants, Pangu, and other legendary existences was called the era of the gods. That should be right? They nodded. That's right. That period was indeed the era of the gods. After all, according to the legends, these existences were the gods. Although we can't be sure whether they really exist or not, we believe that they do exist. It's just that we can't be sure of the authenticity of Pangu's creation of the world and Nua's creation of man. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, although that era was the most prosperous, the subsequent eras were not bad. However, they did not reach such a level. Then it gradually declined. The Shang dynasty, Qin dynasty, etc. declined until our current era. We have already reached the era when the heaven and earth spiritual energies are the most exhausted. That's right. That's right. That's what I don't understand as well. The goal of their slumber can be roughly guessed. After all, even at the heavenly Tao realm, their lifespans are limited. And from the looks of it, there's no flow of time during their slumber. They wish to preserve their lifespans and wake up at a certain point in time. But what's strange is that they woke up in this extremely weak era of ours. Do they think that by doing so, they can easily unify the continent? I don't think that's the case. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, that's not the case. Perhaps that's part of the reason, but the most important reason is that according to her, our era has reached its end. And after the end of the road, there's light. It's like a cycle of reincarnation every few years. It's said that before long, our Earth will once again enter an extremely prosperous era. This era might not be weaker than the previous era of the gods. What? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the experts revealed shocked expressions. Lin Xian continued. Everyone knows how important the heaven and earth spiritual energies are to our cultivation. Why can't we advance to the great void realm or even the heavenly Tao realm in our era? It's not that our talent isn't enough, but that the heaven and earth spiritual energies aren't enough. When we advance, we will absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energies. If the heaven and earth spiritual energies aren't rich enough, it won't support us in breaking through to a higher realm. It's the same for those experts. Lin Xian continued. Perhaps many of them have already reached the heavenly Tao realm, but their era isn't enough for them to break through to a higher realm. Most importantly, breaking through the heavenly Tao realm and reaching a realm above it might be the realm of existences like Pangu and Nuwa in the past. They know of this news and know that such an era has appeared. Therefore, they want to awaken in this era to make it easier for them to advance. It will give them a chance to break through to a higher realm. Gasp! Everyone drew a cold gasp. Lin Xian's words enlightened them. Furthermore, they agreed with him very much. However, Brother Lin, are you certain of this news? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not certain. After all, everyone can tell that the heaven and earth spiritual energies of this era are so weak. Senior, it's somewhat unbelievable that it can suddenly increase 100 times. But that's the news I received. Half a year later, the time of their prophecy will be reached. As for whether it's true or not, we will know in half a year. The experts were secretly left speechless. To be honest, it was impossible for them to completely believe it. After all, Lin Xian had only heard it from others. Although it was Su Darren who said it, Lin Xian did not completely believe her. It was impossible for him to completely believe her. However, Lin Xian felt that it was likely the case. Those experts understood what was going on. Then, let's continue with this idea. Yeah, this matter is actually quite easy to verify. If we find others who have awakened from their slumber and say the same thing, it should be true. Besides, it doesn't seem like there's a need for them to hide this matter. Yes, it's mainly a matter of trust. Then, if this matter is true, it's a good thing for us. It's a good thing, but also means that our Earth's era is about to change. Our normal lives are about to change completely. We are about to enter a brand new era. Then, we might need to take action as soon as possible. For example, establishing a warrior academy, organizing some factions, and setting up new rules. Also, the various large sects might need to recruit a large number of disciples. After all, these children are the future of our Earth. Chapter 1662. Although Lin Xian was a junior, Due to his uniqueness, his words still carried a certain degree of persuasion in front of so many big shots under such circumstances. Although Lin Xian's words seemed to be a little exaggerated, and they did not expect such a situation at all, it might be possible if they thought about it carefully. In any case, nothing bad would happen even if they believed it. Everyone, let's continue to talk according to this train of thought. We'll definitely come up with something today. So far, the results have been remarkable. Kuan Lunzi said. All right, let's continue. Time slowly passed, and they talked about a lot of things. Now, one last thing. Kuan Lunzi stood up and glanced at the crowd below, saying, I don't know if any of you have received an invitation or bewitching word from some powerhouses who have awakened. Everyone, think carefully. No matter what conditions they give you, you have to understand that you are not friends. Nothing. You are just a tool in their hands. Whether they will fulfill their promises, no matter how nice they make it sound, there is no guarantee. Moreover, you have betrayed us. So, if there is, I hope that everyone can step forward. We won't say anything, but we hope that you can provide us with some information. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, a woman stepped forward and said, Then I'll say it. Everyone looked at her. She looked very young, probably in her early 20s. Oh, Miss Lee, did you meet them? The woman nodded. Yes, just 2 days ago, a senior came to me and told me his intentions. He hoped that I would cooperate with them. He didn't mention the details of the cooperation, and I don't know who they are. Anyway, I refused at that time. I'm just saying this to tell everyone that this matter definitely exists. Moreover, my talent is not considered outstanding in this generation of martial artists. Even so, I receive an invitation, so I think it's more likely that there are so many stronger geniuses. The powerhouses nodded. Yes, you've also allowed us to completely confirm this possibility. Is there anyone else? Then, 2 more people stood up one after another. They did not provide much useful information, but it made everyone more convinced of this matter. All right, we have a rough idea. Therefore, there is still a very important problem, and that is the problem of the leaders of the major clans. Kuan Lunzi glanced at them and said, Since these children were able to receive invitations from others, then all of you who control the various clans and powers are their targets. Because obtaining the support of all of you is equivalent to obtaining the support of your entire clan and company. In modern society, there are many things that cannot be done without money. Even they are the same. Therefore, I hope that such a thing will not happen. As the head of the family, you should understand the pros and cons better. I won't say anything more. Let's eat, drink, and be merry. Everyone then dispersed, chatting and interacting with each other in this place. Xianyuan Qingtian's gaze was fixed on Su Lin. This woman was too fucking beautiful. This kind of temperament was unbearable. Su Lin stood there drinking alone. Then, Xianyuan Qingtian walked over. He really didn't find any information about her. The people he asked didn't know her, but this didn't seem to be too important. There must be someone who knew her, but he couldn't ask because it didn't match his character. However, it wasn't a problem to just go over and get to know her. It was a very normal thing. Hi. Xianyuan Qingtian walked over with a glass of red wine and greeted her with a smile. Su Lin turned around and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Hiss. Xianyuan Qingtian couldn't help but gasp in his heart. So beautiful. Her eyes were so alluring. So beautiful. Although Su Lin was in disguise, she was indeed very beautiful. It was mainly because of her temperament. A woman's temperament was too good. Hello. Su Lin nodded with a smile. Miss, you look very unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. Yes, I rarely participate in these events, but I know you. Su Lin smiled. Xianyuan Qingtian was very pleased when he heard Su Lin's words. Yes, it was normal for her to know him. After all, he was Xianyuan Qingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian was very confident in his ability and excellence. It's just a title. May I know who you are? Rogue Cultivator, Su Lin. Su Lin. He was quite touched when he heard this name. After all, this name matched her temperament very well. I see, but I think you're not simple. Su Lin smiled and said, Those who can come here must not be simple. But there shouldn't be many who can be compared with young Master Xianyuan. Miss, you're too kind. Xianyuan Qingtian then asked, "May I get to know you and add you on WeChat?" "Yes. It's my honor to have young Master Xianyuan as a friend." Then, they added each other as friends. "Can I invite Miss Su for a drink?" "It's my honor." Then, they walked to the side. Lin Xian was secretly paying attention to their situation. Seeing that Su Lin had hooked up with Xianyuan Qingtian, he was very satisfied with Lin Xian. If Su Lin could succeed, he thought for a moment and decided not to poison him. Lin Xian felt that this poison was not very effective. If she succeeded, it would be best for her to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was also looking for an opportunity to poison Lin Xian. It was impossible for him to succeed on his own because Lin Xian would definitely be extremely wary of him. But now, there was actually a chance. Since everyone was talking to each other and walking around, he could poison Xianyuan Qingtian when he walked past him. He looked at Xianyuan Qingtian and frowned. What's going on? Is he flirting? Why is he flirting at a time like this? Don't you know what you should be doing? Fuck, what a fucking idiot. He thought that Xianyuan Qingtian would be a formidable person. Now, it seemed that he was just a piece of trash. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Of course, Xianyuan Qingtian did not forget what happened tonight. He was thinking that killing Lin Xian was important, but flirting was also important. He also wanted to kill Lin Xian, but his desire was not as strong as Duan Lingxiao's. Duan Lingxiao would die if he did not kill Lin Xian, but Xianyuan Qingtian did not have that kind of pressure. To him, he wanted to kill Lin Xian, but there was no time limit. Chapter 1663. Of course, this did not mean that Xianyuan Qingtian would not make a move. He would definitely make a move tonight, but he was not in a hurry. Su Lin was a fox demon. She knew how to seduce a man's heart. Moreover, she was experienced and smart enough. Facing Xianyuan Qingtian, who was in his 20s, she was simply toying with him. How could a man in his 20s play chess with an old fox? Time passed slowly. Xianyuan Qingtian and Su Lin were chatting happily. God knew what they were talking about. Brother Xianyuan. Duan Lingxiao could not stand it anymore. He quickly went to Xianyuan Qingtian's side and said, Xianyuan Qingtian only realized when he saw Duan Lingxiao. Damn, he almost forgot about the important matter. This also proved how much Su Lin had seduced him. Okay, excuse me, Xianyuan Qingtian said to Su Lin and then walked to the side with Duan Lingxiao. Brother Xianyuan, if you don't make a move, this banquet might end soon. Xianyuan Qingtian said, Is there a good chance now? After all, he's walking around. There should be a chance. I need him to take my poison. Do you have a way to make him take it? Xianyuan Qingtian said. This, Duan Lingxiao glanced at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was drinking and chatting with the experts. There's no chance now. After all, he's with a group of experts. If he drinks, he'll probably drink until the banquet ends. I don't think there's a good chance. Then what should we do? Are we going to stop just like that? Xianyuan Qingtian shook his head. Of course not. Look for an opportunity. Keep an eye on him. If there's a good opportunity, let me know. I've already arranged people. We're just waiting for an opportunity. Then can I find a chance to poison his food? Duan Lingxiao asked. Of course, but do you think it's possible? It's a little difficult. Okay, so I think we should find a way after we leave tonight. Find a chance. Leave, Xianyuan Qingtian said. That definitely won't go back tonight. Tomorrow morning, Shaolin Temple will definitely provide breakfast. I've already learned that breakfast will be delivered to their rooms. That's the best chance to poison them. Duan Lingxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. All right, then this young master shouldn't need to personally supervise this matter, right? Regardless of whether it succeeds or not. The premise is that the poison has to be administered to his breakfast tomorrow morning. Can you do that? Don't worry, that's easy. Duan Lingxiao nodded. All right. Xianyuan Qingtian then handed him a jade bottle. The poison is here. I'll leave the rest to you. It wasn't that he didn't care about this matter, but he could tell that Duan Lingxiao was too obsessed with killing Lin Xian. He seemed to want to kill Lin Xian more than Xianyuan Qingtian. so he could be at ease if he left this matter to Duan Lingxiao. The rest was up to fate. Whether it worked or not depended on whether Lin Xian ate breakfast or not. He thought that poisoning Lin Xian's breakfast was a simple task, and that Duan Lingxiao was definitely capable of doing it. Duan Lingxiao nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Okay. Xin Yuan Qingtian nodded, then walked away and came to Su Lin's side. I'm sorry, I just took care of some matters. I have a bottle of good wine that I've collected for many years. I wonder if Miss Su would like to try it? Xin Yuan Qingtian realized that she seemed to have a passion for wine, which meant that she was a woman who knew how to enjoy life. He really liked this kind of woman very much. Dongfang Shui? Since he couldn't have her, then he didn't want her. Anyway, this woman in front of him wasn't bad either. Moreover, he was trying to hit on her. Normal people wouldn't know that he was trying to hit on her, since she had chosen to accept his attempt and they were chatting very well. He had reason to think that Su Lin had a good impression of him. He had a chance to pursue her. This was completely different from many other girls, such as Dongfang Shui and Mu Rongyu. They didn't have any feelings for him at all. Xin Yuan Qingtian also felt this clearly. Where? Su Lin's words made it seem like she was a little conservative or worried. This made Xin Yuan Qingtian feel that this woman was very safe. If he invited her, and Su Lin nodded without hesitation, this might be a good thing, but it would undoubtedly make Xin Yuan Qingtian a little suspicious. If Su Lin took the initiative to ask him to go out and do something, then he would be even more suspicious. Clearly, after Su Lin said that, his suspicion disappeared. Therefore, even 10 Xin Yuan Qingtians wouldn't be enough to fight with her. This was also why Lin Xian was absolutely assured. In my room, young Master Xin Yuan, are you asking me to go to your room? Su Lin said with a smile. No, of course not. I just want to invite Miss Su to have a taste. Anywhere is fine. It could be outside or even here. I can go and get it now. Xin Yuan Qingtian said. Then let's do it in the courtyard. Okay. Please wait for a moment, Miss Su. Xin Yuan Qingtian then walked away with a smile. Take off. Su Lin's divine sense moved and then sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was chatting with the experts. When he heard Su Lin's good news, he smiled in his heart. Sure enough, Su Lin is still Su Lin. She's not simple. Tonight might be Xin Yuan Qingtian's doomsday. Lin Xian was still very excited. It was late at night, and the banquet was over. Everyone, the rooms have been prepared for you. It's no problem if you want to stay in the Shaolin Temple for a few more days. If you want to leave, you can leave tomorrow. I'll prepare breakfast for you in the morning and send it to your rooms. It's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest early. Okay. Then everyone left. Where did that shameless Lin Xian go? He went straight to Mu Rongyu's room. Damn, it's been so long, I'm dying of thirst. The others didn't know and thought that Lin Xian was in the room. Zhuge Qingtian and Su Lin were drinking and chatting in the courtyard. Why don't you two go and rest? An expert passed by and asked with a smile. Senior Zhang, go and rest first. We still have some things to talk about. Xin Yuan Qingtian said. Okay, I won't disturb you. Su Lin was really annoyed. She couldn't stand it anymore. She obviously didn't like it, but she pretended to like it and had to go along with it with a smile. Really, if Lin Xian didn't ask her to do it, she wouldn't do it even if she died. It was too difficult. Why wasn't it time yet? No, she had to get ready, but Lin Xian didn't give her any news. Chapter 1664. Of course, Lin Xian wanted to kill Xin Yuan Qingtian, but he felt that it was still early. He would let Su Lin hook up with him first. Meanwhile, Lin Xian quietly went to Mu Rongyu's room. Lin Xian easily knew where Mu Rongyu's room was, so he went over happily. What are you doing? Mu Rongyu looked at Lin Xian at the door. I haven't seen you for so long. I want to catch up with you. Lin Xian gave her a harmless smile. Mu Rongyu would definitely be able to guess what this shameless person was trying to do. Damn. Why don't you go find Xin Yue? Mu Rongyu asked. Logically speaking, Lin Xian was the one who had not seen her for a long time. Her? She's not important. I like you more, Lin Xian said with a smile. Huh. In Murong Yu's eyes, all the beautiful girls around Lin Xian were his women, including Xiao Xinyue. In fact, they were not. She thought they were, and so did Lin Xian. Unfortunately, they were not, so Lin Xian came to Murong Yu's room. What are you doing? Hey, why are you blocking the door? Let me in. No, don't be so heartless. Hurry up. No. Whoosh. Lin Xian used the power of space and disappeared in front of her. Murong Yu. She turned to look at Lin Xian, who had just entered the room, with a helpless expression on her face. Have you completed your mission? Murong Yu walked in and asked. Not yet. How about you? Almost. There's no problem. Was her mission difficult? Logically speaking, Lin Xian was more capable than them. Normally, he should have completed it. It's neither difficult nor easy. It shouldn't be a problem. You have to make sure there's no problem, Murong Yu said. I should be able to. Shit. This was not what Murong Yu wanted to hear. Of course, Lin Xian said. All right. She nodded. Little Yu. Lin Xian then took her tender hand. Let me kiss you. Murong Yu struggled for a moment, but in the end, Lin Xian forcefully pulled her onto his lap. That's why it's said that women are creatures who don't mean what they say. This time, she didn't struggle for long before Lin Xian took her down. And then, of course, it was a barrage of cannon fire. After a long time, Murong Yu couldn't take it anymore and kicked Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to fall to the ground. Big sister, what are you doing? Sleeping. Murong Yu then said lazily, turning her back to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. How did this girl know that he wouldn't be sleeping at her place tonight? Then I'll be leaving first. Lin Xian then put on his clothes and walked out. How did Murong Yu know that Lin Xian wouldn't be sleeping at her place? She was smart, but she was thinking about something else entirely. She was thinking that this person would definitely have sex with several girls in one night. He was so lecherous, and this was his style. She guessed that after he was done, she would find someone else to do it with. Of course, Murong Yu might also think that Lin Xian might have something important to do. This was also possible because according to Lin Xian's personality, he wouldn't attend this banquet if he didn't have something important to do. He had the freedom to do so, but he was here, and he was only going to stay here for a day. He would leave the next day, so if he wanted to do something, he would probably have to do it tonight. This was Murong Yu's thought. She was obviously a smart woman. Lin Xian walked out and stretched, feeling refreshed. Then, he took a look at his phone. Bastard, where are you? This was a WeChat message that Suda Lin sent to Lin Xian half an hour ago. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and sent her a message. On the other side, Suda Lin was still flirting with Xianyuan Qingtian. Then, she received a message from Lin Xian. Suda Lin heaved a sigh of relief. You're fucking good. Her resentment towards Lin Xian was indescribable. If she knew that Lin Xian was having sex with girls just now, she would explode in anger. Young Master Xianyuan, I wonder if you can explain to me the technique that we talked about before? Suda Lin asked. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. Of course, that's not a problem. But if you want to perform it, you can't do it here. You have to find a more spacious place with no one around. I'll show you. There's a spacious forest outside the Shaolin Temple. You should be able to do it there, right? Suda Lin asked. Of course, no problem. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. In fact, he was extremely excited. Why? You can just say forest, but you have to say forest. Who doesn't know the special meaning of forest? So, this Suda Lin was actually hinting at him? Xianyuan Qingtian thought so. He believed that with his talent, strength, and family background, it was normal for girls to take a fancy to him and think that he was a good son-in-law. Even if it was this beautiful and elegant Suda Lin, he also felt that it was possible. Wasn't she hinting at him? Well, let's try it. Okay. Then, the two left the Shaolin Temple. Lin Xian received Suda Lin's message, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's going to work. Xianyuan Qingtian and Su Dalin arrived at the small forest. Let's do it here. Suda Lin said. Okay, let's do it here. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded and unleashed his power. Miss Su watched carefully. Xianyuan Qingtian demonstrated his technique to Su Dalin. Su Dalin naturally did not pay attention to it. This was not her goal at all. She was waiting for Lin Xian. Or rather, she did not need to wait for Lin Xian. She could actually do it now. Yes, since Lin Xian was on the way, it was about time for her to take action. Xianyuan Qingtian demonstrated his martial technique in a manner that he thought was very cool. Su Dalin stroked her exquisite chin. Should she directly kill him or do something else? Lin Xian did not tell her either. Forget it. It's best not to kill him. I'll just control him. Following that, her hair fluttered as a force surged towards Xianyuan Qingtian, who thought he was very cool. Puffed. Xianyuan Qingtian was completely defenseless and had no ability to resist. He instantly spat out blood before collapsing to the ground. After all, Su Dalin was at the heavenly Dao realm. If Lin Xian wanted her to kill Xianyuan Qingtian, he could even get Su Dalin to come to the banquet. At the banquet, she could forcefully take action in front of all the experts. Absolutely no one could stop her. However, as Lin Xian did not wish to cause too much of a stir, he chose such a complicated method. TCH, Su Dalin sighed helplessly. That's it? After wasting so much of her time, it ended just like that? How boring. How annoying. She did not know why Lin Xian was so cautious. He was just at the domain realm, while she was at the heavenly Dao realm. What was there to fear? Chapter 1665. Lin Xian arrived at the small forest and saw Su Dalin sitting there and playing with her fingernails. Seeing Lin Xian come, Su Dalin stood up. How annoying. I've settled it. I'll leave the rest to you. Su Dalin left after saying that. Thank you, Lin Xian said. Tisk. It was unknown who Su Dalin learned to tisk from before she walked away. Lin Xian walked over and saw Xianyuan Qingtian lying there. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In fact, it was much easier than he had imagined. Swish. Then, Lin Xian disappeared with Xianyuan Qingtian. They appeared again in a place that Lin Xian did not know. He released a powerful spatial barrier to seal the place. At the same time, he used the law of creation to continuously strengthen the spatial barrier. Then, he destroyed Xianyuan Qingtian's dantian and took his interspatial ring. There was no other way. Xianyuan Qingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan family. He definitely had the ability to escape. To be honest, even someone at the Great Void Realm might not be able to kill him. He should have a way to escape if he wanted to. However, Su Dalin was at the Heavenly Dao Realm. That was not something the Great Void Realm could compare with. Furthermore, many animations and television dramas were the result of too much nonsense and not being vigilant enough. As a result, the captured people escaped through various means. Lin Xian did not wish for such a thing to happen. Therefore, he tried his best to eliminate almost all such possibilities. There was no other way. This matter concerned his mission and his life. If he failed this time, Lin Xian would not be able to do anything if Xianyuan Qingtian went into hiding. Crack. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and released the law of creation at Xianyuan Qingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with pain. What happened? His entire body hurt. Wait, where was his cultivation? You're awake. A voice sounded. Xianyuan Qingtian hurriedly looked over and his pupils constricted. Lin Xian. He found it unacceptable. Huh. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and walked over. Young Master Xianyuan, how have you been? What are you doing? His pupils shrank as he stared at Lin Xian. Just as he was about to do something, he suddenly realized that his spatial ring was gone as well. Damn it. Damn it. What are you doing? You should know, right? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette. Lin Xian, don't go too far. My cultivation has already been crippled by you. So what's the point? Also, when did I ever offend you? Do you have to be like this? Xianyuan Qingtian finally understood that Su Dalin was one of Lin Xian's people. Fuck. Why? How could he fall for such a low-level trick? Why? He understood. Perhaps it was jealousy. That's right. Why are the girls around Lin Xian so beautiful and outstanding? I'm Xian Yuan Qing Tian. Why can't the girls around him be as beautiful? Logically speaking, it's absolutely possible. He felt that Suda Lin's appearance was to make up for his shortcomings. However, it was actually Lin Xian's trap. Damn it, I'm crippled. Now, even if I survive, I'm crippled. However, it's a fact that I'm crippled. All I want now is to survive. Young Master Xian Yuan, your acting skills are really mediocre. Lin Xian sneered. What acting skills? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yes, there are some conflicts or grudges between us, but this... Ahem, it's just a grudge. Do you have to be like this? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Slap. Then, Lin Xian sent him flying with a slap. What are you pretending to be? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Xian Yuan Qing Tian, you sent someone to push me off the cliff 3 years ago. At that time, I was just a weakling who had just started cultivating. To be honest, it's really disgusting. It's a pity that I can't let the whole world see your hypocritical mask. After all, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. I don't want the whole world to know that I killed you. After all, the Xian Yuan family is really troublesome. Then, a powerful force condensed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian, let me go. Let me go. Xian Yuan Qingtian's face was filled with fear. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing one day. Fear. Everyone would feel fear in such a situation. That was because everyone was afraid of death. Especially with his status, a noble status, he would cherish his name even more. Lin Xian smirked. Why? Are you afraid now? Yes, I'm afraid. Let me go, let me go. Whoosh. Splat. Xian Yuan Qingtian's head was directly chopped off by Lin Xian's force. At the same time, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed his soul. Bang! His soul was destroyed. Lin Xian did not want to waste any more time with him. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. A system notification appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Phew! Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curled up. On Earth, his biggest grudge had already ended. Splat! Lin Xian snapped his fingers and turned around. Xian Yuan Qingtian's body was burning. Perhaps he would never have imagined that his extraordinary life would end so casually and casually. Perhaps if it was not for Lin Xian, his life would have been very exciting. What a pity. Time is sleep. Lin Xian stretched lazily. The big event was over. His mission here was basically completed. All that was left was to pursue Lu Qingzhu or Qin Yijuan. Actually, there was no need to complete this mission, because after completing Xian Yuan Qingtian's, Lin Xian system points were enough for him to leave. In the remaining month, Lin Xian would try to solve the problem on Earth as much as possible. At the same time, he would give them more protection. Lin Xian did not disturb the other girls. He returned to his room and closed his eyes. Lin Xian liked to close his eyes to think about many things, including Earth, Sky Blue Planet, the past, and the future. Many things were thought out by him at this time. After leaving Earth and returning to Sky Blue Planet, he should be able to advance to the Heavenly Tao in a relatively short period of time. I wonder how little Fairy is doing. Lin Xian sighed. Thinking of Linya, Lin Xian really had not seen her for a long time. Although he knew that it was her good fortune, he still felt a little heartache. After returning this time, he should focus on looking for Linya. Even if it was good fortune, it should be over, right? Chapter 1666. Other than Lin Xian, no one knew that Xian Yuan Qingtian was dead. Perhaps those people could only conclude that Xian Yuan Qingtian had disappeared without trace. Anyway, there was no evidence to prove that Xian Yuan Qingtian was dead. Some people might think so, but they didn't even know if he was dead or not. The night passed just like that, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. The Shaolin Temple's breakfast was sent to everyone one after another. Duan Lingxiao still didn't know that Xian Yuan Qingtian was dead. He had successfully poisoned Lin Xian's breakfast with Xian Yuan Qingtian's poison. Lin Xian yawned and walked out of the room. Benefactor Lin, this is your breakfast. A young monk said respectfully to Lin Xian. "Thank you," Lin Xian said. "Well, I won't disturb you anymore." After saying that, he left. Lin Xian sat in the courtyard and opened the lunchbox. It was quite exquisite. Lin Xian then scrolled through his phone while eating. Before eating, Lin Xian didn't feel anything. However, after Lin Xian ate a few mouthfuls, he realized that something was wrong. There was poison in the food. Lin Xian frowned, and the poison was very strong. Xianyuan Qingtian. Although Xianyuan Qingtian was dead, it was obviously a good opportunity for him to make a move. Maybe he had arranged it in advance. But it could also be Duan Lingxiao. Of course, Lin Xian suspected them first. He definitely didn't suspect the Shaolin Temple, because if Lin Xian died in the Shaolin Temple, the first suspect would be the Shaolin Temple. Therefore, the Shaolin Temple wouldn't be so stupid. Moreover, he didn't have any grudges with the Shaolin Temple. At most, Duan Lingxiao or Xianyuan Qingtian had colluded with someone from the Shaolin Temple. But this wasn't important. It was just a relationship of interest between them. It didn't mean anything to him. Then Lin Xian took out a detoxification pill and swallowed it. Lin Xian felt the poison for a while. Normally, this poison was really difficult to detoxify according to the standards on Earth. However, this detoxification pill was specially refined and could detoxify very strong poisons. Even if this poison couldn't be detoxified, it could definitely be suppressed. Xianyuan Qingtian is dead. Now, only Duan Lingxiao is left. Lin Xian pondered for a while. Should he ask Su Dalin to kill Duan Lingxiao with the might of the heavenly Tao? After thinking Lin, he decided not to do so. In fact, he could also kill him. It was just that it would be slightly more difficult for Lin Xian. This was because Duan Lingxiao also had a system. Lin Xian guessed that Duan Lingxiao had exchanged for quite a few abilities, precepts, attributes, and so on. Lin Xian was only stronger than Duan Lingxiao in terms of combat power. However, if Duan Lingxiao wanted to run, Lin Xian might not be able to stop him. In Lin Xian's eyes, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, it was easy for Su Dalin to kill him, but it was easy for Su Dalin to expose herself. Then, he could lure him out in another way. Lin Xian didn't have the brains to do that. He couldn't be bothered. Lin Xian knew that Duan Lingxiao wanted to kill him. He felt that it was normal. After all, this was his only chance on Earth. However, what could he do? Of course, if he could kill Lin Xian, he would still kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was very nervous. Whether Lin Xian lived or died depended on this. If he were to fail this time, then he would be completely out of options. If he were to fail this time, then he would be completely flustered. Everyone, take care. The Shaolin Temple's powerhouses called for everyone to leave. Master Wuxin, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Lin Xian clasped his fist at Master Wuxin. Okay, see you next time. Duan Lingxiao walked out and saw Lin Xian standing there happily. He clenched his fists tightly. Fuck. Failed. Another fucking failure. It's over. This is bad. This is bad. Let's go back. Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya. Okay. In fact, this made Mu Qingya quite happy. Although this bastard was lustful and had many women, he chose to go back with her. As for women, although they didn't care, did they really not care? Lin Xian had already said goodbye to Xiao, Xinyue, and Murongyu. Then they left. Just like that, half a month passed. In this half a month, Earth had changed. Indeed, it was more chaotic than before. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried about this. This required a buffering process. For example, some people were hot-headed, but later they would find that reality would crush them and they would return to normal. The major forces were discussing very important things, including the establishment of warrior academies. Basically, these academies should be opened directly in the existing academies. It was a big project. Then there were some special forces formed by warriors to maintain law and order. In the past half a month, it basically revolved around cultivation. The news, various reports, and all kinds of things were related to this. Some people had also discovered the demon beasts. Of course, some people might want to attract attention. Indeed, Many of them are photoshopped. When the academies are opened, you can go to the academies. Don't go to the sections. Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei, Qin Yijuan, and of course, Su Dalin were eating hot pot there. Why? Mu Feifei blinked and asked puzzledly. At that time, the academies will definitely be important places. The people who will be introduced will probably be top warriors. But what about the sects? You have been to Kunlun Mountain. Many things are traditional. Maybe there will be rules like not playing with mobile phones. Can you adapt? Hee hee. She stuck out her pink tongue. Brother-in-law is so thoughtful. Well, anyway, you have to promise me one thing. No matter what the Earth will become in the future, don't do anything impulsively to be a hero, and don't provoke others. Because the times are different, killing people may become very simple and very secretive. If in the next 1 or 2 years, you need to do something, such as joining some teams, killing demon beasts, fighting for the human race, and so on, you can get some experience. But before you have absolutely grown up, don't think that you are very capable and don't attract too much attention. Do you hear me? I know. Well, I have invited a few friends in the group. Lu Qingzhu is also there. You can ask them a lot of things. They will also give you a lot of help. Lin Xian said, Hey, brother-in-law, you sound like you are making a will. You are here, aren't you? Mu Feifei took a bite of the fat beef and muttered. She felt that with Lin Xian around, everything else was not a problem. Hearing Mu Feifei's words, Mu Qingya also felt that something was wrong. Yes, she just felt that something was wrong. What did Lin Xian mean? Chapter 1667. Women were sensitive. Lin Xian's words did make them very sensitive, and they all realized something. What did Lin Xian mean by that? It was very strange. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Is there something you want to tell me? Mu Qingya asked. Well, Lin Xian was going to leave here in half a month. In fact, there were some things that should be said, but there was still Qin Yijuan here. It was not that Lin Xian did not want to tell Qin Yijuan, and Qin Yijuan was not his woman, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Yes, there is something. Lin Xian nodded. Well, let's talk about it in bed tonight. Mu Qingya said. From this, it could be seen how sensible she was. Well, okay. Lin Xian nodded. There were some things that could be told to Mu Qingya, and then she could tell others. This should be the best. Hey, obviously, you treat us as outsiders. Qin Yijuan said unhappily. It's a family matter. You are an outsider. Why do you want to know? Lin Xian glared at her. TSK. Qin Yijuan also glared back, not to be outdone. Lin Xian finally knew who taught Su Dalin this tisk. It must be Qin Yijuan. Or, you can be our family. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Damn it. Qin Yijuan glanced at Mu Qingya, then looked at Lin Xian and said, Can you be more shameless? Qingya, don't you care? Ahem. Mu Qingya coughed dryly. He wanted to interfere, but, damn it. Damn hooligan. Mu Feifei muttered unhappily. Eat. Lin Xian said hurriedly. Something is wrong. Qin Yijuan said. It's none of your business. Go eat your food. Lin Xian glared at her. Tisk. After the meal, the few of them played mahjong for a while. This was Su Dalin's request. Anyway, she kind of liked the many new things in this world that she had never played before. At first, she liked TV dramas, then she liked to play games, and now she liked to play mahjong. It's getting late. I'll head back first. Mu Qingya glanced at the time and said, Then I'll go back too. We'll continue tomorrow. Su Dalin shouted. Anything is fine. Then they left. I'm leaving too. Hey. Su Dalin stopped Lin Xian. What is it? What about what you promised me before? Su Dalin asked. What did Lin Xian promise her? That was to raise her heavenly Dao realm by 2 stars. In 2 days. All right. Agree to what? Qin Yijuan asked curiously. None of your business. Qin Yijuan, you. She gritted her teeth angrily. She owed him a huge favor. After returning, Lin Xian and Mu Qingya returned to the room. After taking a shower, Mu Qingya was already lying in bed reading. This book was created by Lin Xian using the laws of creation. The knowledge in it might not be from Earth, but it was definitely more powerful than Earth's. Of course, there might be many things about Earth that Lin Xian didn't know. However, it would definitely be of great help to her. Sigh, I've been too tired from playing all this time. Lin Xian crawled into bed. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian before closing the book. Bai Qing was still rather solemn. What did you want to say? She had a nagging feeling that Lin Xian wanted to tell her something very important. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment before looking at her. Actually, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Unless you say you're an alien. You won't believe me if I'm an alien? Don't tell me it's true? Mu Qingya froze for a moment. She remembered that Lin Xian had done many things that couldn't be done on Earth at this stage, such as curing cancer and AIDS. Damn, what are you thinking? How can I be an alien? Mu Qingya looked at him. Then what do you want to say? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Actually, I'll leave in half a month. Huh? She suddenly frowned. Don't be too nervous. Didn't I say I'll throw you away? How can I be that kind of person? If I really have such thoughts, I'll run away and you won't be able to find me. Why should I tell you? After all, Mu Qingya wasn't an ordinary girl. She nodded. Do you have something important to tell me? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. In other words, I have to leave. Otherwise, I'll die. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Why? Well, how should I tell you? In fact, I'm from another place. You know, I have a gap in 3 years. Well, I'm indeed from Earth. But an accident happened 3 years ago, which led me to another place. You can think of it as another plane, another world. Mu Qingya, you really have, Lin Xian nodded. Why don't you have immortal cultivation? Then you broke the void? Lin Xian smiled and said, What are you thinking? You've read too many immortal cultivation novels, haven't you? I can't tell you the details, but I want to tell you that I have to go back now. But after I go back, I can't guarantee when I'll be back. I can only promise you that I'll be back as soon as possible. 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years, I'm not sure. That long? Mu Qingya thought 1 year or 3 years was okay, but 5 years could be longer. I'm not sure, so I can only tell you this. But I promise I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay, Mu Qingya nodded. Lin Xian looked at her. If you're in a hurry, then don't wait for me. You're crazy. Mu Qingya said, Huh, now that I can also cultivate, my lifespan is no longer that of an ordinary person. For a martial artist, 5 years or more is nothing. Mu Qingya's words really touched Lin Xian. I just think it's unfair to you. I'm already very grateful that you brought me to this path. Don't worry, I won't miss you. If I have the time, I'd rather cultivate more. You really... Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, I can understand you, and I'm also very grateful that you told me such an important thing. I'm also very grateful that you're so reasonable. So that's why you said those words at dinner. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I see. Mu Qingya nodded. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can communicate with Lu Qingzhu and Dongfang Shui in the group chat. They'll be able to help you as well. Also, Su Dalin is a very powerful being, so I've assigned her to protect you. If you run into any trouble, look for her. Chapter 1668. Lin Xian had told Mu Qingya what he should say, and he definitely didn't say anything that he shouldn't say. He also didn't say anything that was too mysterious. Mu Qingya expressed her understanding, and Lin Xian was relieved. What was left was actually guilt, because he really didn't know when he could come back. But he swore that he would definitely come back. What's the world you want to like? Mu Qingya asked. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It feels exactly the same as Earth. There's the internet, mobile phones, and technology. The technology is even more powerful. There are humans and demons. The humans have powerful barriers to defend, and the demons will attack the humans and occupy the cities. It's a bit like Earth many years later, but I believe that Earth won't be in such a situation many years later. That's not necessarily true. No, it's definitely true, because I'll definitely protect it well. Okay, Mu Qingya then asked, Then how are you going to go back? Can I go back with you when you go back? Of course not. If you can, you won't have so much trouble. Oh, Mu Qingya didn't ask any more questions. Okay. About this, I know. I won't tell anyone. Mu Qingya said. Well, then, let's go to sleep. Lin Xian then directly pounced on her. You. Before she could react, she was pressed under Lin Xian's body. Of course, they all knew what happened. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao came to a place. There was still half a month left. Xianyuan Qingtian hadn't appeared since that night. He couldn't even contact him. The whole Xianyuan family was in chaos, especially Xianyuan Long. His son disappeared under his nose. He was really going crazy. Then he checked, but it seemed that he couldn't find anything. He only found that his son was very close to a woman that night, and then he drank with that woman in the yard. As for what happened after drinking, no one knew. He didn't know either. There was no such thing as surveillance in the Shaolin Temple. He checked all the surveillance cameras in the more prosperous places around, but there was no trace. The only clue was that woman, but he couldn't find her at all. He couldn't find anything at all. He had reason to think that he was in disguise. Duan Lingxiao knew that it was definitely done by Lin Xian because Xianyuan Qingtian wanted to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian didn't know, but what evidence did he have? The only thing he could do was secretly tell the Xianyuan clan that it was Lin Xian who did it. He didn't even dare to say it himself. Secretly telling them to focus their attention on Lin Xian was a good thing. The Xianyuan family had indeed placed their attention on Lin Xian. They had originally suspected that it was Lin Xian because there was a grudge between them. Now that Lin Xian had returned, it was possible, but how could they investigate? If he couldn't find anything, could it be that he had to ask directly? Or rather, the only thing they could think of was to take action. However, this was a rather important matter because they knew that Lin Xian was no ordinary warrior. He was so young, but he was deeply loved and even protected by his seniors. If they forcefully tried to do something without any evidence, the Xianyuan family would become the target of public criticism if they were discovered, especially at this stage of the game. In particular, this Lin Xian was very close to the Liu family. The current head of the Liu family was a member of the Liu family, and Dongfang Shui had returned, and this Lin Xian and Dongfang Shui were. It seemed that both the Liu family and the Dongfang family liked him very much. If they forced him to do something, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, all of this was based on the premise that they were exposed, so he felt that he had to do this. There was no way they could talk nicely with him. If he was the one who did it, he wouldn't admit it. Even if he wasn't the one who did it, the Xianyuan family wouldn't believe him just because he said it wasn't him. Thus, the best way was to capture him and force him to tell the truth under the threat of death. The Xianyuan family had begun to move. But where was Duan Lingxiao? Duan Lingxiao arrived at a secluded place. I'm here, Duan Lingxiao yelled. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him. What? Have you made up your mind? Duan Lingxiao nodded. I can provide you with everything you want, including what you want me to do, but at the same time, you have to agree to a request of mine. It's a win-win situation, so why not? What is it? Feel free to tell us. Duan Lingxiao nodded. I want you to kill someone for me. That's easy. Who is it? It's a spatial attribute cultivator at the domain realm. Under normal circumstances, even 9th-tier heavenly venerates may not be able to kill him. You have to send a few great void stage cultivators to kill him. In other words, you have to give me your soldiers, and I'll personally supervise this matter. You need great void stage cultivators to kill a spatial attribute cultivator at the domain realm? Duan Lingxiao nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I need you guys? No problem. Also, I need you to complete this task within 3 days. Duan Lingxiao said. Although he still had half a month, there was only half a month left. He couldn't hold on any longer. He really couldn't hold on any longer. He had to hurry. Boy, the old man narrowed his eyes and said, It's true that we're cooperating, but you don't have the capital to bargain with us. Do you understand? I'm not trying to bargain with you. Then we won't let you finish your task before we ask you to do it. Duan Lingxiao said, Aren't you worried that I won't do my best if you make me unhappy? Haha, there's so many people in this world who could do things for us. We don't need you. Is that so? Indeed, That seems to be the case. However, in this world, what I can do, others may not be able to do. Isn't that why you want to cooperate with me? Duan Lingxiao said. Ha ha ha. It's easy to deal with smart people. Sure. All right. You just need to give me soldiers according to my request. Whether it's a success or not, I'll definitely do as you say in 3 days and help you complete it. The old man nodded. No problem. What did he like about Duan Lingxiao? It wasn't his talent or his strength, but his position. His results in the martial arts assembly meant that he would definitely be snatched up by the other major forces. He was referring to the current strength of the Kunlun Mountain. If such a person joined the Kunlun Mountain, he could cooperate with them from the inside and easily control a modern top force. They could use such a force to accomplish many things. It was very important. Chapter 1669. The thoughts of these experts were really pure, but they were very effective. Duan Lingxiao was preparing to deal with Lin Xian. There was still half a month left, and this matter was related to his life. Lin Xian also knew that he would leave in half a month. What could he do in the remaining half a month? Just spend more time with them, and it seemed that there was nothing else he could do. A day passed like this. It was night again. It seemed that there was nothing to do. Lin Xian ate hot pot and chatted with them every day. I saw the news today. Did you know? Someone found a dragon. Mu Feifei said excitedly. Are you serious? There really is a dragon? Is it photoshopped? Qin Yijuan didn't believe it. It's true. It seems that someone suddenly found something unusual at the bottom of a well. After the water was drained, they found that there was a hidden world at the bottom of the well. It was said that there was a dragon locked inside. Liar, where are the photos? What about the videos? Well, I don't think so, but the news said that it attracted a lot of attention. Many warriors went to check it out. That should be true, right? Lin Xian said, Who knows, but it's possible that it's true. Wow, will all those things in the legends appear? Lin Xian nodded. Well, it's just a matter of time. I'm looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? If those existences appear, then something big will happen. It means that the Earth has entered a new era. Lin Xian said, I'm also looking forward to it. Lin Xian touched his forehead and said, That's why you're a brat. Nonsense. Mu Feifei said unhappily. Think about it. If that situation really comes to pass, it means that Earth has entered a new era. In this era, how many families will be destroyed? How chaotic will the entire Earth be? You're just used to this seemingly ordinary world. That's because you're used to it, so you begin to look forward to a new worldview. But after a period of time, after this worldview appears, you'll understand. Oh, Mu Feifei pursed her lips. This is actually very normal. Take me, for example. In the past, when I watched Resident Evil, I always imagined that one day our world would become like the world in Resident Evil. Every one of us would be running around for survival. It felt very exciting. But if such a day really came, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Qin Yijuan said, Let's eat. Why are you talking about this? Suda Lin was the one who spoke the least. She realized that she had fallen in love with the food in this world. It was too fucking delicious. Someone's coming. Su Dalin suddenly said, do you have any guests? Mu Feifei asked doubtfully. Lin Xian knew what Su Dalin meant. That person was definitely not a guest. That person was definitely a martial artist, and probably not a weak one at that. Let's go. You're coming with me, Lin Xian said to Su Dalin. Su Dalin shrugged and stood up. Don't come out. After saying that, the two of them walked out. Is it a martial artist? Mu Feifei blinked her big eyes. It must be. Mu Qingyan nodded. Needless to say, Lin Xian was really glad that he had met Su Dalin. Moreover, she was the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, many things would not have been so simple. At this moment, several top powerhouses of the Long family came not far from them. How we do it? The more secretive, the better. Have all the surveillance cameras in this community been blocked? They have been blocked. Good. That Lin Xian is either in this villa or the one next door. Make sure. It has just been confirmed. There are 5 people in the villa next door. It looks like it should be them. I want to be sure. Then, one of the powerhouses released his divine sense again and suddenly frowned. Strange. What's wrong? There were 5 people in the villa just now. Why did it suddenly become 3? He showed a puzzled expression. Did they run away? There are no more 2 people in the villa next door. What's going on? At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Because I'm behind you. Those powerhouses' pupils suddenly shrank. Then, they quickly turned around. Behind them, a man with a cigarette in his mouth and another woman standing next to him, looking at them just like that. Those powerhouses were shocked, because they were in the heavenly venerable realm. They appeared behind them silently, without them noticing. Could it be that this person was in the higher virtual realm? I'm really curious about which family you are from. Whoosh! After saying that, they disappeared from where they were and arrived at a spacious and empty place. Be careful. Surround them. Whoosh! Then they surrounded Lin Xian. Kill them all. Leave one alive. Lin Xian said to Su Dalin. What? Hearing Lin Xian's casual words, those powerhouses frowned and showed a puzzled expression. Kill them all? What kind of realm were they in? How easy would it be to kill them? Okay. The corners of Su Dalin's mouth curled up slightly. Then, the power of the heavenly Tao was released. The heavenly Tao? Although they had never seen the heavenly Tao, this power was definitely not something that a higher virtual realm cultivator could possess, right? This. Puff! With just Su Dalin's power, the others were all dead, leaving only one alive. Hey! Lin Xian walked over while smoking. Tell me, who are you? The youngest powerhouse was really scared out of his wits. Su Dalin had purposely left the youngest one behind, because those old men might be even more stubborn and wouldn't say anything. If I tell you, can you spare my life? Of course. Lin Xian nodded. Xianyuan. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Oh, Xianyuan? Why does the Xianyuan family want to deal with me? Lin Xian thought that since Xianyuan Qingtian was dead, there should be no one in the Xianyuan family to deal with him. Young Master Xianyuan disappeared, and you have a grudge with him. The Xianyuan family thinks that it's very likely that you did it. Oh, Lin Xian twisted his neck. Kill him. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? A man never goes back on his word. The powerhouse said in horror. But I've never been a man of honor. Then the powerhouse was killed by Su Dalin. Lin Xian sighed. After I leave, I hope that you can stay by their side and protect them at all times. After this incident, there was no telling what the Xianyuan family would do. Lin Xian was very worried about them. Okay, Su Dalin nodded. Chapter 1670. Once the matter with the Xianyuan family was settled, the Xianyuan family would know that they had disappeared. That would make them even more suspicious of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the Xianyuan family would probably try something again, but it wouldn't happen in the near future. As for the rest, Lin Xian couldn't do anything because he was about to leave. He asked the other girls about their missions and found that they had all completed it. Now, he was waiting for the time to come before he went back. Phew! Lin Xian tossed and turned on the bed. What's wrong? Mu Qingyao looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. Are you upset? Lin Xian nodded. I guess so. There are a lot of things that I don't know what will happen in the future. I just don't feel at ease. Lin Xian was used to being in charge of everything. Only then would he feel at ease. Therefore, with the current state of Earth and the fact that he was about to leave, he felt very melancholic. Don't worry too much. We're not vases that will break at the slightest touch. Mu Qingyao said softly. Damn, what are you talking about? I'm not worried about anything else. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. I'm worried about some conspiracy. Although I'm not as smart as you, I'm not a fool. Mu Qingyao said. Lin Xian looked at her. Okay. Sleep. Okay. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was ready. A total of 8 people were prepared for him. 4 of them were in the Great Void Stage. The highest realm was the Great Void Stage 5-star. Originally, They only planned to give him a space attribute Heavenly Venerable. However, Duan Lingxiao knew that the space attribute Heavenly Venerable sent by the Xian Yuan family didn't kill Lin Xian. Therefore, they couldn't send a Heavenly Venerable this time. Therefore, they finally sent him a Great Void Stage Warrior. This was really his strongest move, and it was also his only way. If he failed this time, he would really be gone. Everyone, I'll go with you this time, Duan Lingxiao said. No need, a Great Void Stage Warrior said. This young master must go personally. Otherwise, you won't succeed. He never expected Lin Xian to have a heavenly Dao realm expert by his side. He felt that the Great Void Realm was the limit, right? Or rather, he had helped the system to do it. It's just killing a Grand Domain Realm brat with a spatial attribute. 4 Absolute Void Stage Cultivators and 4 Celestial Venerables. Let alone so many people, I alone am enough to kill him. All I have to do is release my aura slightly, and I'll be able to kill him. The old man said, Oof. If he was so easy to kill, would this young master have asked your leader to send a Great Void Stage expert to this young master? Let this young master give you a piece of advice. There were several Empyreans before, with the highest realm being the 9-star Empyrean realm. There were even some Empyrean space attribute martial artists that attacked together. None of them were heard from, but he is still alive and well. Although this young master doesn't know how he did it, this is the truth. If you don't take this seriously, then don't blame this young master when you die. When they heard Duan Ling Zhao's words, they became cautious. You're saying that he has top-notch experts protecting him? The old man asked. I'm not sure, but it's possible. At the same time, he's very powerful. Although he's only at the Grand Domain realm, he can easily defeat a Celestial Venerable. Since he can defeat a Celestial Venerable, does he have the ability to defeat a Great Void Stage expert or escape from a Great Void Stage expert? This young master isn't sure either. Now, this young master only has one request. When you face him, treat him as an expert with a higher cultivation realm than you. Duan Lingxiao said. Lin Xian had become his greatest shadow and inner demon. Even if he felt that it was easy to kill Lin Xian, he really didn't think it was that simple. They didn't believe Duan Ling Zhao's words. It's ridiculous. Facing a Grand Domain realm expert, you actually treat him as someone with a higher cultivation level than us. Not to mention the Grand Domain realm. Even in our era, there weren't any geniuses of this level. I think you're possessed. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to me. Duan Ling Xiao looked ahead as he spoke. Your leader said that you have to listen to me for at least the next 2 days. Let's set off now. And then they arrived at Jiangnan City. Lin Xian stayed at home for another day. He planned to visit Dongfang Shui in the next few days to get to know her better. On the other hand, Duan Ling Xiao had already arrived near Lin Xian's residence with his men. What should we do? What should we do? Just go in and kill them. What else do you want to do? Duan Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. I told you to listen to me. All right, then tell me, what should we do? Duan Ling Xiao looked at a figure in a small shop. This woman is called Qin Yijuan. She's one of Lin Xian's women. This Lin Xian is a good man, but he's too loyal to his friends. She's probably his woman as well. After all, her looks and figure are there for all to see. As for Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei in the villa, it's hard to do anything to them, at least tonight. Lin Xian is there, and he may have even arranged something in advance. We can't do anything in the villa, but it's the same if we catch her. Duan Ling Xiao explained. Could it be that you want me, a few Heavenly Venerables and Absolute Void Stage experts, to capture a little girl and use her to blackmail him? That's unnecessary. The powerful beings felt like they were playing house. There were 4 Great Void Stage Cultivators and 4 Heavenly Venerables. If they were dealing with a Great Void Stage Cultivator, even if it was 1 star the Great Void Stage, they could still be a little more cautious. However, they were dealing with a Grand Domain Realm Cultivator. How could they tolerate this? Even their pride couldn't tolerate it. A group of powerful beings actually had to use such a method to deal with a Grand Domain Realm Cultivator. Unnecessary? Have you forgotten what I told you before? 7 or 8 heavenly venerables died without any news. They didn't even spread the news before they died. There might be a great void stage cultivator among them. Do you think this is unnecessary? Duan Shao really couldn't stand these people's carelessness. The main reason was that this matter was too important to him. But these people didn't care at all. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Only by being more serious would he feel that the chances of success were higher. With such subordinates, their master probably didn't have much ability either. He could understand. It was normal for a group of great void stage cultivators to not care about a grand domain realm cultivator. However, it was obvious that there might be a great void stage cultivator among them. Then let's do this. Although he was very unhappy with Duan Shao, from his expression, it seemed that this matter was quite real. He indeed had to be careful. After all, a space attribute heavenly venerables had disappeared without a trace. It was quite scary. Chapter 1671. Duan Lingxiao took a deep breath. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on tonight. He was talking about himself. If he failed tonight, then he really didn't know what to do. Prepare to take action. Bring him to the abandoned building over there. This young master mentioned it when we passed by. Duan Lingxiao said, "Yeah, no problem." They were really unhappy with Duan Lingxiao, but after thinking about it, if they didn't do it well because they underestimated Duan Lingxiao, their boss would be angry, and they would be blamed for it. Duan Lingxiao was certain that no one was at the heavenly Dao realm. This was because they had said that even if they were at the heavenly Dao realm in the past, they would still need some time to recover. Therefore, at the very least, there were no heavenly Dao realm existences for half a year. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Xian to have a heavenly Dao realm existence around him. Furthermore, his system did not have such a thing. Take action. Duan Lingxiao saw Qin Yijuan leave the store and turn into an empty alley. He immediately gave the order to take action. Then, the great Void Realm warrior with spatial attributes did not hesitate to release his spatial powers, causing Qin Yijuan to vanish from her spot. It's a success. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Yeah, restrain her. This young master will use the earpiece to communicate with you at any time. Aren't you going to appear? An elder asked. This young master won't appear. The main reason was that he was really afraid of Lin Xian. If it was a normal gathering like the one at Shaolin Monastery, he would not be afraid. But now, he wanted to kill Lin Xian. Although he felt that it was impossible for him to fail, his cautiousness told him that he could not appear. He really could not appear unless he was completely certain that Lin Xian was dead. But even so, he would not appear. He might even appear only after seeing Lin Xian die. He had read quite a number of novels and felt that many characters in novels died because of carelessness and overconfidence. He could not do that. Duan Lingxiao also came to the abandoned building. On the rooftop of the 20th floor, Qin Yijuan was already tied up. Several experts were standing right next to her. This woman sure is beautiful. That's right, she's even prettier than the imperial concubine. Is this the woman of the brat we want to kill? He's really lucky. So what if I'm blessed? Don't you still have to die? What was Duan Lingxiao doing? He was in a place quite far away from here, but he had exchanged for the law of creation. He used the law of creation to create a few things that were similar to cameras here, allowing him to observe the situation here in real time. He did not dare to come over directly. Ask her for Lin Xian's contact information. Duan Lingxiao then contacted a great void stage expert. The expert walked to Qin Yijuan's side and tore off the tape on her mouth. If you want to live, then tell us how to contact Lin Xian. Don't play any tricks. Contact him yourself. The old man said. Zzz, she sniffed, feeling wronged. It's in my pocket. Then he took out his phone. Password 1314. The old man entered the password to unlock the device. The note is that idiot. The idiot is Lin Xian. She said, don't try to play tricks. The old man bellowed. It was very strange. Wasn't it said that they were lovers? Logically speaking, in such a situation, One would rather die than tell their lover that something had happened to them, so as to prevent him from sending himself to his death. But why did this woman tell him? Oh, so their relationship wasn't that good, and their feelings weren't that deep. She couldn't accept his death. This was also very normal. Duan Ling Zhao's voice then sounded in his ears. It's fine. This should be Lin Xian. According to his understanding, the closer their relationship was, the more special the notes would be. This proved that this person was Lin Xian. Then, the old man called Lin Xian and placed the phone beside Qin Yijuan. Hello. It was Lin Xian's voice. ZZZ, Lin Xian, save me. I've been kidnapped by bad people. Save me. Lin Xian. Lin Xian was really taken aback. No, you're at the fucking heavenly Dao realm. You've been kidnapped by bad people? That's right. This wasn't Qin Yijuan, but Su Dalin, the heavenly Dao realm expert who was Qin Yijuan's twin, Su Dalin. Of course, Duan Ling Zhao's investigation of Lin Xian only led to Qin Yijuan. He had no idea that they had a twin sister, much less that the sister was at the heavenly Dao realm. He had met Su Dalin a few times, but those times Su Dalin had been in a disguised state. She had come out to buy snacks before she was kidnapped. Of course, it was impossible for them to kidnap Su Dalin. If not for Su Dalin's cooperation, would they have been able to kidnap her? Su Dalin had been bored to death during this period of time. When she encountered such a situation, she was overjoyed and overjoyed, especially when she discovered that there were 4 great Void Realm experts. According to Lin Xian, it was impossible to produce a great Void Realm expert in this era, much less 4. Therefore, there were also people who had awakened. This made Su Dalin even more interested. Since they had recognized her as her sister, there was going to be some fun. Where are you? At that moment, the elder placed his cell phone by his ear. As experts who had just awakened, there were certain things they had to understand. For example, they had to first understand the internet, cell phones, and computers. Your person is with me. Come. The elder followed Duan Ling Zhao's instructions through his other ear and gave him an address. If you dare touch a hair on her head, I'll be irreconcilable with you. Lin Xian said angrily. Do. Then, the elder hung up. At that moment, Su Dalin said aggrievedly, he already said that he was coming. Can you let me go now? Of course not. You are still useful. The elder said coldly. What other use do I have? What other use do I have other than my face? Su Dalin said as she struggled. Shut up. Glue her mouth shut. Then, Su Dalin was glued up. Needless to say, the feeling of being tied up was quite good. See, soon, Lin Xian arrived nearby. They're here. Everyone get ready. Lin Xian stopped the car and walked down. He looked up at the rooftop. Lin Xian wasn't worried at all because Su Dalin was the one who was tied up. However, Lin Xian was sure that they had tied up the wrong person. In other words, these people's target was the woman beside him. This was something Lin Xian couldn't tolerate. This was Lin Xian's reverse scale. You can touch him, but you can't touch his woman. Otherwise, he would really be furious. Lin Xian wasn't that angry that they had tied up Su Dalin, but he had to get rid of them. Chapter 1672. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and looked up. Sigh. To be honest, he sympathized with these people. Of all the people they could kidnap, they had to kidnap Qin Yijuan and then mistakenly kidnapped Su Dalin. Lin Xian was really glad that he met Su Dalin. Really, in a place with such a worldview, with the heavenly Dao by his side, everything would be easy. Lin Xian only had 2 suspects, the Xinyuan family and Duan Ling Zhao. But he couldn't be sure which one it was. I say, as a powerhouse, you don't want to enjoy your days. Instead, you have to learn how to do these things. Aren't you tired? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and shouted at the people above. Oomph. Who are you to speak here? Do you see who this is? They tied Su Dalin to the edge of the rooftop. Save me. Su Dalin even cooperated and struggled for a while and shouted. Ha, did you hear that? Did you hear your woman shouting for help? Do you want to save her? If you want to save her, then do as this old man says. This old man might even spare her life. The old man chuckled. Of course, this was Duan Lingxiao's idea. Duan Lingxiao had been observing the situation from afar. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He had to succeed. What do you want me to do? Lin Xian asked. Cut off your right arm and destroy your dantian and cultivation. The old man said. No, Lin Xian, don't listen to him. Don't save me. Leave. Suda Lin shouted. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. This woman was addicted to acting. If my arm is cut off and my dantian destroyed, I won't be able to fight at all. Won't you be able to do whatever you want? I'm not that stupid. What if I do it and you don't let her go? Lin Xian shrugged. You're asking for death. Then you can watch her die. The old man placed a sword beside Su Delin's neck. Duan Lingxiao frowned from afar. Something's not right. This wasn't Lin Xian's style. Logically speaking, he would stupidly do as he was told. Could it be that this woman was not worth it? Of course, the old man wouldn't really kill Su Delin for the time being. His main target was Lin Xian. Then go ahead, Lin Xian said. Huh? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Be careful of his schemes. Duan Lingxiao reminded. The old man also came back to his senses. What do we do now? The old man asked softly. Slit her neck, Duan Lingxiao said. Then the old man's eyes narrowed, and he said, all right, since you're disobedient, then just watch. Following which, the old man's sword approached Su Delin's neck and exerted some force. But the scene that he had imagined did not happen. The old man was stunned. No, where's the blood? Although he did not use any force to sever the artery, there would still be blood. The reason was very simple. Su Delin had a heavenly Tao realm physique, while he was only at the 5th stage of the Great Void Realm. He did not even use any spirit energy, yet he wanted her to bleed? Dream on. This. Then, the old man exerted some force. There was still no blood. No, something was amiss. This time, he completely realized that something was amiss. Lin Xian curled the corners of his mouth. I say, can you use more force? Su Dalin said faintly. What? At the next instant, his neck was snapped by Su Delin. TSK, too brutal. Lin Xian shook his head. What? The few old men behind were flabbergasted. Boring. Really boring. It's not interesting at all. Can't you have some more fun? Schwa. Following that, there were their tragic cries. In a short period of time, 8 people were instantly killed by Su Delin. Gulp. From afar, Duan Lingxiao widened his eyes when he saw this scene. He could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. This wasn't the difference in realm a little too great? Could she be at the 10th stage of the Great Void Realm? She couldn't be at the Heavenly Tao Realm, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? But if she was only at the 10th stage of the Great Void Realm, she shouldn't have been able to instantly kill these Great Void Realm cultivators so easily, right? He was doomed. He was really doomed this time. He had failed. He had failed again. He hurriedly threw down the communicator and vanished from his spot. He had to run. He felt the threat of death. He had failed again. He had completely lost his composure. What else could he do? What should he do next? Why was it so difficult to kill Lin Xian? He also understood why those people from before had failed. However, why was it that Lin Xian could encounter him but not him? Why? Why was that? It was because he was very, very far away, more than 10 kilometers away. Therefore, even Su Delin could not catch up to him. Lin Xian appeared beside Su Delin with a spatial jump. Hey, you killed all of them. Didn't I leave one behind? Su Delin quietly took out a bag of potato chips and tore it open to eat. Lin Xian glanced at an old man in the corner who was still breathing and woke him up. Gulp. The old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and revealed a dumbfounded expression. Heavenly Tao. Impossible. How can there be a Heavenly Tao at this stage? The old man's face was filled with disbelief. However, it must be the Heavenly Tao that could kill them so easily. Tell me, who asked you to do it? Even if I tell you, can you spare my life? The old man seemed to have thought of his ending. Maybe. After all, we're not enemies. You were only asked to do it. As if there was a slight chance, the old man said, Duan Lingxiao. Lin Xian sneered. It was indeed him. How do you know him? His Majesty found him and asked him for help. His Majesty? Which one? Yang Guang. Emperor Yang of Sui? Yang Guang? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. An emperor during the Sui and Tang dynasties. According to history, he seemed to be a tyrant. Kill him, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, Su Lin casually killed him with a move of her hand. Lin Xian did not need to ask about Duan Lingxiao. This Duan Lingxiao had created a law now, so he must have run away. Lin Xian knew that Duan Lingxiao wanted to kill him. However, he was in the dark while Lin Xian was in the light. If he had known, Lin Xian would have found an opportunity to kill him at the banquet. Now, he probably could not find him. However, Lin Xian did not know that he was Duan Lingxiao's target. Duan Lingxiao had to kill him. If Lin Xian knew this, Lin Xian would have killed him no matter what. Go back. Lin Xian and Su Lin left. He had to think of a way to set up something that could perfectly protect the girls in their residence. This Duan Lingxiao might do something crazy. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was walking in a daze. Chapter 1673. Why? Why is it so hard for me to kill someone? Duan Ling Zhao's mental state had completely exploded. Duan Ling Xiao was also a genius. What did he not have? As for that Lin Xian, he was born as an ordinary person. He could not even cultivate. Why was he inferior to him in every aspect? Why was he always able to escape from the tiger's mouth when it was a sure kill situation? Duan Ling Xiao roared angrily. He could not go back. He was referring to Emperor Yang of Sui. It was impossible for him to still be in the mood to help Emperor Yang of Sui. He could not even appear in the open because he knew that Lin Xian must have known it was him. He guessed that Lin Xian was going to thoroughly kill him now. He could not be exposed. However, if he did not do anything, he would lose everything. He would even lose his life. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Boom! Duan Ling Xiao smashed a tree with a punch. He really could not accept that his fate would end here. However, he really had no other choice now. No, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. He thought of something. He wanted to kill the people around Lin Xian. However, this was another world. Even if he killed the people around Lin Xian, what was the use? He might not even be able to defeat Murong Yu and the others. Fuck, what should he do? He stayed in Jiangnan City. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Xian. Really, even if the virtual realm could not do it, he could not just wait for death like this, right? At first, when he saw that he had triggered the mission to kill Lin Xian, he was simply too happy. However, now no. Duan Ling Xiao will not die so easily. Duan Ling Xiao quickly activated the mission. Although he couldn't complete the quest to kill Lin Xian, he could still activate other quests for half a month. If he was lucky and didn't sleep or rest, he might be able to complete all the quests and earn enough points to leave this place alive. Half a month later, at dusk. It's time. Lin Xian exhaled. He was still eating hot pot with them when everyone came over. It's about time. I should go. Lin Xian stood up. Where are you going? Lu Qingzhu asked curiously. In fact, only two people knew about this, Dongfang Shui and Mu Qingya. Me? I'm going to do something big, Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother-in-law, are you really leaving? At first, Mu Feifei thought that what Lin Xian said half a month ago was a joke. Lin Xian nodded. Where to? And just think of it as me going out for training. Lin Xian put on his jacket and lit a cigarette. This time, I've done everything that needs to be done. I also feel that it's very perfect. My luck is also very good, and I've also met many friends. It's just a pity that I can't accompany you to watch the changes of Earth's era. Hey, what's going on? Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian curiously. Hey, I'm just going to a place to train. Mu Qingya said, I'll drive you. No, you guys eat. I'll go by myself. Okay, Mu Qingya didn't say much. Remember what I told you before. Cultivate well and keep a low profile. I'm leaving. In the end, Lin Xian glanced at their faces one by one. See you next time, Dongfang Shui said softly. And See you next time. Then Lin Xian released the spatial attribute and directly disappeared on the spot. After Lin Xian left, the girls were still in a daze. Where did brother-in-law go? Sister, you must know. Mu Feifei asked. Didn't he say it? He went out for training, which is very important to him. It may take a few months or half a year before he comes back, but when he comes back, he will be a very powerful master. Huh? So long? Mu Feifei lowered her little head. Cultivate well. Dongfang Shui sat down and said. In any case, she had already made preparations. She just had to wait and see when Lin Xian would come back. What he said must be true, so she didn't have to worry about that. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the place where he had landed and smoked not far away. Sigh, I really don't want to, but... Lin Xian thought for a moment. There were so many girls on the sky blue planet. He also missed them. When I have the ability, the first thing I'll do is connect these two worlds. Lin Xian thought for a moment. Of course, this was just Lin Xian's imagination. How could it be possible to connect the two worlds? And it might not be a good thing. Okay, I'll bring them together when the time comes. Lin Xian looked ahead. Hey, up ahead, there were 4 girls who had arrived very early. Murong Yu, Ling Ying, Wang Xintong, and Xiao Xinyue. You're here so early. It's okay. Are the others not here yet? Lin Xian glanced at them. Not yet. It's just the 5 of us. There were a few others that even Lin Xian couldn't contact. However, he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. You don't say. I just became a superstar. It feels pretty good to be a superstar. I'll go back and ask an XIN for some advice. Ling Ying said with a smile. No way. Little Ling Ying, you want to be a superstar? Lin Xian opened his mouth. I just want to. Are you done talking to your girlfriends here? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian, ahem, what are you talking about? Wang Xintong blinked and then greeted, Hey, over here. A figure flashed to their side. Long time no see. It was Wu Yuhan. Xiao Yuhan, I missed you. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. Then, he went to the girls. Shameless. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Yuhan, let me tell you. He's flirting with girls here. I guessed it. Wu Yuhan said calmly. Lin Xian, damn. He felt that he was being antagonized. Who else is not here? Chu Xue? And Feng Ling, I'm here. A voice was heard. Feng Ling ran over. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful girl. Long time no see. Feng Ling was very happy to see everyone. Long time no see, Ling Ying. I saw you on TV. Ling Ying was a little embarrassed. Beautiful, right? Yes, yes. I was following your show. In the end, I saw you in the championship. Of course. Ling Ying nodded proudly. They had so much to talk about when they met again. And little Chu Xue. She should be here soon. Lin Xian missed Han Chu Xue very much too. About 30 minutes later, Han Chu Xue also arrived, which meant that everyone was present. Damn, you guys are here so early. The 9th person, Zhuge Feng, also walked over with a smile. Chapter 1674. Currently, everyone was here. Oh, of course, there was one person who did not come. That was Duan Ling Xiao. It did not matter to Lin Xian whether he came or not. Even if he came, what could he do? Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Even if he came, Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Long time no see. Lin Xian smiled and hugged Zhuge Feng. Ha! Seems like young Master Lin has been living quite comfortably these few months. Zhuge Feng laughed. Oh, how can you tell? I've been paying attention to young Master Lin. Lin Xian was quite famous in this circle. You might not know the others, but it was easier for others to know about Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, it's good, it's good. How have you been recently? Don't mention it. I've experienced the life of an ordinary person. It's not bad. It's made me feel more enlightened. How about you guys? What did you guys get? Lin Xian smiled and said, We'll talk about it later. TSK mysterious. The things they exchanged for could not be used now. They had to ensure that they had enough system points before returning. When they returned, there would probably be a chance for them to exchange for something. Lin Xian looked at the time. 3 more hours. We can finally go back. Actually, I think this place is quite good. I'm just a little shocked that there's another world here. Yeah. They chatted. Close to 3 hours passed quickly. Duan Ling Xiao is not here yet. Zhu Gafeng realized that something was not right. It was very good news that 9 out of 10 of them were here. However, Duan Ling Xiao should not have failed. In fact, Lin Xian also felt that something was not right. How could Duan Ling Xiao not complete the mission? It should not be so. If he knew that his ultimate mission was to kill him, Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would laugh. It doesn't matter if he's here or not, Lin Xian said. That's true. I'm just a little curious. At this moment, a system notification appeared in each of their minds. Congratulations on completing the mission. The return teleportation portal will open in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. They looked at each other. I'm leaving. Well, I'm leaving. Why do I feel a little reluctant? Yeah, I can't bear to leave too. I made a lot of friends here. It's a pity that this is not a place for us to stay. But I miss my friends and family on Sky Blue too. Ling Ying said as she stretched her body. All right, get ready to go back. Lin Xian said. Yes. 5 minutes later, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, followed by a beam of light. Say, if the people here enter this teleportation portal, will they be able to go to Sky Blue? Moron Yu asked. Han Chushue shook her head. I don't think so. They might die. I think so too. Otherwise, wouldn't it go against the rules? Wu Yuhan said. Sai, we're already here. What are you still thinking about? Let's go in. They looked behind them. Duan Ling Xiao was still not there. Looks like Duan Ling Xiao is going to die, but it doesn't matter. Then, they stepped into the teleportation portal. Whoosh, then they disappeared on the spot. The next moment, they arrived in an independent space. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The people around him were gone. He was in a pure white space. Congratulations on passing the test of the God's Awakening Door. Please use your system points to exchange for the ability you want. Whoosh! Then, a panel appeared in front of Lin Xian. There were full attributes, creation, destruction, and all sorts of other things, but Lin Xian already had full attributes. The things he needed. Lin Xian took a look. Double all attributes. What did that mean? It did not mean that the space was doubled. It meant that Lin Xian's strength and speed were doubled. This was good stuff. Lin Xian chose to exchange. Most people would probably choose to exchange for a new attribute or a new law. However, Lin Xian did not lack these. He also had some system points. The creation and destruction laws were already the strongest. Lin Xian did not want to look at the laws anymore. He wanted to look at the domains. There were many domains for him to choose from. He was also divided into T-level, T0, and T1. Lin Xian saw his domain in T0. It was a domain that lowered the realm. However, if he wanted to exchange for this domain, he would need almost all his system points. In other words, all his system points could only be exchanged for such a domain. This was enough to show how powerful this domain was. In addition to this domain, Lin Xian looked at the other top-level domains. For Lin Xian, he felt that the biggest improvement should be the top-level domains and laws. It was the same for everyone. Of course, there are also attributes. However, Lin Xian already had all of them. One experience could exchange for a top-level domain, law, or attribute. It was really amazing. This domain is quite interesting. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What domain was it? An absolute increase in the domain. In the domain, his realm would increase by 2 stars. Although it was only 2 stars, there was something awesome about it. Just like lowering the realm, the domain ignored one's realm. That also meant that even if he was in the heavenly Tao, by activating this domain, he could increase his cultivation by 2 stars. Then, if his realm lowered, the domain lowered by 3 stars, or even 4 stars in the future, the gap would be reduced. This is a good thing. However, it also corresponded to a very thorny problem. That was the huge consumption of spiritual energy. Think about it. Once a domain was activated, the domain's power would increase one's cultivation by 2 stars in the heavenly Tao realm. How much power would be needed to support it? How much spiritual energy would be consumed per second? This was a crucial point. However, this was definitely a very good thing for Lin Xian. Exchange. Lin Xian exchanged for the domain. Shua. A light appeared in front of him. Enter the teleportation array, and you will return to Sky Blue Planet. Lin Xian took a deep breath. May I ask who you are? There was no answer. This voice was the system's voice. However, Lin Xian had a feeling that there was a powerful existence controlling this system. All right. Lin Xian then walked in. He was back. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in the divine domain. This was the entrance to the God's awakening door. In front of him was the God's awakening door. But now, the God's awakening door was tightly shut. Lin Xian. When Murong Feng saw Lin Xian return, he hurriedly walked over. Other than Murong Feng, there were many other experts, including Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, Han Chushue's father, Han Guang, Feng Ling's father, Feng Qingyang, etc. Basically, everyone here was related to the people who entered the God's awakening door. They knew that they would return today. Chapter 1675. Lin Xian looked at Murong Feng, then smiled and gave Murong Feng a bear hug. Uncle Murong, good job. Ling Hai and the rest walked over. Little Xian, Little Ing, and the rest. Lin Xian frowned. Then he shook his head. Lin Xian couldn't remember. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't even remember that they were together on Earth. All right, I almost forgot. I can't remember anything after coming back from the God's awakening door. Ling Hai nodded. Congratulations. Xiao Runing walked over and looked at Lin Xian. Xiao Ningning, I missed you so much. Lin Xian smiled and hugged Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing blushed. Xiao Zun and her mother were behind them. In their eyes, Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's girlfriend. It's good that you're fine, Xiao Runing said. Shua, a second person appeared beside Lin Xian. Ling Ling Feng Qingyang let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Feng Ling come out. He was pleasantly surprised. Second sister, you look haggard. Feng Qin, you said with a smile. Get lost. Feng Ling glared at him. Dad. Feng Qingyang nodded. Okay. Then, a few people came out one after another. Dad. Sister. Lin Xian glanced around. Many familiar faces were here. However, Yiren Bing and the rest didn't come. They obviously knew that Lin Xian was back, but they didn't come. They should be able to see Lin Xian now. Everyone was back except for Duan Ling Xiao. Lin Xian, Ling Xiao didn't come? Duan Tian Ming asked. All nine of them were back, but Duan Ling Xiao. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. Yes, you don't know. You've all forgotten. Duan Tian Ming nodded. Wait, maybe he was still exchanging things there. Lin Xian, I'll go home with my parents first. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. All right, I'm going back too, Han Chushua said. Then, all the girls went home. Lin Xian, I'm going back with Dad too. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Qin Feng had taken her in as his goddaughter a long time ago. Okay, Uncle Qin, thank you. Qin Feng laughed and said, You stinky brat. How can my daughter be in trouble? You should go home quickly. Many people must be missing you. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Yuhan, come back with me. Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. Everyone else had family members. Wu Yuhan was definitely going to be taken away by Lin Xian. Okay. Wu Yuhan nodded. Then we'll go first. Then, everyone went their separate ways. However, this was only temporary. Duan Tianming was about to explode. He had waited for a kid, but he didn't see his son return. Out of the 10 of them, only his son was in trouble? He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. On the plane, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan sat together. What's this? Wu Yuhan saw Lin Xian take out a piece of paper. I don't know. Let me see. Lin Xian looked at it. There were some words written on it. Lin Xian could tell that it was his handwriting. After all, his handwriting was ugly. The first sentence was, Behind the God's awakening door is Earth. Lin Xian was stunned, because he had forgotten all about it. He was shocked when he saw this. He knew that he would forget everything. Therefore, he specially wrote this before he came. He wanted to tell himself that even if he forgot everything, he still had to remember the most important news. Earth, Lin Xian muttered to himself. Others wouldn't have such thoughts. However, Lin Xian was different. Dongfang Shui is fine now. She's waiting for me to return. This was the second sentence. Lin Xian stood rooted to the ground. Wu Yuhan couldn't understand it. The third sentence was, New girls on Earth. Mu Qingya, Mu Fei Fei. Address fuck. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fourth sentence was, Earth is entering a new era. Qin Shi Huang and the others are awakening. The fifth sentence was, I must work hard to reopen the gods' awakening door and return. You still want to go back? Wu Yuhan was stunned when she saw the fifth sentence. I have a reason to go back. Although Lin Xian couldn't remember everything, he knew what he wanted to do. He also knew that these people were very important to him. Oh, Wu Yuhan didn't know what this lunatic Lin Xian wanted to do. She also couldn't remember. Go home. Okay. Lin Xian then used the law of creation to create a phone. He logged into his WeChat and opened the group. Babies, I'm back. This group was Lin Xian's harem group, of course. Before Lin Xian sent the message, the entire group had already become lively, and everyone was chatting happily in the group. Lan Xingxing was the first to send a message. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, come back quickly. I miss you. I miss you so much. TSK, I don't miss you. This was a message from Yao Xiaomiao, Zhao Yunqi, Zi Qiue, and Exen, Yi, Lu Yufan, Murong Qing, by Xin Xian, Luo Chenxi, and the others were also happily replying. Of course, there were also Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, Yiren Bing, and the others. Oh, Huang, she also joined. She also came out to say something. Linglong, you also came out to say something, not to be outdone. Anyway, Lin Xian was their backbone. Lin Xian didn't come, so the group didn't chat much. The group of girls was divided into several groups. Yi, Lu Yufan, Lan Xingxing, and Xian, Miao Xiaomiao, Zhao Yunqi, and Zi Qiue belonged to one group. Murong Qing, by Xin Xian, Luo Chenxi, and Leng Wuxin belonged to another group. Linglong Shui and the others belonged to another group. Lin Xian, where are you now? And Xian asked. I'm on the way back to Lin City. I think I'll be back tonight. Let's get together tonight. Of course. Let's all come. Okay, where are we going? Why don't we all go to Sister Linglong's place? I don't know where they are. Come to my place. I'll lead the way. Okay. Lin Xian looked at them chatting happily and couldn't help but smile. He was still very happy. They started to talk about preparing a big meal. Lin Xian was back. It was a big day. They hadn't seen him for a few months. They really had to celebrate his triumphant return. If you said you missed him, then you really missed him. Although not many people showed it. Do you miss Little Shi and the others? Wu Yuhan asked. Damn, you're talking nonsense. How can I not miss them? I want to run over and pinch her little cheeks right now. Lin Xian was excited when he thought of this. Really, this might be the thought of father. He really missed them. That's true. Today was probably a big day because everyone would gather together. Of course, except for Ling Ying and the others. Since they were back, they definitely had to go home first. Chapter 1676. Linglong Shui and the rest also knew that Lin Xian had returned. They were currently preparing some ingredients at home. The others were either on the way or buying food from the supermarket. It feels like time flies. Yiren Bing sighed as she sat on the sofa. Yes, it does. Linglong Shui nodded. This was especially so for them. The devil race had a very long lifespan, so they felt that time passed even faster. The main thing was that every day was very interesting and their lives were very fulfilling. They also felt that time passed very quickly, especially when they saw little Tianny and little Shi grow up. This was a kind of happiness. It's been a long time since I beat up Lin Xian. When he comes back, I'm going to give him a good beating. Ling Longyue said excitedly. You can beat him? Yiren Bing laughed. Who said I can't? Ling Longyue stuttered. I reckon that when he comes back this time, his combat strength will increase by at least 50%. Bing Lingwa said, I'm not too sure. After all, we haven't entered the God's awakening door before. Let's see what kind of power he can obtain. However, it's quite difficult to increase one's combat strength by 50%. Huang Shi walked over wrapped in an apron and placed the washed fruits on the table. She also came early. After all, Lin Xian was back. She could not come, right? She also wanted to see him. Could it be that he's already a heavenly Dao? Huang Shi said casually. That's impossible. He only left for 3 months. How can a heavenly Dao be promoted in 3 months? Yiren Bing shook her head. What if? Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Yes, he can't be judged with common sense. That bastard, he didn't even look for us to chat. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. We also didn't go to pick him up. That's because we wanted to prepare a feast for him. Ling Longyue said. They didn't want to pick him up? Of course they wanted to. However, they were special. That place was filled with the top experts of the human race. It was best for them not to appear there. There was also Huang Shi and Yi Renbing. They were all demon gods. If they were recognized, it would be a big problem. It might even bring trouble to Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian were to explain, would any real human believe such a special and sensitive identity? Therefore, they chose to stay at home. Mom, Xiao Shi blinked her beautiful big eyes and rubbed against Ling Long Shue's chest. What happened? Ling Long Shue ruffled her hair. Little Shi must be hungry. Ling Long, you said, I've never seen a baby who can eat more than her. Then, Shika-chan reached out and kicked Ling Longyue. Ling Long Shue obviously knew that little Shi wanted to eat the fruit that Huang Shi brought over, so she took a watermelon for her to chew on. Even if she didn't have real teeth yet, this watermelon was soft, and she had no problem eating it. Little Tianny looked on enviously. Then, he silently crawled towards Shika-chan and stubbornly reached out his hand towards the watermelon. Little Shi reached out her hand and kicked his face while eating the watermelon. He was being bullied to death. Everyone was used to it. After all, he was the younger brother. It was normal for the younger brother to be bullied by the older sister. However, it was also because they were close. I wonder what they will be like when they grow up. Bing Lingyue smiled. In short, they must be close. In such an environment, it was destined that the siblings would be very close to each other. I mean, this kid won't be bullied for the rest of his life, right? Yiren Bing shook her head helplessly and said, It's normal for the younger brother to be bullied by the older sister. Ling Long, you couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was as if she thought about how little Tianny would be suppressed by Shika-chan for many years to come. She felt that it was very funny. However, she also felt that if Shika-chan was bullied, little Tianny would be the first to stand up for her. Similarly, only Shika-chan could bully little Tianny. Others couldn't. If little Tianny was bullied, Shika-chan would be the first to stand up for him. They gradually, completely adapted to such a simple and ordinary life. It was really good. The main thing was that they had a baby. In fact, they didn't have many thoughts about it. Let's make some preparations. Everyone is probably coming. Ling Long Shue said. Okay. They cleared the entire house. They estimated that there would be more than 10 girls coming. One table was not enough. Obviously, they had to have 2 tables. Everyone hadn't been so excited in a long time. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was their hub. After getting off the plane, Lin Xian directly released his space attribute and brought Wu Yuhan to the door that they had been missing for a long time. Dong, dong, dong. Lin Xian knocked on the door. I'm coming. Ling Longyue thought it was another girl and ran over to open the door. Then, she saw Lin Xian. Yo, you've grown a little. Lin Xian revealed his trademark smirk and looked at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue opened her small mouth. TSK. The most unimportant one came. Ling Longyue muttered. Of course, her heart was definitely not like that. I think you're looking for a beating. Lin Xian glared at her. Oomph. Then she walked into the room. The girls were busy, leaving Shika-chan and little Tianny on the sofa. When they heard the commotion, they looked over. When they saw Lin Xian, they were pleasantly surprised. However, one had to know that they were all experts. This surprise might not be shown on their faces. On the surface, they were still relatively calm. Lin Xian looked at the room, full of noble and beautiful girls, and sucked in a breath of cold air. Was there any scenery more beautiful than this? Xiao Ling Long, little Ling Yue, little Bing Bing, I miss you so much. Lin Xian opened his arms. Unfortunately, no one came into his embrace. What about me? Huang, she walked out from the kitchen. Missed you too, missed you too. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. Wu Yuhan looked at them and was secretly shocked. Although she had seen him before, to be honest, this Lin Xian was really amazing. Say it was fine if he could get one of these girls, but why was there a room full of them? You guys sit down and rest. Linglong Shui poured a cup of tea for them. Thank you. Wu Yuhan said politely. My little babies, I missed you guys so much. Lin Xian looked at Shika-chan and Tianyi on the sofa. Then, he quickly ran over and hugged Shika-chan. He kissed her cheeks, causing Shika-chan to be disgusted. Did you miss me? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Shika-chan. The others just looked at them. Yes, Shika-chan still said. Damn, you can talk now. The key point was that she could understand his words. Shika-chan is definitely not simple. Shika-chan should be very soon. Bing Lingwa said. Chapter 1677. For Lin Xian, this was the biggest surprise since his return. Little Tianyi sat on the sofa and opened his arms, asking for a hug. Lin Xian then hugged them one in each arm. Happiness. I missed you so much. Lin Xian kissed them back and forth until their faces were covered in saliva. Little Sure is disgusted with you. Iran Bing said. She dares. Lin Xian laughed. Little Sure then whimpered at Lin Xian. Lin Xian hugged them and sat on the sofa. Come and sit. What are you busy with? Everyone is coming over later. Ling Long Shui said. Let's go out and eat. That won't do. How can we feel at home when we go out? Plus, everyone is buying all kinds of ingredients. Ling Long, you muttered. All right, let's wait for everyone to come and cook together. Okay. They sat on the sofa. Did you miss me? Lin Xian asked with a grin. Nope. Ling Long Shui shook her head. TSK, go against your heart. Women are creatures who don't mean what they say. I really didn't miss you. Lin Xian, wow. Your words are too hurtful. What about you? What ability did you get from the God's Awakening Door? Huang Shi asked. My attributes doubled, and I got a domain. That's it. That's not enough. The main thing is that I have all attributes. Actually, I can get other attributes like space, time, and so on. But I already have all of them, so I can only get a domain. They looked at each other. What is this God's Awakening Door? Is it a game world? Is it a lost set by an expert? Otherwise, how can we get these things? Bing Lingnue asked doubtfully. I forgot. Wu Yuhan also said, we forgot all about it after we came out. All right. Right. Did anything big happen in the continent these few months? Lin Xian asked. Yes. They nodded. What? Although it had only been 3 months, 3 months was enough for some big things to happen. What happened was even more than Lin Xian had imagined. Ling Long Shui said, in the past few months, 3 major events have happened on the continent. The first one is the demon race. Demon race? What's wrong? It's not peaceful anymore. Ling Long Shui nodded. Yes, the Myriad Demon League has reopened the Demon God Temple, and many powerful demon gods have been born. However, Huangshi's second Demon God Temple is still the second Demon God Temple, but now there are not only 10 Demon God Temples, but 15. At the same time, the Myriad Demon League has been reshuffled. It is said that several top existences from the ancient times have appeared, and the Myriad Demon League is now led by them. Currently, 2 of them should be the 9-headed Heavenly Demon Bat and the Undead. Lin Xian frowned. 9-headed Heavenly Devil Bat and the Undead race? What are those? Ling Long Shui explained. They're all existences from ancient times. Some might even think that they're extinct, but they're not. The 9-headed Heavenly Demon Bat is a kind of bat-type monster beast, but it's already beyond this category. It has 9 heads and is very difficult to deal with, especially its attacking method. It's very difficult for warriors to deal with. It's a very terrifying existence, and the undead race. The undead race is a race similar to the elves, dragons, and phoenixes. The undead race is like their name. They're very difficult to kill. Difficult to kill, that means they can be killed. Then why are they called the undead race? Lin Xian shrugged. No, this is a very scary race. It is said that in the ancient times, the undead race was an existence that could compete with the dragons and Qilins. Lin Xian, that was enough of an image. Then why did they disappear? I don't know, but there must be a reason. Now that they have returned, just the return of one undead race, it is destined that Sky Blue Planet will not be peaceful. Ling Long Shui said. Then how we kill them? Although Lin Xian had not come into contact with them yet, he felt that he would come into contact with them sooner or later. It might not even be long, because Sky Blue Planet was not peaceful anymore. What did she say to? Ling Long Shui said, the undead race is not truly immortal. From what I know, no matter how serious their injuries are, they can recover in an instant. But if you want to kill them, you just have to kill them in one hit. As long as you can't kill them in one hit, it is impossible to kill them. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Therefore, when their realm reaches a relatively high level, they are, in a certain sense, immortal. Yes, because at the heavenly Tao realm, unless it is absolute strength, it is impossible to kill them in one hit. In fact, even if it is absolute strength, it is impossible for a heavenly Tao realm being to die so easily, unless it is under special circumstances. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Are you sure they are enemies? Yes. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. It is quite troublesome. Furthermore, the undead race is just one of them. There are other existences. What about the other important matters? Lin Xian asked. In addition, there's also the matter of the human race. Some of the human race's forces have also made a high-profile announcement. Lin Xian scratched his head. I saw it on the news. Bing Lingwei then said, it is said that they are reclusive human family clans and factions. These existences have been reclusive for thousands of years. There are such family clans? Yes, there are. It is said that they are a level higher than the top family clans. They have extremely powerful geniuses. The moment these geniuses appeared, they crushed many geniuses of their generation. Some of them even went to the martial arts academy to become tutors. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. How old are they to become tutors? Although they are young, their cultivation levels are basically all 9 or 10 stars of the Great Void Realm. All right, what else? There is another matter. It is regarding your sister. Lin Xian frowned. What's the matter? It's nothing. You mentioned before that the organization your sister is in is a faction that is searching for the 12 demon gods' powers. And at present, they have probably found everything they can find because no one has been able to stop them for the past 3 months. Lin Xian frowned. I know that. During this period of time, they have also launched some attacks on some places of the human clan, causing quite a commotion. At present, they have already begun to challenge the human clan. Yes, the 3 major factions should be involved. Yes, but they are few in number and their whereabouts are uncertain. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I have to think of a way to solve this matter. Little Fairy was still there. Lin Xian had to solve this problem. Chapter 1678. There had been a lot of things happening on Sky Blue in the past few months. All 3 of them were major events. Does this mean that the Sky Blue Goblin clan is going to attack the humans? Although the demon race hadn't stopped all these years, they had such thoughts now that the top existences of the demon race were shuffling. I think so. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It was not peaceful anymore. The humans were in a lot of trouble now. Firstly, there was the threat of the Goblin clan. Secondly, there were some internal issues, such as Zhao Mingwei and the others. However, there was also good news. The hidden families of Sky Blue Planet that had been hidden from the world for hundreds or even thousands of years had finally come out. This was good news for the human race, because this was a huge amount of fighting power, Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ling Longyue quickly ran over to open the door. Ah, good evening. A few girls walked in with things in their hands. Lin Xian looked over. Miao Xiao Miao, Zhao Yunqi, Zichua, and Exen, Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, Lan Xingxing, and the other girls walked in together. The room instantly became lively. Their first reaction when they walked in was to look at Lin Xian. Yes, they saw him. Their next reaction was to act as if they did not care about Lin Xian. They chatted with the other girls. In fact, how could they not care? However, there was a traitor among them. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Lan Xingxing rushed over when she saw Lin Xian. I missed you so much, oh traitor, traitor. The other girls pursed their lips. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. Did you miss me or my cooking? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Both. Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue. We brought a lot of food. Yi Yi said, Okay, leave it there for now. Come sit and drink some water. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Okay. Then they all gathered around. Ah, little Sure, I miss you so much. Lu Yufan came over and snatched little Sure from Lin Xian's arms. Hey, I haven't hugged you enough yet. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Then Zichua snatched little Tianyi away. I want a hug too, Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. This group of girls, they deliberately pretended not to miss him, but in reality, they definitely missed him. Then can I hug you? Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Yufan's pretty face reddened, especially in front of so many people. Go away. In fact, even if many of them did not express it, they already knew. They knew that many girls were Lin Xian's girlfriends, and even Lin Xian had a baby. They were still willing to stay by Lin Xian's side, which was enough to show their thoughts. Lin Xian, tell us what happened in the God's Awakening door. An Xin sat over and asked, won't we forget what happened in the God's Awakening door after we come out? Miao Xiaomao said, All right, I forgot. An Xin smiled awkwardly. She had already left the entertainment industry. How much did you improve in these 3 months? Lin Xian asked. A lot. We spent most of our time in the beast domain, so we improved a lot. Lin Xian nodded. That's good. You have to continue improving. Sky Blue Planet won't be peaceful in the future. Okay. Oh, Master Yi is back. Welcome. A voice came from the door. Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi walked in. I miss you so much. Give me a hug. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. Hey. You didn't even say anything when we came over. Miao Xiaomao said unhappily. That's right. This room is full of beauties. Why don't you hug someone else? Murong Qing teased. They're too small. I don't want to hug them. Miao Xiaomao was speechless. You bastard. She pointed at Lin Xian angrily. He was still that Lin Xian. Am I late? Bai Xianxian walked in with Lung Wuxin. Lung Wuxin did not want to come, but Bai Xianxian dragged her here. There's so many people. Bai Xianxian was shocked. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. The others were shocked too. There were too many people. There's also Sister Ling Ying and Sister Chu Xue. Many people are not here. I'm afraid this is just the tip of the iceberg. Lu Yufan pursed her lips and said, Big brother, can you handle it? Can your body take it? Murong Qing smiled. Lin Xian was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Many of the girls blushed upon hearing this. There are too many people here. Huangshi was speechless. Moreover, the room was filled with beauties of all sizes. Who could resist this? There were still people who were not here. Is this room big enough? Lin Xian quickly changed the topic. 2 tables are enough. We just need to clear the other things. Then let's get to work. I haven't eaten all day. I've been waiting for this meal. Lan Xingxing said excitedly. Okay, let's get to work. This group of girls filled the kitchen. Lin Xian felt comfortable. He sat on the sofa and chatted with the girls. They had improved a lot in the past 3 months. All of them were on the path of cultivation. Because they had enough capital and power behind them, they did not lack anything. How's the Yixian group now? Lin Xian asked Luo Chenxi. Very good. It's on the right track, Luo Chenxi said after taking a sip of tea. Do you need me to do anything else? No. Luo Chinsi shook her head. Okay, but there's been a little problem recently. Morong Qing said. Huh? Lin Xian looked over in confusion. It's not really a problem. It's just that there's a Yang group in the mainland. This Yang group is quite impressive. They've come up with a lot of relatively novel products. These products have already been released and have received unanimous praise from the entire mainland. It's a bit like our Yashian group. They've all appeared out of nowhere and caused a huge uproar as soon as they were released. Yes. I bought a lot of them. Lu Yufan nodded and said. Me too. Yi also nodded. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What products? Many of them are small products. In terms of shock, they can't be compared to our Yashian group's products. But some of them are quite effective. For example, this. Morong Qing took out a bead. It's a spatial bead. After crushing it, you can teleport 10 meters away. It's a one-time item. Morong Qing said. Luo Chinsi nodded. This kind of bead can allow a warrior to teleport suddenly. It's worth buying. Chapter 1679. Lin Xian found it rather fascinating. This thing can be mass-produced? Yes. This is the amazing part. This kind of thing can be mass-produced, which leads to the supply of this thing being unable to meet the demand. Even if they only produce one teleportation bead, because it is a consumable item and can even be called a necessity for warriors, it has caused a sensation in the continent. Lin Xian stroked his chin. This is rather impressive. To warriors, unless they were of the spatial attribute. How could they have spatial powers? However, this teleportation pearl could allow one to teleport 10 meters. This was truly ridiculous. Just a 10-meter teleportation could turn the tide of a battle. It was extremely useful in battle. Warriors of the spatial attribute had no use for it, but warriors of any other attribute could use it. Especially when most warriors weren't strong, such warriors needed it even more. Furthermore, if one had 100 of them, they could use them 100 times. 1,000 could use them 1,000 times. No matter how many of them there were, the supply would definitely exceed the supply. Even if they only produced one item, it would definitely make them rich. It's very impressive. They nodded. Each of us has at least a dozen of them, Zhao Yunqi said. That's right. This item is very useful, but I don't understand how it can be mass-produced. Then, Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui said, in theory, this should be injected with spatial energy through some method. I can do it too, but no matter how weak the spatial energy is, if it's mass-produced, even a heavenly Dao realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do it. Furthermore, it's impossible for a heavenly Dao realm spatial warrior to do this every day, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's not realistic either. What about heaven and earth phase? It's possible that it's a natural spirit object. Huang, she said indifferently as she placed a pile of fruits on the table. But if it's some spatial type crystal, it's better to keep it for your own use. And for them to mass produce it, it means that this item isn't worth it to them. Or rather, there's a lot of it. Lin Xian nodded. This Yang group it's a hidden family. In the past few months, these hidden families have been keeping a low profile. However, they do have some skills. Even our Azura Palace has been attacked by them. Some of our members have been recruited by them. Bai Xianxian said, that's a small matter. It's understandable. However, their industry doesn't conflict with our Yashian group. We don't compete with them either. It can be considered a little. After all, they have established their reputation now. Moreover, there are some things that overlap with ours, which will affect us. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Is the meal ready? I'm hungry. Lin Xian shouted towards the kitchen. What are you shouting for? Do it yourself. Miao Miao shouted. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Do you want to make some? Lan Xingxing said expectantly. Don't. Lin Xian just came back. Let him rest. Oh, that's right. Lan Xingxing nodded. In a desolate land with no one around, the entire ground was sealed in ice. Those who didn't know would think that it was the north and south poles of a world of ice and snow. Above the void, lightning flashed as the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies were extremely exaggerated. Slowly, the aura dissipated as the ice and snow vanished. Clap, 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 clap. The rhythmic sound of clapping was heard. Linya opened her beautiful eyes. It was truly beautiful. The current Linya was completely different from the Linya from before. She already had that kind of very special temperament, especially now that her snow-white hair was especially beautiful. However, her eyes were even colder than before, as if she had hidden that touch of tenderness in the deepest part of her heart. Zhao Mingyue smiled as she walked towards Linya while clapping. Congratulations on advancing to the heavenly Tao realm. Linya glanced at her without saying a word. Why? By following me, you went from a puny mystic heaven realm to the heavenly Tao realm in a short year. Aren't you happy? Aren't you satisfied? Linya wiped her hands and said lightly, everyone's choice is different. Not everyone likes strength. How many times do I have to tell you? No one doesn't like strength. Zhao Mingyue said lightly. Boss is right. In this world, even a child would hope to possess great power. Sanguine Fiend, who was considered an old acquaintance, said. There was also a young man with thick spectacles sitting next to him. He looked a little fair and tender. Perhaps everyone likes strength, but there are some things that they are not willing to exchange for with strength. Linya said, did she really like strength? Was it really that absolute? Is it true that everyone likes strength? She didn't think so. Yes, she now possessed unimaginable strength, but this was definitely not what she wanted. And had she ever fantasized about possessing powerful strength? No, she could cultivate, but she just lacked attributes. However, she only wished to survive and earn money so that she could lead a better life with Shaoxian. She had never thought of increasing her strength. Perhaps she really did not have the time or the mental strength to enter the demon beast domain. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Zhao Mingyue did not continue the topic and instead changed the topic. Lin Xian is back. He should have become stronger. Upon hearing Lin Xian's name, Linya's delicate body trembled slightly. Is this considered good news? Zhao Mingyue curled her lips. Linya did not say a word. I promised you that I wouldn't deal with him, at least not now. At least, I won't do anything to him when he doesn't do anything to me. Zhao Mingyue said. However, Lin Xian had always been a huge knot in her heart. This was because Lin Xian was too terrifying. Now, Lin Xian was already at the Great Void Realm. He was probably 7, 8, or even 9 stars, right? She had promised Linya that she would not do anything to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had yet to reach the heavenly Tao. She would always pay attention to Lin Xian and completely erase him before he reached the heavenly Tao. In fact, there was no need for that. In her eyes, Lin Xian was already nothing. The forces around her were so powerful that Lin Xian could not fight against them. However, if Lin Xian reached the heavenly Tao, he would still be afraid. However, she really wanted to fight against Lin Xian now. She was no longer someone Lin Xian could fight against. Instead, she hoped that Lin Xian could grow. She enjoyed this feeling. She enjoyed stepping on Lin Xian, who had already grown up. She wanted him to see what she, Zhao Mingyue, who had once looked down on her, was now. Let's go. We still have work to do. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.